Night settles over a city that has forgotten what silence should sound like. The lamps are dimmed, the windows covered, the streets emptied by a kind of practiced caution. Above the rooftops, the sky waits in a muted hush, a vast, uncertain ceiling where distant engines may begin their long approach at any moment. In these hours before the next raid, life moves slowly. A kettle cools on a stove. Someone folds a letter they might not have time to send. A family listens to the soft click of a radio dial, hoping the voice that comes through will speak of anything other than the weather, the warnings, the winds that bring danger closer. Across Europe, this was the rhythm of nights lived under threat. Some cities braced themselves for falling fire. Others hid their resistance inside quiet rooms, where a pen and a sheet of paper could become a form of defiance. And some would rise, not because they believed victory was certain, but because the moment demanded courage even when the world offered none. This compilation follows 3 such stories. It begins in London, where ordinary people learned to endure a sky that could open at any hour. It moves to Munich, where a group of young students chose truth over safety, sending leaflets of dissent into streets heavy with fear. And it ends in Warsaw, a city that stepped forward into the fire, knowing the cost, choosing to stand anyway. 3 cities, 3 forms of bravery, 3 different ways of holding on when the world grew dark above them. If these calm historical documentaries help you rest, or if you find comfort in hearing history told softly, you're welcome to gently subscribe for more stories shared in this quiet way. Let the night settle once more. Listen to the distant hum, and step with me into the streets of London as the first warning sirens drift through the dark and life under the falling sky begins. You're listening to Echoes of War. Part 1. The Blitz. Life under the falling sky. You're standing beneath the earth. A faint bulb hums overhead, a tired circle of light trembling against a ceiling of rough concrete. Dust drifts in the stillness, rising with every breath, settling with every heartbeat. Around you, dozens of strangers sit close but quiet, shoulders almost touching, wrapped in coats that still carry the outside cold. The air tastes of metal, soil, and something older. Fear softened into routine. Then it comes. A vibration, low and distant, rolling like a slow tide through the bones of the shelter. You feel it before you understand it, the way the ground inhales, the way silence tightens. Somewhere above, the night sky has begun to move again. A woman near the wall closes her eyes. A man repositions his gas mask tin, the metal clicking against his boot. A child presses closer to his mother, face buried in the fabric of her sleeve. No one speaks. They've learned that during the Blitz, words are useless until the earth stops trembling. You listen, the way everyone listens. The first sound is not the bomb. The first sound is the warning. A thin, wavering whistle, far away at first, then circling closer, threading itself through the streets of London like a cold finger tapping at windows. You imagine it rising past shop fronts bordered against the wind, slipping between rows of terrace houses, brushing the slanted roofs of bakeries, pubs, churches, the Thames glinting under blackout silence. Here, in the shelter, the whistle arrives as a change in breath. People straighten, coats rustle, the air contracts. Then the sky opens, a thud like a giant's footfall, a shockwave moving through the dirt overhead, through the rebar, through the walls. The lights flicker. A tin cup rattles on the floor. Somewhere above, brick and glass collapse into dust. But down here, the world holds steady, not calm, not safe, just steady enough to wait for the next vibration. You watch the woman with the closed eyes. She doesn't flinch. She has done this too many nights to surrender the power of stillness. A new sound rises, quieter, more intimate. the soft scrape of pencil on paper. An elderly man sits alone on a bench, sketching the outline of the shelter door, the curve of a sleeping figure, the trembling lamp. His hand is steady despite the war beating at the ceiling. He draws not to distract himself, but to remember, to hold a piece of the world that hasn't yet fallen to fire. Another explosion rolls across the city. Farther away this time, a muffled bloom of thunder. You can almost picture it. The orange flare reflected against the river, the spray of sparks drifting down like dying stars. Somewhere, firefighters move through smoke, their silhouettes rippling in the heat. Somewhere, in a narrow street, a row of houses is gone. You breathe in. The shelter smells of damp wool and ration tea. Someone hums under their breath, a tune you can't place, soft as a lullaby. It barely rises above the quiet, but it threads through the tension like a warm thread pulled through cold fabric. You look around. A young woman with smeared mascara holds a sleeping dog close to her chest. A seamstress from Whitechapel unspools a bit of thread between her fingers, twisting it into shapes. A factory worker with calloused hands leans forward, elbows on knees, eyes fixed on the concrete floor as if it might speak. You can't see the city, but you feel it. All of London is holding its breath with you. Above the shelter, anti-aircraft guns fire into the night, each burst a brief flower of defiance. Searchlights sweep the sky in long pale arcs, combing through darkness for engines that sound like distant thunder. German bombers move across the city in neat, ghostly formations, their shadows sliding over rooftops, chimneys, and church spires. People used to run to the shelters with panic. Now they walk. War has become routine, and routine has its own armor. In the dim light, someone whispers a prayer. Someone else unfolds a newspaper to read old headlines by the unsteady bulb, pretending the news hasn't already been rewritten by the falling sky. You listen to the hush between explosions, the long, suspended silence that feels heavier than the blasts themselves. It's in that quiet that people imagine what the city will look like when the all-clear finally comes. Firemen hosing embers into steam, wardens guiding survivors through broken streets, neighbors emerging from basements to look for familiar shapes in unfamiliar ruin. And yet, even in this fear, something else survives. A strange calm, a stubborn tenderness, a belief that dawn will arrive, even if the horizon is smoke. You shift your weight slightly. The bench creaks. Dust floats. The light flickers again, but holds. You might wonder what courage feels like on nights like this. Maybe it isn't loud or heroic. Maybe it's simply the act of sitting here, breathing quietly as the world shakes, trusting that the earth beneath you will keep its promise for one more hour. Another distant blast. Another shiver in the air. The woman opens her eyes. The child adjusts his grip on his mother's arm. The shelter waits, the way a heart waits between beats. Outside, the night keeps falling. Chapter 1. Fire over the city. The night the sky changed. London had known war before, but not like this. You stand on the steps of an East End row house just after sunset, the sky fading into a thin blue that feels too delicate for what's coming. The streets are strangely calm, market stalls folded away, lamplighters gone, blackout curtains pinned tight as lids over tired eyes. Even the pigeons seem quieter, perched on rooftops as if listening for a sound they already sense drifting in from the channel. A faint hum reaches you, distant, mechanical, almost gentle. If you didn't know any better, you might mistake it for wind brushing over telephone wires. But the air is too still, too heavy, as though the city is bracing itself. A warden on a bicycle rolls past, his tires whispering over cobblestones. He calls out to a couple hurrying toward a shelter. Keep moving. Stay low. Not long now. His voice is steady, but his eyes flick upward every few seconds, scanning the sky. They all know what's coming. The first night of the Blitz had already revealed its shape. On the evening of September 7th, 1940, German bombers, hundreds of them, crossed the English coast in waves that darkened the late summer sky. Their targets were precise at first: the docks, fuel depots, warehouses along the Thames. But the fire spread faster than intention. Wind carried flames across rooftops and warehouses, turning the river's surface into a mirror of orange, reflecting a city that looked like it was burning from below. That first night, London changed forever. You look down the street. A group of neighbors stands in silence, watching the western horizon throb with a faint glow. Smoke rises like a slow, uncoiling hand. Someone mutters, "Already." Someone else says nothing, just nods. The hum deepens, flattening into a droning sheet of sound. Engines. Many of them. A soft breeze stirs the air, the kind that arrives just before a storm. You feel it against your cheek, cool and thin, as though the night is drawing one long breath. Then the sirens begin. Low at first, almost mournful, sliding up into a trembling wail that sweeps across rooftops and alleys, bouncing off factory walls and church spires. The sound is unmistakable, the city's voice calling its people inward. You watch the neighborhood tighten. Windows snap shut. Doors slam. People quicken their steps. And yet, in the middle of it all, life continues in small, stubborn ways. A milk cart clatters toward a shelter entrance. A woman locks her bakery door with hands that don't shake. An elderly man in a tweed coat pauses to straighten his hat before descending the station stairs. Even fear can become a ritual. The sky pulses with distant flashes. Not lightning. Fire reflecting off the underside of the clouds. You inhale the cool night air, still untouched by smoke. You won't smell the burning until the wind shifts. Above you, the first formation appears. The first wave. They come in rows. Long, straight, disciplined lines, black silhouettes sliding across the twilight like ink strokes on a pale page. The Luftwaffe has crossed the Channel again, just as they said they would, just as London has secretly hoped they wouldn't. Heinkel He 111s, Dornier Do 17s, Junkers Ju 88s. Bombers that carry more than metal, they carry intent. You watch them move in near silence, as though the night itself is carrying them. Searchlights flare upward in sweeping arcs, slicing the darkness into long white beams. One catches the belly of a bomber for a heartbeat, smooth metal glowing like a trapped star, before the aircraft slips away again. The air raid wardens begin shepherding people underground. Come on, then. Quickly now. Move along. Keep your heads down. Last train into the Aldgate shelter leaves in 2 minutes. For many Londoners, the underground is safer than home. Tunnels become bedrooms. Platforms become neighborhoods. A city beneath a city. But some remain above ground a little longer, staring upward as if trying to memorize the sky before it changes shape. The anti-aircraft guns fire. Flashes burst along the riverbanks, on rooftops, from parks and open squares. The thump of each blast quivers through the street. You feel it in your ribs. You feel it in the bench behind you, the pavement beneath your shoes. Tracer rounds climb into the dark like burning beads on invisible string. One finds a bomber. Briefly. The aircraft wavers, corrects itself, continues. Bombers release their first load over the docks. Each explosion unfurls like a flower of fire. Smoke blooms. Wooden warehouses vanish in seconds. You imagine the cranes silhouetted against the blaze, long arms reaching into air that shimmers with heat. The wind changes. A faint smell reaches you, charred timber mixed with fuel. London's night has begun to burn. Those who stayed above ground. Not everyone descends into the shelters on time. London is filled with watchers, with worriers, with people who can't look away. In an attic flat overlooking Stepney, a young nurse named Lillian stands at her window, her rationed lamp turned off, blackout curtain half drawn. She watches the fire spread across the docklands with a heartbreak that feels both personal and shared. Tomorrow, she knows, the casualty stations will overflow. Tonight, she allows herself one long, steady look at the city she loves. On a rooftop in Southwark, two firefighters adjust their helmets as they pace the edge of their station. They listen to the whistle of the falling bombs, trying to judge where the next blast will land. The fires below swell like tidal waves of heat, and they know that within minutes they'll be running toward the glow, not away from it. In a tiny flat near Limehouse, an elderly couple sits side by side on their sofa, holding hands in the dark. They don't go to the shelters anymore. The journey takes too long, and the stairs are too steep. Instead, they sit together, eyes closed, counting the seconds between blasts. 1 long second is peace. 2 long seconds is hope. You feel the weight of these unseen stories as you stand on the street, the thousands of quiet acts of endurance that rarely appear in official histories. The Blitz is not just an attack. It's a catalogue of human responses to fear. The sky falls. You hear it before you see it. A whistling descent. Sharp, slicing, unmistakable. People sprint for cover. You duck into a doorway, pressed against cold brick, breath tight in your throat. The bomb lands 2 streets away. A pulse of heat, a shudder of air, a burst of debris that clatters across rooftops. Glass shatters somewhere down the block. A shockwave rolls past, lifting dust and loose papers into the air. The ground hums with the aftertaste of violence. When you step out again, the street is changed. A shop front window lies in glittering ruin. A lamppost leans at an impossible angle. The sky above is smeared with smoke. And still the bombers come. Wave after wave. Hours of it. Firefighters sprint through alleys with hoses dragging behind them like serpents of rubber and metal. Wardens shout orders. Volunteers form bucket chains. The Thames glows faintly as flames reflect off its slow, steady water. London is not falling. London is enduring. And you stand with it, quiet witness, small against the scale of the night, but present. The dawn that didn't quite arrive. By the time the first light rises, the sky looks bruised. Smoke curls upward in drifting columns, catching the weak sun in pale amber halos. Fire crews shovel debris from streets, still warm to the touch. Women sweep broken glass from storefronts. Men gather to lift fallen bricks one by one, clearing paths through what used to be their neighborhoods. The city feels stunned but breathing. A boy emerges from a shelter stairwell holding a dented tin toy. A pair of nurses push a cart of supplies across a sooty pavement. A cat wanders out from under a collapsed porch, tail twitching, unbothered by the destruction. You feel the ache of exhaustion in the air, an entire city whose nerves have been stretched thin through the long hours of darkness. And yet, above the settling smoke, St. Paul's Cathedral stands clear and whole, its dome rising into the morning like a quiet vow. For many Londoners, seeing it unbroken is enough to start the day. As the sun climbs, faint and stubborn, you walk past a burned-out warehouse where the smell of ash lingers like a memory. A single firefighter leans against a wall, helmet off, steam rising from his coat. He closes his eyes, just for a moment, as if asking the morning for mercy. London is tired. London is scarred. London is still here. And somewhere in the distance, the hum of another day begins. Chapter 2. Beneath the City. The Underground as a Lifeline. Descent into the quiet world. You move with the evening crowd toward the underground entrance, the familiar tiled arch glowing softly in the blackout haze. The street above is hushed, lit only by shaded torches carried by wardens. The air carries that faint metallic smell that London knows too well, smoke drifting from distant fires, mixed with the dampness of the Thames. Tonight, as on so many nights of the Blitz, the city feels suspended between two worlds, the one above, trembling beneath the falling sky, and the one below, carved from tunnels that now serve as refuge. You follow the steps downward. The temperature cools with each footfall. The soundscape changes slowly. First the hum of distant voices, then the scrape of shoes on stone, then the soft rush of air pushed through tunnels by the pulse of the city's breath. A violin echoes far ahead, bow drifting across strings in a melody soft and wandering. For many Londoners, the underground is no longer simply a transit system. It has become a protector, a gathering place, a temporary home woven from necessity and hope. On some platforms, families have chalked out small rectangles on the floor, claiming tiny sections of concrete as bedrooms. A warden at the bottom of the stairs checks the flow of people with gentle gestures, hand raised, then lowered, keeping the descent orderly. "Easy now," he murmurs, not to command, but to soothe. You step into the station proper, where the ceiling arches overhead like the ribs of a great sleeping beast. The tiles glow faintly under dimmed bulbs. People cluster in small islands, families laying out blankets, workers reading newspapers by the shaky light, teenagers whispering stories to distract younger siblings. The trains no longer run at this hour. Tonight, the tunnels belong to the waiting. You hear a mother humming to her infant, rocking gently on her heels. A man in a pinstripe suit removes his shoes and lines them neatly beside his satchel. A teenage girl leans against a pillar drawing pictures on scraps of paper, her pencil strokes soft and steady. You feel the air thicken with the intimacy of shared refuge, hundreds of strangers finding a way to knit their breaths together in the face of fear. Above your head, the muffled tremor of the first bombs begins. The tunnels become neighborhoods. The deeper you walk, the more the underground reveals its strange, improvised life. At Aldwych, volunteers have built makeshift libraries, shelves of donated books lining the walls, paperbacks passed from hand to hand. Someone has written "Take what you need, return what you can" on a piece of cardboard pinned to a pillar. At Liverpool Street, a group of women boil water on a small paraffin stove. The scent of tea drifts down the platform. They pour it into enamel mugs for anyone who asks. A line forms, quiet and patient, stretching back toward the escalators. At Bethnal Green, a string quartet tunes their instruments, preparing to play for the crowd. The moment they begin, the station transforms. Notes echo through the tunnels like a warm tide, brushing over blankets, over shoulders, over the concrete floor. Music becomes a kind of shelter within the shelter. These things aren't luxuries. They're anchors, little reminders of a life that continues above ground, even as the world seems to tilt. You pass a man in overalls mending a loose plank on a bench. He works carefully, not for himself, but for the elderly woman curled up nearby who needs the stability more than he does. Children chase each other quietly, inventing games with chalk and string, their laughter shaped into whispers. Parents keep watch with weary eyes that still soften whenever a child runs by. The underground's curved walls catch every sound, turning them into echoes of humanity layered over the distant rumble of war. Someone across the platform offers you a seat, patting the blanket beside them. Their kindness feels almost surreal, an ordinary gesture in an extraordinary time. And yet, it is precisely this ordinariness that keeps the tunnels warm. The sound of war from below. As night deepens, the air seems to press closer. The bombs above fall in patterns, long droning pauses, then sudden flurries of explosions that shudder through the ceiling like distant thunder. Dust drops from the rafters in a faint sprinkle. Babies stir in their sleep. Adults close their eyes tightly as each vibration rolls through their bones. A man with a portable radio adjusts the dial, its antenna trembling. The broadcast crackles in and out. Damage to the docks. Fires near Bermondsey. Fire crews responding. Stay sheltered. Someone asks him to turn it lower. He nods and does. People learn to read the sounds above, the way farmers once read weather. A long distant blast means the docks. A sharp, singular crack means a high explosive bomb. A rolling cascade means incendiaries finding fuel. When the sky goes momentarily silent, no one relaxes. Silence is where the imagination wanders, and wandering can be worse than noise. You tilt your head back, feeling the tremor of each impact through the tiles. The underground has become a giant ear pressed against the heartbeat of a burning world. But inside, conversation continues in soft circles. A woman tells a story about her cat who refuses to come in during raids. A man recounts a memory of playing cricket on this very street before the war. Two strangers share half a bar of chocolate as if it's the rarest treasure on earth. Even in this place, even in the shaking dark, humanity threads itself through every whispered moment. The sleepless and the dreamers. Near the end of the platform, you see a row of hammocks strung between support beams. Navvies who work the rails taught families how to tie them safely. A small boy lies curled inside one, fingers wrapped around a worn teddy bear whose fur has turned grey with tunnel dust. Across from him, a woman in her 60s unpacks a knitting project. Her hands move with practiced rhythm. Loop, pull, twist. The needles click like tiny clocks marking each minute of survival. She knits scarves for firemen, she explains to anyone who asks. They're in the cold all night, she says softly. Least I can do. A pair of medical volunteers walk the length of the platform with small lanterns, checking on anyone who might need help. A few people suffer anxiety attacks each night. Tightness of chest, shaking hands, the overwhelming weight of being trapped beneath a city that is burning above them. The volunteers speak gently, grounding them with kindness and warmth. Some people sleep. Some cannot. Some pretend to by closing their eyes, letting their thoughts drift into the noise. You find a small corner against a cool tile pillar. A folded coat becomes a pillow. The sound of the tunnels settles around you like a blanket woven from breath, footsteps, and distant explosions softened by distance. It feels contradictory, fear and safety coexisting in such a fragile space. But that is the underground, the echo chamber of human endurance. Small miracles in the dark. Hours pass. The trains do not run, but life moves. A midwife helps deliver a baby on a blanket near the tunnel wall. Someone hangs a makeshift curtain of coats to give privacy. Moments after the child arrives, a deep explosion shakes dust from the ceiling, but the baby doesn't cry. Instead, the tiny chest rises and falls in quiet rhythm, as if born already accustomed to the sound of war. A group of teenagers begins drawing pictures on the station walls with charcoal fragments, sketches of rooftops, of firemen, of birds flying through smoke. Their art is rough but honest. They sign each drawing with initials rather than names, shy but determined. A man stands up suddenly and begins reciting poetry. Not loud, not dramatic, just clear enough that those nearby pause to listen. He recites lines from memory, words written long before war, but perfect for this moment. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. People nod gently, recognizing the sentiment without letting it sink too deep. No one claps. Applause seems out of place here. Instead, the listeners give small nods of gratitude, each one a quiet handshake of the soul. Farther down the platform, a group kneels around a makeshift stove, warming canned soup. The steam rises into the arch of the ceiling and disappears into the night. They hand out bowls to families they know have been displaced. Plenty more, one says, even though there isn't. Underground life isn't easy, but it is generous in ways that peace rarely remembers. The longest hours of the night. You lose track of time. The bombs blur into background thunder. Conversations become low murmurs. Lanterns dim. Blankets rustle as people shift in sleep. War has its own kind of clock. Sometimes a heavy blast drops dust across the platform, and people jolt awake. A few instinctively curl into each other. Others hold their breath until the vibrations fade. You watch a man reach into his coat and pull out a photograph. A woman standing beside a bicycle, smiling. He looks at the picture for a long time, letting memory soften the sharp edges of the night. You watch a teenage girl carefully braid her younger sister's hair, smoothing it behind her ears. The gesture is tender, absorbing, almost hypnotic in its gentleness. You watch a volunteer warden nod off for a moment, chin dipping to his chest, before jerking awake with a quiet apology to no one in particular. You begin to understand something essential. The underground is not just shelter. It is a memory machine, capturing the essence of how people hold together when the world above them falls apart. The all clear. It comes slowly, almost shyly, not with a triumphant blast, but with a long, rising tone that seems to lift the air. People stir, eyes open. A few smile weakly. A mother presses her child's head against a shoulder and whispers, "There, love, that's the one we've been waiting for." The all clear doesn't mean peace. It means survival. Warm air begins to rise down the stairwells from above. A faint smell of smoke drifts into the tunnels. People fold blankets, tie shoelaces, gather belongings. Bowls are stacked, hammocks taken down, tea tins closed. Children rub their eyes and reach for parents' hands. As the crowd ascends the steps, the world grows brighter, hotter, harsher. But they climb anyway, together. When you finally step out, the sun is climbing weakly over a city that looks both wounded and awake. A street lamp smokes near its base. Soot drifts in the breeze. A fireman walks past with a face streaked in grey and sweat. A woman sweeps her doorstep, pushing fragments of her former windows into a pile. And yet, somewhere close, you hear someone laughing. A thin, exhausted, genuine laugh. Sometimes that is how resilience sounds. You turn back and glance down the stairwell one last time. The tunnels glow faintly beneath the city, still warm with the breath of thousands. Still waiting. Still ready. London will descend again tomorrow night, and the night after. But for now, morning holds the city in its fragile hands. Chapter 3. Ashes and Embers. Firefighters and the battle for the burning city. Into the firelight. Before you even reach the street, you smell it. Smoke, deep and layered. Burned timber, scorched brick, rubber, oil. It clings to the air the way fog used to cling to the Thames in winter. You step into the morning light, and the city appears through a veil of grey, silhouettes rising out of steam like monuments half remembered from a dream. The fires from last night still burn in pockets across the East End. Somewhere nearby, a wall collapses with a muffled crack. Somewhere far off, a church bell twists in the heat before falling silent. And through that drifting smoke move the firefighters. You watch them from a distance. Figures in heavy coats, boots slick with soot, helmets glinting faintly through ash. Their movements are tired but steady. They step through rubble with practiced caution, listening for the subtle groans of walls that might fall, watching the wind for shifts that could turn a smoulder into a blaze. They are ordinary men and women with the faces of clerks, mechanics, and market porters. But at dawn, beneath the falling sky, they look like something else, like guardians standing against a fire no one fully understands. You draw closer. A crew from the auxiliary fire service adjusts the pressure on a hose that snakes across the street like a living thing. Steam rises from the pavement where water meets embers. One man's gloves are burned at the fingertips. Another's coat has a patch hastily sewn over a hole made by a flying spark. They don't speak much. They don't need to. Their silence is its own language, a mixture of exhaustion, duty, and a determination that feels older than the war itself. A woman passes them with a tin mug of tea for each. She keeps her pace steady despite the uneven ground. One of the men nods gratefully, sipping the tea even as smoke curls past his cheeks. You watch the way she moves, the way they stand, the way the flames hiss and the hoses tremble. This is not heroism as history often paints it. This is resilience made from soot and breath. Above them, the sun weakly climbs, turning the smoke into a pale gold fog. The Night Watch. To understand the firefighters of the Blitz, you have to go back to the nights that made mornings like this possible. You imagine the scene just hours earlier. Darkness pulsing with flame, rooftops glowing orange, the sky streaked with sparks blown sideways by the wind, bombs falling, incendiaries raining like molten hail, warehouses igniting like lanterns dropped on dry paper. And in the middle of it all, the fire crews. They rode out on engines older than some of the men driving them. They pushed handcarts loaded with hoses and axes. They worked with leather helmets that had been meant for domestic fires, not entire neighborhoods collapsing in flame. Picture them, running toward the blast, holding hoses that buck like wild animals, climbing ladders that shiver under the weight of heat, standing shoulder to shoulder in alleys lit by burning buildings. A single incendiary bomb could puncture a rooftop and ignite a fire that spread faster than breath. The crews learned to listen for the hiss that meant a magnesium bomb had landed nearby, burning bright enough to blind if stared at directly. They fought not just flames, but time. A fire left unattended for even a minute could grow into a monster that consumed streets. Some nights, they couldn't save everything. Some nights, they saved enough. You picture the moment when a crew rounds a corner and sees a row of houses engulfed, windows streaming fire, roofs collapsing inward like dying lungs. They don't turn away. They don't hesitate. They begin to work, because that is the only direction their training and their hearts allow. Above them, the bombers continue their patterns. But below, the city glows with a different kind of ferocity, the will to endure. Faces in the flames. You move closer to a team resting briefly near a smoldering wall. A young man kneels on one knee, removing his helmet. His hair is plastered to his forehead with sweat and soot, his face streaked in grey like someone carved from ash. He looks barely 20. His breath is shallow, his hands shake slightly. A senior fire watcher notices and places a steady hand on his shoulder. "You keep going," the older man murmurs. Not an order, a reassurance, a truth spoken softly into smoke. Nearby, a woman from the fire guards leans against a lamppost, wiping sweat from her brow. She spent the night on rooftops, stamping out incendiaries with a sand bucket and sheer stubbornness. Her boots are burned at the toes. Her jacket has holes where sparks kissed the fabric. She lifts her gaze toward the morning light with eyes that look far older than her age. But when a neighbor walks past with a tray of tea and bread, she smiles, tired but genuine. She thanks him, and he nods as if both of them are simply neighbors meeting on an ordinary street. Farther down the block, a firefighter climbs a half-collapsed staircase to check if the upper floor is still stable. Each step creaks ominously. He pauses, listening to the wood's language. Then he continues, steady and careful, trusting his instincts born from countless nights just like this. These moments, these faces, rarely make it into the history books. But here, in the quiet aftermath, they are the heartbeat of the city. You watch them, and you feel something settle in your chest. Not pride, not fear, something softer, perhaps gratitude for the resilience of strangers. The battle for the burning city. Night after night, London burned. Warehouse after warehouse, street after street, landmark after landmark claimed by fire, until the city seemed to wear a cloak of smoke as permanent as the Thames fog. On the most devastating night, the Second Great Fire of London on December 29, 1940, the city centre became a storm of flame. Bombers released 100,000 incendiaries in a matter of hours. The streets around St. Paul's Cathedral glowed like the inside of a forge. The firefighters ran into that inferno. You picture the scene. The cathedral's dome rising above a sea of fire, shrouded in orange smoke. Engines pumping water from broken mains. Men silhouetted against walls of flame, their shadows flickering wildly. The roar of collapsing roofs. The shriek of metal heated to its breaking point. Amid all this, crews formed human chains to keep the flames from reaching the cathedral steps. Water lines failed, hoses ruptured, pump engines sputtered. Still they worked, relying on buckets when they had to. At one point, fire climbed the scaffolding around the dome. A small team climbed up to beat it back, hacking away wood, stamping out sparks. Wind whipped flames dangerously close. But they held. In the morning, a photograph would show the dome standing clear against a sky still red with smoke, a symbol of endurance. Many said London's spirit survived that night because the firefighters refused to let it fall. But in truth, the city's survival came from countless small acts. Anonymous hands, tired bodies, scorched boots, shared courage in the dark. You let that image settle over you. Men and women standing in a world of fire, refusing to move. The quiet between flames. Back on the present street, a brief lull falls over the fireground. You stand near a row of hoses coiled like sleeping serpents. Steam rises from cracks in the pavement. The smoke has thinned, replaced by dust and the faint smell of damp brick. A firefighter sits beside an overturned bucket, head bowed, elbows resting on his knees. His gloves lie on the ground, still warm. His breathing is slow, measured, the breathing of someone who has learned to be grateful not for rest, but simply for the chance to pause. A chaplain moves among the crews, offering words you can't quite hear. His presence is soft, deferential, as though he knows the sacredness of the ground he walks on. A dog, a station mascot perhaps, wanders through the rubble, tail wagging weakly. Someone scratches its head. The dog closes its eyes. In a quiet corner, a fireman repairs a torn hose, needle and thread moving with surprising delicacy. He works as carefully as a tailor mending a silk dress. There is poetry in his patience. The fires are not gone. Hot spots still glow beneath collapsed beams. Smoke drifts from broken windows. The air tastes metallic. But the city is breathing again, and the firefighters are its lungs. The long walk home. Their shift finally ends. Firefighters walk back toward the station, boots dragging, helmets tucked under arms. The sun climbs through the smoke in pale circles. Passing citizens offer tea, or bread, or simple nods of gratitude. Some of the men and women accept. Some smile faintly and keep moving. All carry the same mixture of pride and exhaustion. You follow them from a distance. Their silhouettes stretch long across the pavements, shadows mixed with the ruins around them. Their coats smell of smoke. Their eyes carry the weight of all they've seen. When they reach the station, they wash their hands and faces in basins filled with warm water turned quickly to grey. The sound of water dripping from their fingers is startlingly gentle, like rain on quiet stone. They change clothes. They sit. They breathe. Some sleep. Some write letters. Some simply stare at the wall for a while, letting the silence soak into them. They know they will be called again tonight, and tomorrow, and the night after. You stand at the threshold of the station door, watching them gather strength in small ways. It strikes you that these are not warriors of flame, just people who learned how to carry courage long enough to make a difference. Outside, the sun burns through the smoke just enough to reveal the charred brick of a building that still stands, battered but upright, like the firefighters themselves. You take a final breath of the smoky morning air. Ash drifts softly, like snow that forgot its season. You might wonder, in a quiet moment, what bravery really is, and you begin to understand that sometimes it looks like this. A man or woman walking into fire, not because they are fearless, but because someone has to. London is still burning. London is still enduring. London is waiting for night again. Chapter 4. Shadows over the Thames. The docks and the river on fire. The river before the fire. You stand at the edge of the Thames just before dusk, watching the slow curl of water against the embankment. The river moves with a kind of ancient patience, broad, deliberate, a mirror of the city's pulse. Even now, in wartime, it carries the memories of centuries along its surface. Merchant ships from ages past, coronation barges, whispers of fog-bound mornings. But the river is quieter than usual. No lamps shine on the waterfront. No barges drift freely. No crowds linger to watch the tide turn. Behind you, the docks are still, cranes motionless, warehouses sealed under blackout, stacks of timber wrapped in shadow like sleeping beasts. For a moment, you can almost imagine London at peace. Then the hum begins. It comes faintly across the water, a ripple of sound echoing between the warehouses. You feel it in your chest before your ears truly recognize it. Engines. Low, steady, approaching in swarms. The river reflects the last sliver of daylight, trembling at the first tremors of what's coming. You stand very still. Even the water seems to hold its breath. The night the Docklands lit the sky. On September 7th, 1940, the first great night of the Blitz, the Luftwaffe did not come quietly. They came as an armada. Hundreds of bombers crossing the coast in formation, their shadows blending into the dusk until the sky looked inked over by a giant hand. They moved across the river toward the heart of the docks, London's arteries of supply, the lifeline of a nation at war. The first wave dropped high-explosive bombs across the warehouses, cracking open rooftops like shells. The second wave released incendiaries, small silver canisters that gleamed briefly in the firelight as they fell. When the incendiaries struck, the world changed. Warehouses along the Surrey commercial docks ignited in seconds. Stacks of timber erupted like dry tinder. Barges moored along the quays burst into flame. Oil tanks burned with a roar that shook the metal rails. You picture it. Flames leaping from warehouse windows. Smoke climbing skyward in thick columns. The river glowing orange under a sky lit from below. Standing here, you understand why witnesses described the Docklands as a burning forest made of steel and ships. The river did not reflect the city that night. It reflected fire. The river as witness. You move closer to the water as the echoes of those memories drift across your mind. The Thames has always been a witness. Silent, unblinking, enduring. It has carried Viking raiders, royal barges, factory waste, the hopes of immigrants, the ashes of kings. In wartime, it carries something different. The glow of destruction and the shadows of people fighting to survive. You listen to the gentle slap of water against stone. It feels ancient, indifferent, and yet strangely compassionate, as if the river absorbs the suffering of the city to keep it from breaking entirely. During the Blitz, firefighters pumped water from the Thames to battle the flames consuming the docks. You imagine the engines coughing, hoses trembling, pumps rattling with every surge. Men leaned over the water's edge, silhouetted against burning warehouses, pulling strength from somewhere deeper than fear. The river became a weapon, a rescue line, a balm. And yet, even as it helped save the city, it carried fragments of it away. Charred timber drifting like lost stories, soot floating like black snow, the remains of warehouses dissolving into the tide. Standing here, you feel the river's dual nature. Gentle and violent, protector and witness, cradle and grave. Workers of the waterfront. Not everyone could flee the docks during the raids. Some stayed because their jobs chained them to the waterfront. Some stayed because duty outweighed fear. Some stayed because the river had been their life since childhood. You picture them as the bombs fall. Stevedores racing along narrow quays, trying to secure ships before flames reach the mooring lines. Watchmen guiding crews across smoke-choked paths with lanterns held low. Lighter men navigating the river in pitch darkness to tow burning barges away from ammunition stores. One such lighter man, unnamed in most records, spent the night steering a cargo barge loaded with timber away from the firestorm, knowing full well that a single spark landing on the deck could turn him into a silhouette swallowed by flame. Another river worker stood guard on a floating crane, beating back sparks with wet sacks until dawn. He never wrote about it. He simply went back to work the next day. You might wonder, quietly, what makes a person hold their ground in such danger. Perhaps the answer lies not in bravery, but in belonging. Belonging to a river, to a city, to a rhythm older than war. Fire on the water. The most haunting image of the Docklands is not the burning warehouses. It is the river itself catching fire. Oil drums exploded, releasing slicks that floated across the water. When incendiaries struck them, the Thames burned in bright patches, flames drifting like restless spirits. You imagine the scene. Flames skimming along the surface of the river. Smoke curling in strange shapes as water tries desperately to smother fire. Reflections flickering like torn pieces of the sun. Fireboats racing through the inferno, cutting lines through the burning slicks. A firefighter once described the night as looking into the mouth of hell while standing in cold water. And yet, amid all this chaos, the river did not surrender. Its currents pulled flames apart, cooled debris, guided ships away from danger. It held the city together. Even now, in the gentle ripple before you, you can feel that memory. A river that refused to let fire reign unchallenged. Survivors along the quays. Dawn reveals the survivors. You see them clearly in your mind. Dockworkers standing among the ruins, breathing the acrid morning air. Firefighters leaning on hoses, staring at the smoking skeletons of warehouses. Women carrying buckets of water to wash the soot from their doorsteps. Children picking through debris for anything recognizable. The docks look like the ribcage of a giant fallen creature. Cranes bent at strange angles. Barges charred to their frames. Timber piles reduced to black spines jutting from ash. But even in this devastation, life continues. A man repairs a torn rope as if preparing for the next day's loading. A woman carries tea to a crew of exhausted firemen. Two boys kick a dented football between mounds of debris, laughing in defiance of the night. You realize something. The river did not witness despair. It witnessed persistence. Sometimes that is a deeper form of courage. Night returns to the water. As you stand by the river in the present moment, evening begins to fall again. The city lights are dim under blackout, but the Thames still reflects the sky. Dark blue, almost black. You hear distant footsteps along the embankment. A bicycle bell. A boat horn from far upstream. The water shimmers quietly. You think of the people who walked these quays during the Blitz. Faces lit by firelight, shadows stretching long across the docks, hearts pounding but steady. You picture the cranes leaning like silent giants in the smoke. You picture the river carrying ash away. You picture the firefighters dragging hoses across glowing cobblestones. You picture the flames rising, and the Thames refusing to yield. A soft breeze ripples the water. The river sighs, a long, slow exhale. Smoke from a distant chimney drifts across its surface like a memory fading into the tide. If you listen carefully, you can almost hear the echoes of fireboats, the rumble of collapsing warehouses, the shouted orders of a night long gone. The Thames remembers. London remembers. The river still moves forward. Night settles over the water, calm and vast. Chapter 5. The heartbeat of the city. Wardens, watchmen, and the silent patrol. The men and women who walked the night. Before the sirens, before the fires, before the shaking ground and the falling sky, there were footsteps. You hear them now. Slow, steady, measured. A warden walks the length of a narrow East End street, his boots tapping softly against the cobblestones. His silhouette is tall in the dim moonlight, helmet catching the glow of a shaded torch. He carries a small clipboard under one arm and a whistle at his chest. A gas mask tin bumps against his hip with each step. He is alone, but not lonely. The night is his companion, the street his responsibility. All over London, figures like him move quietly through the darker corners. Men and women of the ARP, the Air Raid Precaution Service. They have no weapons, no armored vehicles, no steel barricades. Only torches, whistles, notebooks, and a stubborn devotion to keeping order when the world above them turns to chaos. They patrol in teams or alone, depending on the hour. They enforce blackout rules. They guide people to shelters. They check rooftops for incendiaries. They stand between panic and calm. You watch him pause beside a terraced house, gently knocking on the door. A curtain shifts. A woman's face appears in the gap. "Your upstairs curtains leaking light again, Mrs. Hughes," he says softly. "Oh, right." "I'll fix it," she whispers back. He nods. She nods. The curtain closes. No raised voices. No impatience. Just the shared understanding that light, even a sliver of it, can be a beacon for danger. He continues down the street, boots tapping again. This rhythm, footsteps through the night, is the heartbeat of a city preparing itself. The call of duty in ordinary hands. Most wardens were not soldiers. Many had never worn uniforms before the war. They were clerks, shopkeepers, bakers, teachers, bus conductors, tailors, elderly pensioners, factory workers. Some joined because they felt compelled to help, others because they were too old or young to serve in the regular forces but needed to contribute. You picture them gathering at the warden post, a converted basement, a disused shop front, a room with posters of gas masks and fire precautions pinned crookedly to the walls. They drink tea from mismatched mugs, check their torches, pull on their boots and armbands, exchange quiet jokes that barely disguise the tension of the coming night. When the sirens sound, they move, not in panic, but with practiced certainty. Each warden has a district, a network of streets they know like the palm of their hand. They know who lives where, who needs help getting to the shelter, who keeps forgetting to secure the blackout curtains. Some carry lists tucked into their coat pockets. Elderly couple at number 12. Expectant mother on Cable Street. 3 children living with an aunt above the bakery. Widowed man who refuses to leave his home until the last possible moment. These names are more than duties. They are lives entrusted to them each night. You watch a warden knock on a door. A man answers, holding a trembling dog in his arms. "Shelter time," the warden says softly. The man nods, grateful. It's not a command. It's care. The streets under fire. When the bombs fall, the wardens do not run for cover. They move toward the danger, whistles shrieking through smoke-filled air. You imagine one of those nights now, the sky glowing red above the rooftops, the wind carrying ash through narrow alleys. The ground shakes with each impact. Windows shatter. Debris rains down from chimneys and eaves. And yet the wardens step forward. A bomb lands 3 streets away. The warden nearest you flinches, but keeps moving. His whistle pierces the tremor of the blast. A lantern swings from his hand, throwing long shadows across broken glass. He turns a corner into a cloud of dust rising from a collapsed wall. "Anyone hurt?" he calls out. Figures emerge slowly from the haze. A woman holding her arm. A man supporting an elderly neighbor. 2 boys coughing, eyes wide with shock. The warden guides them toward safety, voice calm despite the shaking ground. "Easy now. Follow the lantern. Keep close." Another explosion flashes behind him, lighting his silhouette like a negative photograph. He doesn't look back. His attention is on the people in front of him. Around him, other wardens appear, like small islands of order in a sea of chaos. One kneels to tie a child's shoe because the laces came undone in the rush. Another helps firefighters uncoil a hose. Another marks debris with chalk so rescuers won't trip in the dark. Another stands at a crossroads directing panicked strangers toward the nearest shelter. They are not soldiers, but in these moments, their steadiness is a kind of armor. The silent work after impact. The bombs stop eventually. Silence returns in strange, uneven pulses. But the night's work for the wardens has only begun. You watch them walk through the aftermath with clipboards in hand, lanterns swinging slowly. They examine craters, collapsed buildings, broken windows. They take note of downed power lines, blocked roads, destroyed hydrants. They chalk X on structures too unstable to enter. Help on rubble where voices were heard. Safe on houses they've inspected. They speak quietly with the injured. Help neighbors find missing relatives. Arrange for shelters to take in those who've lost homes. Escort medics through streets that used to be landmarks, but now look like labyrinths carved from ruins. You watch one warden kneel beside a woman crying on her doorstep. Her house still stands. Her neighbor's does not. He stays with her until her breathing slows. He writes down her name, her address, her concerns. He does not rush her. He treats her grief as carefully as he would treat a wound. This part of the night will never appear in official summaries. But it is here that the city learns how to stand again. Looking after the lost hours. In the hours after a raid, wardens often walk until dawn. Their torches grow dim. Their steps grow slow. Their breath thins in the cold morning air. But still they check every street. You imagine their final rounds. Streetlights broken, chimneys bent, glass crunching underfoot. The sky turns from black to blue-gray, revealing the outlines of damaged rooftops. The warden you've been watching all night now stands at the edge of a quiet courtyard where a bird bath has cracked in half from the shock of a blast. He takes a moment, just one, to sit on a fallen fence post, rubbing a hand over his face. His helmet tilts forward. His shoulders sag. It's exhaustion, yes, but also the weight of what cannot be fixed. He looks up again when he hears footsteps. A woman approaches carrying 2 mugs of tea. She hands him one without a word. He nods, murmuring thanks. For a few seconds, they sit together, watching smoke rise in the distance. The city is damaged. So is he. But morning always comes. And these shared, quiet moments are what keep the night from becoming unbearable. The dignity of the invisible work. By late morning, the wardens gather again at their post. They lean against walls, boots dusty, coats streaked with soot. One writes a report. Another wraps a bandage around a scraped arm. A third pours tea into chipped mugs. Someone jokes, softly, tiredly, and the room fills with the kind of quiet laughter that comes only from surviving a difficult night together. They are not seeking medals. Most will never receive one. Their names slip through history like water through fingers. But their invisible work holds cities together. You watch them in their humble rest and feel a deep truth settle over you. Strength is often found in people who expect no recognition, in hands that guide rather than command, in feet that walk toward danger with no weapon but resolve. The street that breathes again. Afternoon arrives. Shops reopen where they can. Laundry hangs from lines again. Children play in alleys cleared of debris. The everyday heartbeat of London returns, not with triumph, but with quiet determination. And the wardens begin preparing for the next night. You see your warden standing in the street, adjusting his armband. He looks at the houses, the windows now patched with boards, the lamps repaired as best as possible. He watches a woman sweep her doorstep, a man mend his fence, a child chalk hopscotch squares over a crack in the pavement. Life returns to the street because he helped keep it alive through the night. You realize something then. Wardens do not guard buildings. They guard the rhythm of daily life, the continuity that fear tries to break. They keep the city breathing. As evening approaches once again, the sky deepens into blue-gray. You hear the steady rhythm of footsteps on cobblestone. Wardens heading out for another night of watching, guiding, enduring. You stand at the edge of the street, watching their silhouettes fade into the approaching darkness. They are the city's pulse, the quiet custodians of its courage, the steady beat beneath the falling sky. And London will need them again before the night is over. Chapter 6. Families in the Firelight. Homes, loss, and the fragile threads of everyday life. A home before the sirens. You're standing inside a small terraced house in the East End, the kind built long before telephones were common and back gardens were small squares of earth framed by leaning fences. The evening light filters through the blackout curtains, thin lines of gold slipping around the edges like secrets trying to escape. The house is quiet, but lived in. A kettle sits warm on the stovetop. A radio murmurs under a wool blanket to hide its glow. Clothes are drying on a line stretched above the hearth. A half-sewn dress rests on the table beside a thimble. A woman sits on the sofa, darning socks with slow, practiced motions. Her husband reads the evening paper, though neither of them is truly reading. Their attention drifts upward now and then, to a sky they can't see. In the corner, a child builds a castle from wooden blocks. Each tower leans slightly to one side, a small imitation of the leaning chimneys outside. It looks peaceful, if you don't listen too carefully. But beneath the muffled quiet lies a tension held like breath. The house has endured many nights like this, and the family has learned to live in the pauses between danger. You watch them move through their routines, small rituals of normalcy. The mother folding blankets, the father checking the windows for gaps in the blackout, the child arranging the blocks in neat patterns of pretend safety. In this room you see what the Blitz truly threatened, not just buildings, but the fragile architecture of family life. The sudden descent into fear. The siren begins without warning, a low, wavering cry that rises through the air like a wounded animal. The child freezes mid-play, block in hand. The mother's needle stops. The father folds the paper carefully, as though neatness could protect them. They move quickly, but not frantically. They've done this too many nights to let panic lead the way. The mother gathers blankets and coats. The father slides the blackout curtain tighter. The child clutches a small stuffed rabbit. "Come along, love," the mother whispers, her voice steady. They step into the backyard, where the Anderson shelter waits half buried in the earth. Corrugated steel bent into a half-moon, reinforced with sandbags, covered in dirt and stubborn tufts of grass. A vegetable patch grows beside it, carrots, potatoes, cabbage, which the family tends by day and passes by in haste at night. The shelter door creaks as the father opens it. Cool air rises from the narrow entrance. Inside, the space is cramped. 3 benches, 2 lanterns, a tin of biscuits, a few books, a pack of playing cards. They settle inside as the sirens grow louder. The child sits between the parents, holding both their hands. You hear the distant engines, that dull, rolling hum that becomes intimately known on nights like this. The first explosions are faint, like someone dropping heavy crates far away. But they grow closer with each passing minute. The mother holds the child tighter. The father rubs his thumb against her shoulder. They say very little. In the tremors of the shelter, you see the shape of fear shared silently. This is what the world above does not see. Families shrinking themselves into small spaces, breathing through the shaking earth, waiting for the moment when night decides their fate. The house that holds memory. For every family who makes it to the shelter in time, another stays at home. Too far, too frail, too stubborn, or too hopeful to leave. You picture an elderly man sitting by his fireplace, cane leaning against the mantel. His hands rest on his knees, veins rising like threads beneath thin skin. He listens to the sirens, but does not move. His wife has passed. His children are grown and far away. The house is his last anchor. He whispers to the crackling coals, "If it's coming for me, it can find me here." He doesn't mean it bravely. He means it honestly. Some families gather under stairwells, the strongest part of the house. Blankets wrapped around shoulders, chairs pulled close together, radios muffled beneath cushions. A single candle flickers on a saucer. When the first blast hits the neighborhood, dust drifts down from the rafters. A girl clings to her brother. A mother prays without sound. A father tries to smile for his children, though his hands tremble too much to hide it. Homes were supposed to be strong, safe, permanent. The Blitz changed the definition of a home from a structure to a feeling, from walls to arms, from rooms to breaths shared in darkness. What gets saved in a hurry? When the sirens sound, families don't have time to collect everything. They take what matters most. You imagine a woman gathering her wedding ring, a locket with a faded photograph, a letter she received before the war, a father lifting a cradle with both arms, though he knows the child will outgrow it soon, a child grabbing a tin containing marbles, sorting through them instinctively, choosing the ones with patterns that remind him of summer. People pack quickly. Blankets, a thermos of tea, a small Bible, a folded newspaper from the day peace was declared in the last war, a knitted scarf made by someone now gone. Some families pack a single teacup from a grandmother. Some take a harmonica. Some take nothing at all, choosing instead to trust that the house will still be there in the morning. One woman carries a vase, empty, chipped, because it belonged to her mother. When asked why, she simply whispers, "It's the only thing she left me." These objects become tether points, anchors to a normal life that war keeps threatening to wash away. In shelters across the city, these small items rest beside their owners like fragile companions. The fire that takes and the fire that spares. The bombs fall closer now. You hear them through the earth. Sharp, cracking detonations followed by a long, rolling rumble. Inside the shelter, the child presses the stuffed rabbit to her cheek. The mother closes her eyes. The father listens for patterns, trying to guess distance, direction, the odds. And then, a sound different from all the others. A deep, sudden thud, followed by a hollow tremor. The house above has been struck. You feel the shelter vibrate. Dust drifts down. The parents exchange a glance, a brief moment of shared dread. When the all clear comes, hours later, the family emerges into a world changed. The house is still standing, but altered like a memory half erased. Windows shattered. Roof tiles scattered across the yard. The kitchen door blown inward. Inside, the wooden blocks lie in heaps of dust. The sewing table is overturned. The kettle lies dented on the floor. But the walls remain. And that is enough. They sweep slowly. They collect shards. They repair what they can. Other families are not as fortunate. A row of houses down the street has collapsed into a jagged mound of brick and timber. Firemen search for survivors. The air smells of ash and wet smoke. A woman stands barefoot in her nightdress, staring at the ruins of her home without blinking. A warden wraps a blanket around her shoulders. She doesn't feel it. The loss is too large. The night took too much. You watch her face, numb, blank, stunned. She whispers the name of her daughter. Once, twice, 3 times. That is the truest memory of the Blitz. Not just destruction, but longing. For safety, for people, for yesterday. The small resurrections of morning. Morning reveals what night has broken. Families step outside to see which pieces of their lives remain. A teacup somehow intact. A photograph found in a pile of rubble. A child's book opened to a random page. A single chair standing upright among the wreckage. Neighbors gather, quietly offering help. Someone hands bread to a family with soot on their faces. Someone else carries buckets of water from a nearby pump. Children pick through safe piles for toys, squealing when they find something recognizable. And in the midst of ruin, small acts of grace emerge. A mother finds a surviving drawing taped to the wall. A crooked sun drawn by her daughter weeks ago. She presses it to her chest as if holding her child's heartbeat. A man discovers his wife's knitting intact, the half-finished scarf still on the needles. He sits on a doorstep and finishes a row with trembling hands, as though continuing her work keeps her spirit near. A child finds her stuffed rabbit in the yard, ears scorched but body whole. She hugs it fiercely. These fragments of survival become symbols of defiance. Londoners learn that even broken things can be carried forward. The evening rituals that keep families whole. By dusk, routines begin again, as if the city refuses to let war dictate its rhythm. Women wash soot from windowsills. Men patch cracks in walls with salvaged bricks. Children draw chalk flowers on pavement still stained with ash. Families sit down for simple meals. Potatoes, tea, whatever remained unharmed. The food tastes smoky, but it is shared, and sharing makes anything bearable. The radio crackles with familiar voices. Newsreaders speak with calm tones, and families lean closer as if the steadiness of the voice can stitch their hearts. The mother sews again. The father checks the blackout cloth. The child builds a new castle, one tower higher than before. And when the sirens sound again, they gather their blankets, take each other's hands, and descend into the earth once more. Not because they are fearless, but because family is a thread, thin, fragile, unbreakable in spirit, that must be protected each night the sky falls. As the family settles into the shelter once more, you watch the lantern flicker gently across their faces. The child sleeps against the mother's shoulder. The father keeps one hand on the door, listening. Their breaths sync with the distant hum of engines, a small, trembling harmony, against a world that trembles more violently above them. This is what endured during the Blitz, the fragile, stubborn, luminous threads of family, not untouched, but unbroken. Chapter 7. The Invisible Front. Nurses, medics, and the strain of saving lives. The soft light of the wards. You enter the hospital before dawn, when the world outside is still dim with smoke and the windows rattle faintly from the last distant explosions. The corridor lights glow softly, muted under shaded lamps to avoid drawing attention from the sky. The air smells of antiseptic, damp wool, and something metallic lingering from the night's emergencies. A nurse moves past you, walking briskly but quietly. Her shoes make almost no sound. Her hands, though trembling with fatigue, are steady. She carries not just bandages and medicine, but the weight of every life she's touched tonight. In a ward down the hall, cots are arranged in neat rows. Most are occupied, some by men still half covered in dust, some by women with small burns on their arms from pulling relatives out of collapsed rooms, some by wardens, firefighters, railway workers, factory hands, faces marked with smoke, eyebrows singed, hands blistered. The nurses glide between them like calm shadows. They adjust blankets, check pulses, offer sips of water, remove shards of glass with tweezers warmed between their palms, speak softly enough to steady breath, but never disturb the fragile quiet. You pause in the doorway. A nurse touches a man's forehead with a cloth dipped in warm water. Her voice is nearly a whisper. There now. Steady. Just breathe. Her tenderness feels like a form of resistance, a quiet refusal to let war steal the softness of the human heart. The first wave of casualties. When the bombs fall, the hospitals prepare long before the injured arrive. You picture the matron standing at the nurses' station, clipboard in hand, checking lanterns, stretchers, tools, gloves. The ward sisters gather supplies with disciplined efficiency. Orderlies move tables aside to make room for more cots. A doctor rolls up his sleeves and wipes his glasses on the hem of his shirt. Outside, the engines grow louder. The ground trembles with each blast. And then the first casualties arrive. Stretchers carried by volunteers sway gently through the dim corridor. Bodies covered in soot, faces pale except for streaks where tears washed the dust away. Some groan. Some remain silent. Some clutch another person's clothing even while unconscious, as if refusing to let go of the world. The nurses step forward. The atmosphere transforms. Not frantic, not chaotic, but urgent and focused. A woman with burns on her hands is guided to a basin filled with warm water. A boy with a head wound is placed gently on a cot as his mother collapses into a chair nearby. A man covered in debris, possibly a dock worker, gasps for breath and is given oxygen from a tank that rattles as the valve opens. You watch a nurse take his hand, her thumb brushing over his knuckles, anchoring him to something human amid the pain. This is the invisible front. This is where war becomes flesh and blood. The triage in the night. There are moments in the Blitz when hospitals become islands, floating in darkness, surrounded by fire, illuminated only by lanterns, powered by courage rather than electricity. You see it now, a makeshift triage area set up in the hospital basement. The walls are bare brick. Pipes run overhead. Water drips into buckets from cracked joints. The floor trembles faintly with each distant detonation. A doctor stands under a single bulb, examining the injured as they arrive. His voice is quiet, his gestures precise, his decisions swift. This one to surgery. This one needs morphine. This one, sit him there, keep him warm, watch his breathing. Get her upstairs as soon as there's room. A nurse writes notes in a trembling hand. Another prepares bandages. Another checks wounds with the practiced calm of someone who has seen too much but still refuses to look away. You see a teenage girl on a stretcher, hair matted with dust, breathing shallowly. A nurse kneels beside her, brushing debris from her forehead. She speaks softly, introducing herself, asking the girl's name even though she knows the girl cannot answer. Names matter. They make the suffering personal, not statistical. The nurse keeps talking anyway, her voice steady and warm, because sometimes a voice is the only medicine that reaches the frightened heart. The surgeons of the blackout night. In the operating theatre, the blackout curtains turn the windows into silent walls. The room glows with the cold, steady light of shaded lamps. Surgeons bend over their patients like sculptors of fragile clay. Their tools glint faintly. Their gloves are damp with sweat. Their masks cling to their cheeks. Their breaths create small clouds on the inside of their visors. A young nurse stands at the foot of the table, holding the patient's foot gently in both hands to keep the body steady. Another hands instruments with quiet precision. A third monitors the slow rise and fall of the chest. You watch one surgeon pause, close his eyes for half a second, and steady himself before making the next incision. Not because he doubts, but because he cares so much that each action needs to be perfect. Scalpels cut, clamps click, blood beads, sutures pull, breaths hitch, lives hang by threads, and yet the room feels almost peaceful, as if this place stands outside the war, untouched by the chaos above. This is bravery without spectacle, a war fought with hands, not weapons. The nurses who never leave their posts. Outside the operating room, the wards overflow. Cots line hallways. Blankets are stacked on windowsills. Patients whisper in the dim light. A nurse moves between them with a calmness that seems impossible at this hour. Her hair is pinned tightly. Her uniform is smudged with soot. Her posture remains upright. She checks pulses with warm fingertips. She replaces bandages. She cleans wounds with gentle care. She whispers words of comfort no one else hears clearly. You watch her pause beside an elderly man with a broken ankle. She kneels to adjust his splint. He winces. "I know," she murmurs. "I know, love." Nearly done. When she stands, her knees crack audibly. She ignores the pain. Down the hall, another nurse sings softly to a crying child, a lullaby that her own mother used to sing. The melody floats through the corridor like a thin thread of light in the dark. In the far ward, a nurse reads letters aloud to those too injured to hold paper. Old letters from sons abroad, from daughters evacuated to the countryside, from husbands serving at sea. Her voice doesn't tremble, but her eyes shine. Nurses do not simply treat injuries. They hold the emotional weight of entire rooms, and they do it night after night, without rest, without recognition, without the luxury of breaking. The ambulance crews of the burning streets. Beyond the hospital walls, another kind of healer moves through the city. The ambulance drivers and first aid volunteers. You picture them navigating streets still smoking from the night's raids, steering around craters, dodging fallen debris, calling out into collapsed houses, lifting survivors through shattered doorways. Inside the ambulances, the air smells of diesel and antiseptic. A volunteer holds pressure on a wound with one hand and braces herself with the other as the vehicle jolts over rubble. You see a driver, a woman in her 40s, guiding her ambulance through a narrow alley lit only by the fire's glow. Her face is set with determination. Her knuckles whiten on the wheel. She stops beside a collapsed shop. A warden waves her closer. Two firefighters carry a man toward her, his body limp, his breath shallow. She doesn't ask questions. She simply lowers the stretcher ramp and prepares the blankets. This is the invisible choreography of survival, a chain of hands from rubble to hospital bed, moving in rhythm against destruction. The dawn rounds. As the first pale light enters the sky, the hospital quiets. Patients sleep, exhausted. A few murmur in dreams shaped by fire. Some wake in confusion, startled by the stillness. Nurses make their rounds in calm, steady steps. They move like guardians of the fragile morning. One checks dressings with soft fingers. Another adjusts pillows. Another pours warm water into a basin so a woman can wash her hands for the first time since being rescued. You see a nurse pause beside a window, looking out at the smoke curling above the rooftops. Her eyes are tired, far older than her years, but when she turns back to her work, her expression softens. There are more patients waiting. There is always more to do, and she will be ready. You watch as a nurse steps into a quiet ward, carrying a lantern that glows like a small sun. She moves between the beds, checking each patient with hands that refuse to lose their gentleness, even after a night shaped by destruction. Outside, the city smolders. Inside, she lights the room with something stronger than fire, the quiet resilience of someone who chooses to save lives, even when the world is breaking around her. This is the invisible front, hands healing what bombs try to take, voices soothing what fear tries to fracture, hearts steady in a war with no front lines, and they will do it again tonight. Chapter 8. Waiting Through the Dark. The Psychology of Fear, Fatigue and Hope. The hours that stretch and shudder. You're sitting on a wooden bench in a shelter crowded with quiet bodies. The air feels thick, warm in some places, cool in others, carrying the strange smell of damp wool, metal tins and tired breath. A lantern glows above you, its weak light trembling every time a distant explosion rolls through the earth. Time changes down here. Minutes stretch. Seconds pulse. Hours lose their edges. At first, people talk to pass the time. Soft murmurs drift around you. Did you hear the one about? I hope the shop wasn't hit. Do you think the fireman? I wonder if. But as the night deepens, voices fade. Silence grows like frost on glass. Fear does strange things in this quiet. It sharpens some senses while dulling others. It makes the heartbeat loud. It makes the breath shallow. It blurs the border between imagination and reality. You sit with the others, feeling the tension settle into your shoulders like a weight made of dust. Every vibration from above feels personal, as though the earth is trembling directly beneath your feet. You're not in danger, not yet, but fear is not rational. Fear is anticipation. Fear is waiting for the next sound. Fear is listening harder than you've ever listened. This is the psychology of the Blitz, a city living in the pause between impacts. How fear moves through a room. Fear is contagious, subtle in its spread, quiet in its arrival. You watch a woman clasp her hands tightly, knuckles pale. Then the man beside her straightens, as though to make himself stronger for her sake. A child hides her face in her mother's coat. Two teenagers grow suddenly silent, exchanging glances they don't want adults to see. Fear moves in glances, in breaths, in stiffened shoulders. But, strangely, so does courage. A warden steps into the shelter and smiles, gently, wearily, but sincerely, and his presence shifts the atmosphere like a fresh wind. People sit up a little straighter. A child uncovers her face. A woman exhales slowly. Courage is contagious too. Under the earth, Fear and bravery dance together in strange rhythms, one rising, the other answering, never cancelling each other out, only balancing the scales of the night. You learn something important in moments like this. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is choosing your next breath despite it. Fatigue as a landscape. Blitz fatigue is not simple exhaustion. It's an entire landscape carved into the body. People move through it every day, eyes rimmed with grey, hands trembling slightly, shoulders slumped but still upright. You see fatigue in small gestures, the way a woman rubs her temples, the way a man stares into nothing for too long, the way children fall asleep sitting upright, heads bobbing gently with each tremor of the shelter. And beneath every face lies the same truth. Sleep is no longer rest. Sleep is an escape that must be earned between sirens. Families crawl into bed at dawn, clothes smelling of dust and damp earth, ears still ringing with phantom echoes. They sleep lightly, a kind of half-conscious drift where the body collapses but the mind keeps watch. In buses, people doze with chins resting on their coats. In queues, women lean against walls with eyes half closed. In factories, workers blink repeatedly to keep from dropping a wrench. Fatigue becomes a second skin. And yet, London moves. Somehow, impossibly, it moves. The city runs on determination more than energy, on stubbornness more than strength. This is the psychology of survival, not triumph, but endurance. The quiet turning point of panic. Inside the shelter, a sudden blast lands nearer than the others. The ground shakes visibly. Dust drifts from the ceiling. A lantern swings hard enough to send shadows flailing across the walls. You feel the panic ripple. It always begins with breath. A gasp, a tightening of shoulders. Someone whispering, "Too close, too close." For a moment, panic threatens the room. An invisible wave rising, leaning, about to break. Then something gentle cuts through it. A woman in her 60s begins humming, softly, slowly, almost shyly. The tune drifts through the air like a thread pulling a torn fabric together. A mother picks it up. A man joins quietly. A child hums off-key but sincerely. The panic retreats, not because the danger has passed, but because people remind each other how to breathe. Fear narrows the world, but music widens it again. Even one soft note can give the mind a place to rest. The strange comfort of routine. Routine becomes a psychological shield. You see it everywhere. People folding blankets the same way each night, checking their watches even when time feels meaningless, carrying the same tin mug to the shelter, wearing the same coat, lighting the same lantern. These tiny rituals provide order when the world outside has none. A woman always pours tea for her elderly neighbor. A man always brings extra gloves for those who forget theirs. A child always counts the footsteps between the stairs and the bench. Someone always arranges the benches so they face the same direction. These repeated actions anchor the mind, transforming fear into something familiar, manageable, almost domestic. The Blitz creates chaos. People counter it with pattern. Even routine whispers hope. If I'm doing this again, it means I survived yesterday. Hope in impossible places. Hope is the most surprising thing you find in a shelter. Not loud hope, not patriotic slogans or bold speeches. Small hope, quiet hope, hope woven into the smallest gestures. A woman offering half her last biscuit to a stranger. A man sharpening a pencil for a child so she can keep drawing. A teenager reading aloud from a worn book to steady his younger brother. A mother brushing soot from her daughter's hair with slow, gentle strokes. Hope appears not in grand declarations, but in careful, ordinary kindness. A warden enters with news of the fire crew's progress. Nothing dramatic, just enough to lift a corner of the night. Dock fires under control. North Woolwich is quiet now. St. Paul's is still standing. People nod, absorbing the hope like warmth. The Blitz tries to collapse the mind inward. Hope keeps it outward, toward others, toward morning, toward the next breath. Sometimes hope is not belief. Sometimes it's simply choosing not to despair. The long exhale of dawn. At last, after hours that felt like days, the all-clear rises faintly above the rooftops. It begins like a sigh, a long, slow, rising tone that pulls shoulders downward and releases tension from the body like steam from a kettle. The shelter shifts. People stand, stretch, blink into the lantern's fading light. But it is not excitement you feel, nor relief. It is the heaviness of survival. The mind reconnects to the world above with caution, knowing that the night has rewritten something, that the home may or may not still stand, that the street may look different, that the city is wounded again. Yet people climb the steps anyway, faces pale, eyes swollen with fatigue, breaths deep. They go to see what morning has left them. This is the psychology of hope, knowing the world might be broken, and going up to meet it anyway. You stand just outside the shelter entrance, breathing smoke-tinged morning air, watching the street fill with people emerging into the fragile light. Their steps are slow, but steady, their faces weary, but open, their hearts bruised, but still beating. Fear, fatigue, hope, all of them walking side by side, in the bodies of ordinary people. This is what waiting through the dark truly looks like. A quiet battle waged in breath and silence, in trembling hands and steady footsteps, in the fragile, unbreakable human mind. And another night will come, and they will endure that too. Chapter 9. When daylight returned, the aftermath, the rubble, and the resolve of a city. The first light after the fire. You step out of the shelter just as dawn begins to form, not as a bright sunrise, but as a thin, hesitant glow pressing through a haze of smoke. The air is strange at this hour, heavy, warm in pockets, cold in others, carrying the scent of burned timber, wet stone, and dust that clings to your tongue. The street is unrecognizable. Where yesterday stood rows of soot-streaked brick houses, there are now mounds of rubble, piles of shattered tile, splintered window frames, uprooted chimneys lying sideways like fallen monuments. A lamppost leans at a hopeless angle. A bicycle, bent in half, rests on its side. A kettle lies in the road, dented, its lid missing. The world is altered, and yet, somehow, painfully familiar. You watch as the first people emerge, blinking into the morning. Children held by the hand. Women with shawls over their hair, men with faces carved by fatigue. They walk slowly, as if afraid that moving too quickly might reveal something worse. This is the first ritual of daylight after a raid, the quiet accounting of what remains. The city redrawn in debris. London in daylight is a city redrawn by the night. You walk along a street where every step crunches on broken glass, a sound so common now it barely registers. Soot covers every surface like black snow. Wooden beams jut from collapsed roofs like ribs from a half-buried skeleton, and people move among it all with astonishing calm. A woman sweeps her doorstep, even though there is no longer a door. A man picks up bricks one by one, stacking them neatly as if preparing for builders. Two boys gather fallen slates, their pockets stuffed with nails and fragments, treasures of survival. You see a fireman leaning against a hydrant, helmet under his arm, eyes distant. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. His presence says everything about the night. A milkman pushes his cart down the street, bottles rattling softly. He pauses to hand a bottle to a family standing outside what used to be their home. "No charge today," he murmurs. It's a small gesture, barely audible, but it's enough to make the woman's eyes fill. You notice these moments everywhere. A neighbor offering blankets, another offering a bucket of water, someone passing a loaf of bread through a broken window frame. The city is not defeated. It is rearranged, roughly, painfully, but held together by invisible threads of kindness. The digging, the searching, the hoping. Some parts of the city are quiet tragedies. You walk into a courtyard where a rescue crew is still sifting through rubble. Their boots kick up clouds of dust. They move with slow precision, lifting beams, rolling bricks aside, listening for any sound beneath. A warden stands nearby, clipboard in hand, marking names, with a kind of reverence. A young man suddenly calls out, not loud, not hopeful, just a steady signal to his team. They gather around a collapsed basement. A moment passes, another, then a faint noise. Someone shifts a beam. Another leans closer. A voice, weak, hoarse, but alive. The rescuers move with renewed energy, careful, deliberate, as if handling fragile glass. Minutes feel like hours, but eventually a woman is lifted out, covered in dust, eyes blinking into daylight that feels brighter than anything she remembers. People around her quietly applaud. Not loud, not triumphant, just warm, grateful, exhausted claps. You realize then how deeply daylight matters, not just for visibility, but because it allows hope to breathe. The faces of those who lost everything. But not every street has miracles. You turn a corner into an emptiness that feels heavier than rubble. A house stands with only one wall intact, a child's wallpaper visible, a lone cupboard still hanging sideways from its hinge, and beside it stands a family, silent. A mother holds her daughter's hand, eyes fixed on the ruin as if willing it to return to form. A father stands slightly behind, one hand covering his mouth, shoulders trembling in tiny waves he tries to hide. A neighbor approaches. A quiet exchange. A nod. A blanket draped over the child's shoulders. Someone brings tea. Someone else brings news. A warden writes notes on a clipboard and speaks in a gentle tone. But there is a kind of grief no clipboard can help. No words can soften. You watch as the mother kneels and picks up a single object from the ruins, a small ceramic figurine. Its dress chipped but recognizable. She presses it to her chest. For a moment, she closes her eyes. Holding onto something, even a fragment, makes the loss easier to name. The city that refuses to stop. Despite the devastation, London tries to move. Shops hang signs reading, "Open if you can find a way in." Families salvage tables and chairs, placing them outside intact rooms, to create temporary kitchens or bedrooms. Factory whistles blow, though muffled, calling workers to shifts that must continue. If the war is to be endured, a bus rattles past with its windows boarded and its roof patched with tin. Children climb onto it wearing coats too big for them, heading to schools relocated in church basements. A barber sets a chair outside his damaged shop, brushing debris off the seat with a rag. Customers line up, laughing softly, as if a haircut were a luxury that could mend more than hair. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, there is sweeping. Women sweep glass from pavements. Men sweep doorsteps. Children sweep the roads in front of their homes. Sweeping is not just cleaning. It is reclaiming space. It is saying, "This is still our street." Civilization rebuilt in brush strokes. The memorials without names. Some losses cannot be swept away. You see a makeshift memorial on a wall of cracked plaster, a bouquet of singed flowers, a photograph taped beside it, a note scrawled in pencil. "We will find each other again." These shrines appear across the city, tucked into doorways, placed beside lampposts, left on piles of rubble where homes once stood. People pause to touch them. Some bow their heads. Some close their eyes for a moment. Grief is quiet in wartime, but it gathers like mist, soft, heavy, everywhere. No one weeps loudly. No one collapses. The grief of the Blitz is held inward, in tightened throats and red-rimmed eyes, in the way people move with gentleness, so as not to break further. This is mourning without ceremony. This is remembrance without rest. The resolve that grows from ashes. By afternoon, the city begins to sound like itself again. Not fully, never fully, but enough to remind you that life continues. A baker opens her oven. Once the ash is cleared, the warm smell of bread drifts through the broken street, like a promise. Children laugh as they chase a rolling tin can. Men climb ladders to hammer planks into broken frames. Women scrub soot from windowsills that survived the night. And everywhere, the same phrase passes from mouth to mouth. We carry on. It's not bravado. It's not cheerfulness. It's determination. A quiet, unshakable resolve, woven into the breath of every person you pass. A resolve to rebuild, to protect one another, to greet morning even when night has been cruel. You stand at the edge of a bomb crater, watching a group of neighbors shovel dirt from its edges, turning the wound of the earth into something manageable, something reparable. London is not unscathed, but London is unbroken. The city moves not because it is strong, but because its people refuse to let it stop. As evening approaches again, a faint golden haze settles over the streets. Smoke drifts slowly upward. Birds circle cautiously. A few children play beside the rubble, as though yesterday never happened. You watch a man sweeping his doorstep, slow, rhythmic strokes of the broom, across bricks darkened by fire. Every sweep brushes away a little of the night. Every sweep makes space for morning. This is what daylight after the Blitz truly looks like. A wounded city learning to breathe again, one gesture at a time. Epilogue. Under the slowly clearing sky. You stand at the edge of the city in the early morning hush, where the Thames meets the widening sky and the ruins of the night soften under the pale glow of dawn. The air is cool, touched by the faintest breeze drifting over the water, carrying the sense of smoke, damp stone, and something gentler, something like healing. London lies around you in quiet stillness, not silent, never silent, but subdued. A city that has spent the night holding its breath, now exhaling slowly, painfully, beautifully. You watch as a patch of sunlight pushes through a tear in the clouds. It lands on a row of battered rooftops, some missing tiles, some charred at the edges, yet all standing. A small victory written in brick and shadow. Last night's fires have settled into smouldering pockets, thin tendrils of smoke rising like wandering spirits. From a distance, they look almost peaceful, wisps of memory lifting themselves toward the sky. A fireboat drifts along the river, its engines low and patient, pushing gentle ripples across the water. The ripples touch the charred hull of a barge and continue on without hesitation. Even the river seems determined to keep moving. Behind you, footsteps echo softly across the pavement, people emerging again, from shelters, from doorways, from the protective darkness of the underground. Their faces hold the same mixture of exhaustion and resolve you've seen in every corner of this city. They walk slowly at first, looking upward as if expecting the sky to rumble again. But the clouds remain still. The morning holds. You find yourself breathing more deeply, letting the dawn settle into your lungs, like a quiet reassurance. For a moment, you see the Blitz as a kind of strange mirror, revealing not just the destruction of a city, but the stubborn endurance of the people who live within it. Men with soot-streaked faces, helping neighbors sort through rubble. Women carrying buckets of water to wash their steps. Children laughing softly as they chase a rolling tin can, the sound almost startling in its purity. London, in these mornings, feels like a wounded animal, lifting itself to its feet. You follow the curve of the river with your eyes, until you reach the distant outline of St. Paul's. Its dome rises unbroken against the clearing sky, a symbol held upright not by luck, but by the hands of countless firefighters, who refused to let the night claim it. The memory of their silhouettes moves through you like a quiet wave. It's strange how the darkest nights reveal the most luminous forms of courage, not always dramatic, often quiet, often unseen. A nurse kneeling beside a cot, her hands steady despite the tremor in her breath. A warden guiding strangers through smoke-thick alleys. A family sheltering together under a roof of corrugated steel, hands intertwined, hearts steadying one another. These are the moments that carried the city through the falling sky. Moments small in scale, enormous in meaning. You close your eyes for a moment and imagine those who survived the night, sitting around tables once more, sharing bread, mending clothes, telling stories, in voices hoarse from smoke and fear. Imagine them sweeping glass from doorsteps, patching blackout curtains, lifting one another's spirits, with simple, steady acts of care. Imagine them standing at their thresholds, as evening returns, listening for the sirens, preparing once again to endure the dark. Because the Blitz was not one night, it was many, a long season of uncertainty, in which daylight became a fragile blessing, and nightfall a test repeated endlessly. And yet London endured, not because its buildings were strong, but because its people were. You open your eyes again as the sun lifts higher, casting long beams across the river. The smoke glows gold in the new light. Birds begin to circle, tentative at first, then with growing confidence. As the sky clears inch by inch, a woman nearby brushes ash from her coat and lifts her child into her arms. A man smooths the soot from his hat and places it squarely on his head. Two neighbors meet eyes over a broken fence and exchange weary nods, a recognition of shared survival. The day is beginning in earnest now. Shops will reopen where walls still stand. Factories will hum again despite broken windows. Fire crews will patrol the smoldering ruins. Wardens will prepare for another night. And life, fragile and determined, will inch its way forward through the rubble of the hours that came before. You take one more breath, a long, quiet inhale of river air, cool and smoky, filled with the weight of memory and the promise of morning. The worst nights leave scars on a city, but daylight invites reflection, a gentle reminder that every sunrise is an act of defiance against whatever tried to break the world in the dark. As the sky clears above you, you feel the story settle into its final shape, not a tale of destruction, but a meditation on endurance, on tenderness, on the quiet bravery threaded through ordinary days. And you realize something simple and profound. The Blitz was not just a battle fought in the air. It was a battle fought in the hearts of those who stayed, those who swept their steps, cooked breakfast over camp stoves, held each other in shelters, patched roofs with trembling hands, and returned to their windows each morning to greet a sky that had not been kind, but was still faithfully there. The sky slowly clears, the river keeps flowing, and London breathes again. The night quiets again, long after the last fires have dimmed. Streets that once shook with falling weight now lie still, carrying only the soft echo of what has passed. Windows reopen. A door creaks. Someone sweeps dust from a doorstep as if clearing space for breath itself. Cities learn to endure. They bend, but they do not break. And in the long days after the sirens fade, courage settles into quieter shapes, the kind that grows not from surviving the sky, but from choosing what to do with the silence that follows. For some, that courage becomes routine, rebuilding, writing letters, helping neighbors, finding calm in whatever fragments remain. For others, it becomes something sharper, a decision made quietly, in a room lit by a single lamp, where truth begins to speak even when the world tries to hush it. From these quieter hours, another story rises, not of fire, but of paper and ink, not of shelters, but of students who believed that even in darkness, a voice can still carry. Let the noise of the Blitz settle behind you now. Step into Munich, where resistance moves in whispers, and where courage takes the form of a leaflet drifting through the air. Part 2. The White Rose. Sophie Scholl and Germany's Student Resistance. Night settles over Munich with a kind of careful quiet, as if the city is holding its breath beneath layers of darkness and snow. In 1942, the war has already shaped every street, every whispered conversation, every passing figure moving beneath the lamps along Ludwigstrasse. But here, in this city of students and scholars, there is still a pulse of thoughtfulness that refuses to die, even as the regime tries to smother it. You can feel it as you stand on the steps of the university, a faint vibration, a hush of shifting pages, a sense that something fragile but determined is beginning to stir. Inside, the halls smell of chalk and cold stone. Footsteps echo in long corridors lined with heavy doors and notice boards crowded with propaganda notices. Posters press order and obedience into the air like a heavy perfume. Yet beneath all that weight, some minds have not fallen silent. Some hearts have not surrendered. It is in these halls, between lectures, in dimly lit rooms where students gather over worn desks, that a resistance begins to take shape. A small one, a quiet one, a white rose pushing through frost. You follow the faint murmur of voices through a stairwell and into a modest room cluttered with books. Goethe, Schiller, Augustine, lined up beside medical texts and philosophy notes. Here is where Sophie Scholl sits, her posture calm, her hands folded over a leaflet draft she is reading for the first time tonight. She is 21 years old, with a presence that feels both understated and quietly radiant. The lamplight softens her features, and there is something steady in her eyes, not defiance exactly, but clarity. A willingness to see what is happening around her without flinching. On the opposite side of the desk, her brother Hans leans forward, elbows braced, fingers tapping a slow rhythm against the wood. He is older by 3 years, earnest, quick to laugh in safer times, but tonight he carries a strain in his shoulders, a tension that comes from trying to move faster than fear. On the table between them lie several sheets covered in careful handwriting, words that question the war, the dictatorship, the silence that has settled across Germany like fog. Hans glances up at Sophie, waiting for her reaction. He trusts her judgment more than anyone's. She picks up one of the pages, reading it again slowly. The words are blunt but measured, written with the vocabulary of philosophy and the weight of conscience. Her breath settles. Then she lifts her gaze and nods once, soft, certain. "It's right," she says, and in that moment, the white rose gains its final voice. You stand a little apart from them, watching the lamplight tremble gently as a draft moves through the room. Outside, a patrol walks by, boots striking the sidewalk in strict, mechanical rhythm. But the footsteps do not reach this small chamber where ideas still breathe. Here, youth has not been consumed by the machinery of the state. Here, the human spirit still remembers how to stand upright. The work begins quietly. A typewriter rattles in the corner as Christoph Probst, thoughtful and calm-eyed, shapes the final lines for the second leaflet. His presence is gentle, almost monk-like, a counterbalance to Hans's restless energy. In the evenings, when the university has emptied, they gather in small groups, 4, 5, sometimes 6. They speak cautiously, always aware that even walls can betray them, but their conviction grows page by page, word by word. Paper, ink, ribbon, envelopes, postage. Every simple material becomes an act of defiance. Thousands of leaflets copied in cramped apartments, envelopes slipped into coat pockets, letters mailed across Germany in small bursts, like quiet sparks scattered against darkness. Each leaflet begins with a call to conscience, its tone unmistakably calm, intellectual, rooted in the moral tradition they grew up with. They are not trying to overthrow the state with force. They are trying to awaken a nation with thought. Winter deepens. Bombers drone overhead at night. Lines lengthen outside bakeries. Rumors shift restlessly from one neighborhood to another. Russian advances, shortages, disappearances. But inside the university, Sophie carries her books with a light stride, her expression composed, her scarf tucked neatly into her coat. To anyone watching, she looks like a typical student. No one sees the folded sheets hidden between her notebooks, the words she will leave in phone booths, stairwells, lecture halls, and mailboxes. You stand beside her as she pauses before the grand atrium doors, listening to the muted sounds of students moving through the building. Whispers, the shuffle of papers, the crackle of loudspeakers. She breathes in slowly, and for a moment she seems impossibly young. But when she steps forward, something in her gaze sharpens, gentle but unbreakable. This is where the story begins. In a university heavy with silence. In a winter that presses down on every thought. In a room where a group of young people decide that truth must be spoken, even if only on thin paper slipped into waiting hands. The war moves outside like a distant storm. But here, in these quiet halls, another kind of courage is taking root. A rose in the snow. White, fragile, and unstoppable. Chapter 1. Before the storm. Before the war, before the leaflets, before the thin sheets of paper fluttered down a Munich atrium like white birds escaping a cage, there was simply a family in a small German town, trying to live an honest life in a world that was beginning to tilt. The Scholls did not seem extraordinary from the outside. Their home in Ulm was modest, bright with morning sun, loud with siblings who argued and reconciled quickly, and full of the sensible warmth their parents carried into every room. You can almost hear the rhythm of that house now. Footsteps on wooden floors, the creak of old doors, the clatter of dishes during breakfast conversations that never shied away from difficult topics. Their father, Robert Scholl, believed in integrity the way some men believe in ritual. He practiced it daily, through small things. Fairness in his work, honesty in his opinions, the quiet insistence that dignity mattered more than obedience. Their mother, Magdalena, moved gently through their lives, grounding the home with a faith that softened harsh edges. The children grew up breathing in this atmosphere. Hans, fiery and imaginative. Sophie, thoughtful and perceptive. Their siblings close behind, full of their own hopes and uncertainties. In these years, Germany was still recovering from the wounds of the last war. Streets held both memory and apprehension. People were tired of instability, poverty, humiliation. Many longed for something simple, something steady. And into that longing stepped a rising movement promising order, unity, strength. At first, to many young people, it looked like a kind of renewal. Festivals, songs, hiking groups, uniforms, collective purpose. Symbols that appealed to youth who wanted to feel part of something larger than themselves. Hans and Sophie were drawn into that world like thousands of others. They were curious, energetic, eager to belong. The Bundisch Jugend, with its camping trips, songs around the fire, and sense of camaraderie, had always appealed to them. When it began merging into the growing structure of the Hitler Youth and the League of German Girls, it didn't immediately feel dangerous. It felt like a continuation of what they had already loved. Nature, friendship, adventure, ideals carried in rucksacks along forest trails. You can picture Sophie at 15, walking with her friends beneath tall pines, singing harmonies that echoed through bright summer air. There is laughter, the feel of worn boots on earth, the thrill of independence. These early memories remain untouched by what would come later. They are part of who she was, open, earnest, hopeful. But slowly, a change began threading through the songs, the meetings, the uniforms. Something stiffened, something narrowed. The demands grew more rigid, the ideals more absolute, the tone more urgent. Between the lines of service and discipline, the children were being taught to look at the world through a single, unforgiving lens. And both Hans and Sophie, sensitive to shifts in atmosphere, raised in a home where independent thought was not just encouraged but expected, felt the tightening. Hans was the first to sense the trap. He saw how easy it was for youthful energy to become a tool, how quickly idealism could be shaped into obedience. He began asking questions no one wanted to hear. Why were certain books suddenly discouraged? Why did some teachers vanish from classrooms without explanation? Why were certain friends avoided, whispered about, quietly erased from gatherings? One evening, after returning from a meeting, he sat in the kitchen long after the lamps were extinguished, staring at his hands as though they no longer entirely belonged to him. The next morning, he spoke little. A seed of disquiet had been planted, and it grew quickly. Sophie's awakening came more gently, but no less deeply. She noticed changes in her friends, how they repeated certain phrases with mechanical enthusiasm, how they hesitated before expressing private doubts. The world was becoming cautious, careful. Even conversations in schoolyards seemed to have edges. People thought twice before speaking once. She loved her country. She loved the beauty of its landscapes, its poetry, its music, its traditions. But she could not understand why love needed to be proved by uniformity. She could not reconcile the new demands with the quiet, human truths her parents had taught her at the dinner table. In those years, the landscape of Germany felt like a corridor gradually narrowing. Each month brought new restrictions, new expectations, new silences. But before Sophie or Hans fully understood the direction of the wind, the storm had already begun to build. The world beyond their home shifted with accelerating speed. Rearmament, marches, rallies, crackdowns hidden beneath patriotic slogans. The atmosphere grew tense, electric, like the air just before lightning tears open the sky. Still, in the Scholl household, ordinary life continued. Sophie read Goethe by the window. Hans sketched ideas in notebooks. They hiked when they could. They talked late into the night about the future, about the world, about what mattered. The house remained an island of thoughtfulness, even as the sea around it churned. Then came moments that could not be ignored. A Jewish neighbor disappearing, a local official treating suspicion as truth, a teacher abruptly dismissed. These were small fractures at first, narrow cracks in the facade. But the cracks widened. You stand with Sophie one late afternoon as she walks home from school, passing buildings she has known all her life. She pauses before a shuttered shop, its windows empty, its sign removed. The street is quiet, the air still. She reads the faint marks where the old lettering used to be. Something settles in her chest. A sadness, a question, a quiet conviction she cannot yet name. Hans, increasingly restless, drifts toward circles where conversations are more honest. He attends youth meetings that are less aligned with official groups, gatherings where philosophy and doubt coexist. He reads forbidden books. He begins to see the world as it is, not as it is painted. The regime notices. He is arrested briefly, questioned, released with a warning. The experience changes him, sharpening his insight into the machinery tightening around young people. These years, 1936, 1937, 1938, are the slow turning of a key in a lock that will eventually seal Germany in darkness. But they are also the years in which the Scholl siblings begin to see clearly. In quiet ways, in private moments, the ground beneath them shifts. And though the storm has not yet broken, though the world has not yet plunged into war, the path that will lead them toward resistance has already begun to take shape. War finally arrived not with a single thunderclap, but with a series of distant rumbles that rolled across Germany like approaching weather. People learned to read the tone of radio broadcasts the way they once read the sky. A speech meant tension. A pause meant danger. A cheer from a passing group meant the pressure to celebrate something you did not truly believe in. And yet, outwardly, life continued. Shops opened, trains ran, Schools threaded lessons through the new political fabric. But beneath everyday routines, the ground trembled. For Sophie, the shift was both external and internal. She began questioning assignments given at school, asking why certain ideas were forbidden, why certain writers were labeled decadent, why certain classmates withdrew into silence. She had long admired the poetry of Rilke, the philosophy of human dignity woven into older texts, the moral landscapes carved by thinkers stretching back centuries. She sensed, more than understood, that these voices were becoming dangerous to hold too close. One evening, she returned home to find her father sitting alone at the kitchen table, newspaper folded beside him. He looked at her with quiet concern, the kind that does not need many words. "You must remember," he said gently, "that your mind is your own. Guard it." She never forgot that sentence. It became a compass inside her. Hans, meanwhile, was growing into early adulthood with a kind of moral impatience. He saw contradictions everywhere, people who spoke boldly in private and obediently in public, neighbors who condemned cruelty but remained silent when cruelty walked past their doors, classmates who followed orders they privately despised. He could not accept that silence was the price of safety. Something in him pressed outward, searching for the edges of truth like a flame testing the shape of its container. As the military victories of the early war years flooded the newspapers, enthusiasm surged across the country. Cities draped banners from balconies. Crowds cheered in public squares. Many believed Germany was rising again. But the Scholls, especially the children, shaped by the intellectual honesty of their home, sensed a troubling undertone. Victory meant expansion, and expansion meant violence. Success meant deeper entanglement in a system that demanded obedience at the cost of conscience. You watched Sophie standing at her bedroom window one morning, dawn light pale and cool, a radio faintly playing patriotic music downstairs. She looks out at familiar houses, gardens, rooftops, all unchanged, and yet she knows something fundamental has shifted beneath the surface. The world is moving in a direction she cannot follow without betraying herself. She begins reading more philosophy. Augustine, Pascal, Kierkegaard. She writes reflections in notebooks, pressing thoughts into paper like seeds she hopes will take root someday. She walks long distances alone, thinking, sorting, feeling her way toward clarity. The more she listens to her own mind, the less the official world makes sense. Hans's transformation accelerates when he enters medical training and military service. There he encounters people who are braver in thought than in speech, individuals who share ideas in private but fall quiet in official spaces. He sees how fear governs even the most intelligent men, how the atmosphere of suspicion shapes behavior more tightly than any written rule. During one of his early service periods, he watches a fellow trainee discreetly hide a forbidden book, the German Constitution. A simple document, yet dangerous. Hans helps him conceal it without speaking a word. It is a small act, but one that plants a deeper understanding of the stakes. Ideas themselves are being hunted. In these years, the Scholl's inner resistance does not yet have a name. It is not yet a movement. It is simply a posture, an unwillingness to surrender their minds, a refusal to let ideology replace morality, a quiet belief that truth, once seen, cannot be unseen. Germany continues to tighten. Newspapers become predictable. Speeches become repetitive. Symbols multiply in public spaces, pressing themselves into daily life. Conversations shrink into safe zones, carefully contained within trusted circles. Even then, people choose their words with caution. Language itself becomes thinner, reduced to phrases approved from above. Still, small pockets of humanity persist. A professor quotes a banned poet in a lecture with a subtle smile. A friend whispers a forbidden opinion in a hallway. Someone leaves a pamphlet from an older, dissolved youth group tucked behind a book in the library. These moments glimmer like scattered lights across a night landscape, dim but present. Sophie, increasingly perceptive, notices how these glimmers form a pattern. She senses an undercurrent of quiet dissent, especially among students, scholars, clergy, and individuals who remember a Germany before the tightening. Conversations deepen. Ideas circulate behind closed doors. There is longing for a moral center, for something untainted by propaganda. And all the while, Sophie and Hans grow closer in thought. They exchange letters, long, steady, reflective. They debate theology, politics, ethics. They wrestle with what it means to be responsible human beings in a time when responsibility has been redefined as obedience. One autumn afternoon, Sophie walks with her friend through the streets of Ulm, leaves drifting around their feet. They speak softly about the rumors of deportations, though neither of them truly knows the scope of what is happening. Fear threads through the conversation. But fear does not silence Sophie. She asks questions no one else dares to voice aloud, though even she lowers her tone as passers-by approach. By the time she reaches university age, her internal compass is set. She does not yet know the path she will take, or the price it will demand, but she knows that conscience must be her guide. Not authority, not ideology, not the pressure to fit safely into a world that is losing itself. And so, when she applies to the University of Munich in 1942, she carries with her not only books and hopes and notebooks filled with quotations, but also a growing clarity. That silence in the face of wrongdoing is a form of participation. As she steps into the city for the first time as a student, the war is already turning. The early victories are fading. The front is stretching thin. The news grows more restrained. And Munich, the birthplace of the movement now consuming the continent, feels heavy with unspoken tension. You walk beside her as she enters the university courtyard, surrounded by tall buildings that capture the morning light in austere plains of stone. Students pass by with purposeful strides, their expressions guarded, their voices low. Somewhere in the distance, a typewriter echoes faintly behind a half-open window. Sophie pauses for a moment and looks up at the archways, the statues, the cold sky framed above. She inhales. The air tastes of both possibility and danger, and in that quiet moment, the path of her life, the one that will lead her toward a small circle of friends, a pile of leaflets, a morning in the atrium, and a line history will never forget, begins its final curve. The storm is no longer approaching. It is here, and in its shadow, the white rose is ready to bloom. Chapter 2. Munich in Shadow. Munich in 1942 does not look like a city at war, not at first glance. It remains elegant, almost stately, with its wide boulevards, clean stone facades, and quiet residential streets lined with chestnut trees. On ordinary mornings, trams still rattle past the university, carrying students with books tucked under their arms. Bakeries open early, and the smell of warm bread drifts into the cold air. People hurry along the sidewalks with the same practiced rhythm they learned years ago. Life continues, because it must. But if you walk a little slower, if you stand still long enough to listen, you begin to feel the tension beneath the surface. Munich is not simply a city. It is the symbolic birthplace of the movement gripping Germany. It is a place where loyalty is assumed, where dissent is particularly dangerous, and where silence feels heavier than sound. You move alongside Sophie Scholl as she steps off the tram and walks toward the Ludwig Maximilian University. Her books are pressed against her chest. Her scarf is wrapped neatly around her neck. To any observer, she looks like an ordinary student. But beneath her calm expression, her thoughts move with a quiet alertness. She is learning how to watch the world without appearing to scrutinize it. Munich teaches her quickly. Posters line the streets, calls for loyalty, calls for sacrifice, calls for unity. Notices about food rationing, lists of new regulations, portraits of leaders staring down from walls with unblinking eyes. Even the architecture seems to carry authority, the old buildings absorbing the new atmosphere as if they had been constructed for it all along. Inside the university, the air carries a faint smell of ink, worn paper, and damp winter coats. Students climb the steps in pairs and trios, voices low, careful. The war has seeped into every lecture hall, every seminar, every casual conversation. Professors speak with precision, omitting certain topics entirely. A few, courageous, reckless, or both, allow their meaning to slip into a single raised eyebrow, a lingering pause after a banned poet's name, a deliberate emphasis on a philosophical idea that contradicts the political environment. Sophie notices them all. She is drawn to these subtle gestures, these small flashes of intellectual and moral independence. They are reminders that truth still exists behind the heavy curtains of ideology. But they also reinforce the risk. One misstep, one overheard sentence, one careless expression of doubt could unravel a life. The students feel it too. They move with the caution of people who know that the walls have ears. Some are genuinely loyal to the regime. Their voices tend to be louder, their presence more forceful. Others are simply trying to survive. A few, just a few, still think freely, though they keep their ideas tucked away like illicit letters folded deep inside a coat pocket. Hans Scholl is one of these few. By the time Sophie arrives in Munich, he has already begun weaving the threads of his private convictions into something stronger. His experiences in military service have crystallized his doubts. He has seen inequality, cruelty, and blind obedience too closely to accept the official version of reality. His mind is already pushing outward, seeking others who can bear the weight of truth with him. Through friends, he meets Alexander Schmorl, a fellow medical student with a reflective gaze and a calm depth that draws Hans instantly. They talk. Carefully, quietly, cautiously at first. Their conversations deepen over long walks along the Isar River, where the sound of water masks dangerous words. They speak of philosophy, ethics, human dignity, and the direction in which their country is heading. They share books that cannot be openly displayed, and read them with the hunger of people who fear that ideas might disappear if they are not held tightly. It is during this time that Hans begins to feel the early outline of what the White Rose will become. Not as a plan, not yet, but as a need to speak, a need to resist the suffocating silence. Sophie senses this the moment she reconnects with him in Munich. There is a new intensity in her brother, a fierceness behind his smile, a weight behind his questions. He tells her little at first. He must protect her, he thinks. She must remain safe. But Sophie understands him too well to be shielded. She sees the shift in him. She feels it resonate with the shift stirring in herself. Their conversations resume, quietly, often in Sophie's small room, where the light from a single lamp casts soft gold against the walls. They speak of conscience, of responsibility, of the moral duty to see clearly. And through these conversations, a subtle, unmistakable bond forms between them, a shared certainty that something has gone terribly wrong in their country, and that silence is no longer a refuge but a form of surrender. Munich deepens this certainty with each passing week. Air raid sirens begin to pierce the nights more frequently. The city darkens under blackout curtains. People move through streets with hurried steps, carrying news that changes faster than they can understand it. Some greet these changes with trembling loyalty, others with resignation, others with fear they cannot speak aloud. Food becomes scarcer. lines lengthen, rumors swell, of battles lost, of hardships growing, of disappearances. The official tone remains confident, but underneath it, uncertainty seeps through the cracks like cold wind through loose boards. Sophie hears these cracks everywhere. She sees them in the eyes of women waiting for ration cards, in the careful expressions of professors, in the rare unguarded moments when strangers let their shoulders fall, exhausted by the pretense of unwavering faith in the regime. And then there are the soldiers, young men returned from the front, their faces pale with experiences they cannot articulate. They walk through Munich with a haunted air, carrying silence heavier than any injury. When they pass Sophie on the street, she averts her gaze out of respect, not fear. She knows instinctively that they have seen truths no one is allowed to speak. This is the Munich she comes to know, a city of stone and shadow, a city where silence is a second language, a city where courage survives only in hidden pockets of fragile light. And it is here, in this atmosphere of fear and quiet dissent, that the first true seeds of resistance begin to sprout in the Scholl's lives, not in bold actions, not in declarations, but in the simple decision to see the world as it truly is, to think freely, to question, to refuse the comfort of ignorance. It begins with thought. It will end with action. The deeper Sophie settles into Munich, the more she notices an unspoken architecture holding the city together, an invisible scaffolding of rules, fears, obligations, and half-truths. Daily life is not dictated only by the government, but by the looks exchanged in hallways, by the tone in which a professor clears his throat before skipping over a sensitive topic, by the way people lower their voices near open windows. Munich has become a place where thought itself feels rationed. And yet, in this controlled environment, the university remains one of the few spaces where ideas still struggle to breathe. Sophie finds herself drawn to philosophy lectures, to discussions on ethics and human freedom. She listens closely when certain professors allow subtext to slip through the cracks of their carefully neutral tones. A slight emphasis on a single word, a quotation deliberately chosen, a pause before moving on. These are the small rebellions of people who cannot openly rebel. But not everyone appreciates the subtleties. In the front rows, there are students who take notes with a vigilance that has little to do with scholarship. Their eyes linger too long. Their posture is too upright. They carry themselves with the confidence of people who feel protected by the system and who serve as its unspoken extensions. Sophie learns to recognize them quickly, the ones you avoid standing too close to, the ones who smile too tightly when someone expresses even mild dissent. Still, pockets of genuine connection exist. One evening, after a lecture on Augustine, Sophie falls into conversation with two fellow students. They walk together through the courtyard, their breath rising into the cold air, the lamps casting soft halos around them. They discuss the tension between morality and authority, between conscience and duty. They speak carefully, but sincerely, testing the boundaries of trust. These moments nourish her. They tell her that she is not alone. Meanwhile, Hans and Alexander expand their own circle quietly. They find other students who carry similar doubts, people who have begun to question the moral direction of the country. Conversations deepen. Trust grows slowly, like a fragile plant pushing through rocky soil. They gather in private apartments, sitting on wooden floors or mismatched chairs, sharing tea or cheap wine while they discuss philosophy, justice, and the responsibility of individuals living under tyranny. You watch them from the edge of these rooms as the air thickens with thought. Pages turn. A pencil scratches across paper. Someone quotes Schiller in a voice just above a whisper. The lamps flicker softly, their light falling over faces that are young but already lined with worry. It is in one of these gatherings that Hans first hints at the possibility of action, not direct action, Not yet, but the act of speaking, the act of writing, the act of putting truth onto paper in a country that punishes truth. His idea is not fully formed, but it carries the energy of inevitability. He speaks slowly, carefully. The others listen, their expressions shifting between curiosity and caution. Sophie is not present for these early conversations, but their weight follows Hans back to the small room she rents. He paces while she sits on the edge of her bed, watching him with a mix of concern and recognition. She has always known that her brother's conscience would lead him toward difficult paths. She senses that something significant is beginning to take shape in him, something he cannot easily put into words. In the weeks that follow, Sophie becomes aware of Munich not only as a place, but as a barometer of the war's shifting tide. News grows more uncertain. Whispers travel faster than official reports. People look over their shoulders more often. Even everyday routines seem to carry shadows. The tram rides, the queues, the hushed conversations in hallways. But amid these shadows, something else is emerging in the city, a faint, stubborn thread of resistance. She encounters it unexpectedly. One morning, while searching for a book in the university library, she notices a small piece of paper tucked between two volumes. She pulls it free, unfolding it carefully. The text is handwritten, not a poem, not a note, but a reflection. A quiet protest wrapped in philosophical language. It speaks about the moral duty of individuals to resist injustice, to remain awake in a world that encourages slumber. There is no name, no signature, only the faint tremor of truth. She folds it again, heart beating softly, and slips it into her coat pocket. Later that week, she hears fragments of a rumor spreading through certain corners of the university. Some students have begun circulating anonymous texts, short, thoughtful, dangerous. No one knows who wrote them. Some speculate. Others whisper the topic quickly and turn away, as if even discussing it might summon unwanted attention. Sophie recognizes the tone of the writing instantly when she finally sees one of the early leaflets produced by Hans, Alexander, and their closest companions. It is intellectual, moral, precise. It is not the voice of naive idealists, but of people who have thought long and deep about what is happening around them. When Hans realizes she has read one, his expression tightens, not out of anger, but out of fear for her safety. But Sophie simply looks at him with calm determination. She understands. She is ready. Meanwhile, Munich itself continues to shift. The bombings grow heavier. Sirens slice through the night more frequently. Sophie begins spending several nights a week in air raid shelters, surrounded by strangers huddled in tense silence. Children cry. Elderly men clutch blankets. The dust from distant impacts drifts through cracks in the walls. These moments deepen her conviction that the war is not simply a political conflict. It is a moral collapse swallowing her country from within. As the nights stretch longer, Sophie sometimes pulls out a small notebook and writes by the dim, flickering light of the shelter's lamps. She does not write about fear, or hunger, or bombs. She writes about conscience, about the quiet choices that shape a person's life, about the responsibility to remain human when humanity is being eroded. These writings do not yet have an audience. They are simply her way of staying awake, spiritually, ethically, intellectually, while the world around her drifts into darker sleep. And so, as winter settles more deeply over Munich, the city becomes both a cage and a crucible, a place where silence weighs heavily, but where certain spirits, young, courageous, unwilling to yield, still move beneath the surface, searching for each other in the shadows. Soon they will find each other fully. Soon the conversations will gather into intention. Soon the intention will press itself into action. The white rose is not yet a movement, but the petals are beginning to form, one thin sheet of paper at a time, one quiet decision at a time, one young conscience awakening beside another. Chapter 3. The Birth of the Leaflets. The birth of the leaflets begins not with a bold declaration, but with a quiet conviction, one that grows slowly, almost imperceptibly, like a small flame sheltered between cupped hands. In Munich, ideas move carefully. They circulate through whispers, glance off half-spoken thoughts, and cling to the edges of cautious conversations. But within a handful of young minds, something is stirring with a clarity that cannot be ignored. It begins in a cramped apartment near the university, where Hans Scholl and Alexander Schmorl sit opposite each other at a small wooden table. The curtains are drawn, the lamps dimmed. Outside, the city hums with the uncertain rhythm of wartime evenings. Tram bells, distant boots on pavement, shutters closing against the cold. Inside, the atmosphere is different, tense, charged, purposeful. On the table lie scattered notes, lines from classical philosophy, quotations from banned authors, observations about the moral collapse unfolding across Europe. These fragments form the soil from which the first leaflet will grow. Hans leans back in his chair, fingers tapping restlessly against his knee. Alexander sits stiller, brow slightly furrowed as he reads over a draft. Their personalities are different, almost opposite. Hans driven by intensity, by sparks of sudden insight. Alexander by reflection, by slower, deeper currents of thought. But their differences do not divide them. They shape the tone of the leaflets themselves, passionate yet precise, urgent yet restrained. You stand quietly at the edge of the room, watching as words are examined like precious artifacts. They weigh each sentence, aware that language must be wielded carefully. This is not the time for slogans or shouts. It is the time for reason, for conscience, for a voice that might reach those who have forgotten how to think freely. Hans reads a line aloud. Why do you allow these men who are in power to rob you step by step, openly and in secret, of one domain of your rights after another? Alexander lifts his eyes. Too direct, he asks quietly. Hans shakes his head. Too soft. But then a small smile flickers across his face, the rare kind that appears when an idea falls into place. They begin again. Meanwhile, in Sophie's small room across the city, she writes in her notebook by the lamplight. She does not yet know that Hans and Alexander are drafting the first leaflet at this very moment, but she senses something shifting. She feels it in the letters Hans sends, lines sharp with urgency, questions edged with moral weight. She feels it in the atmosphere of the university, in the uneasy glances exchanged between students who recognize one another as quiet dissenters. Sophie pauses in her writing, listening to the faint, distant echo of an air raid siren being tested. The sound has become almost routine, like a warning the city has grown used to ignoring. She closes her notebook softly and looks toward the window. The streets below are dim, the lamps masked. A shadow moves across a courtyard, then disappears. She has no concrete proof yet, but she knows her brother is involved in something, and she knows she will not remain on the sidelines when the moment comes. Her mind drifts toward a question that has followed her for months. If I know what is right, and I do nothing, what does that make me? She does not write the answer. She already knows it. Back in the apartment, the air grows thicker with purpose. Alexander picks up a fresh sheet of paper and begins typing slowly, deliberately. The keys of the typewriter strike the ribbon with sharp, rhythmic taps, small, metallic heartbeats. Hans paces. He reads over Alexander's shoulder. He corrects, sharpens, expands, and slowly, the ideas crystallize into something coherent and powerful. The leaflet does not call for violence. It does not call for uprising. It calls for awakening, for the rediscovery of moral responsibility, for Germans to look beyond propaganda and see the reality unfolding around them, for courage, not loud but clear. You observe the moment when the leaflet becomes more than words, when Hans stops pacing and stands still, recognizing that what lies before them is the first tangible act of resistance, a risk, a line crossed, a point of no return. Alexander looks up at him, calm but resolute. "Once we begin," he says softly, "we cannot step back." Hans nods. There is no fear in the gesture, only acceptance. The white rose has not yet been named, but its pulse has begun. In the days that follow, production becomes the challenge. Paper is scarce. Ink is rationed. Typewriters leave identifiable fingerprints. Every detail must be considered, every step protected. They work at night, often changing locations to avoid suspicion. They mail leaflets from distant postboxes, scattered across Munich and beyond, so that patterns cannot be traced. Hans, ever restless, pushes the pace. Alexander, ever thoughtful, slows what must be slowed. Together they produce the first 4 leaflets, carefully folded, cautiously distributed. And somewhere across Munich, in a modest room lit by a single lamp, Sophie receives one of those leaflets in secret. Her hands tremble, not with fear, but with recognition, with certainty, with a sense of destiny aligning with conscience. She reads it slowly, breath steady, eyes fixed on each line until she reaches the end. Something inside her settles into place, quiet and immovable. She knows. She will join them, not because she is fearless, not because she seeks danger, but because truth has called her name, and she will not pretend she did not hear it. The first 4 leaflets drift into the world with the quietness of snowflakes, small, light, easily overlooked at first. But each one carries the density of conscience, the sharp edge of truth wrapped in calm, reasoned words. They are mailed in plain envelopes, slipped into libraries, left in phone booths, mailed to professors, passed to strangers, hidden inside newspapers on trams. The white rose is still anonymous, still fragile, still only a thread in the vast tapestry of wartime Germany. But in Munich, that thread begins to glow. You follow Sophie as she moves through the university courtyard at dusk, the first leaflet hidden in her coat pocket. Students cross the square with hurried steps, their silhouettes long against the amber lamps. Some laugh, pretending the world is still simple. Others walk with shoulders bowed, carrying the weight of news from the front. Another friend lost, another city fallen, another rumor whispered too quietly to bear repeating. Sophie pauses near the fountain, unfolds the leaflet again, and reads it under the dim light. Nothing is so unworthy of a civilized nation as allowing itself to be governed without opposition by an irresponsible clique that has yielded to base instinct. The words feel larger than the page. They feel alive, like a current running beneath the surface of the city. And as she reads them, she feels her resolve hardening, not as anger, but as clarity, like a lantern warming into its own flame. She knows that the one who wrote these words must be Hans. She knows him too well. She recognizes the cadence of his conscience, the structure of his thought. She doesn't confront him. Not yet. She simply waits for the moment when he will invite her into the circle that has already begun forming around him. But she is already part of it. Meanwhile, Hans and Alexander are learning the rhythm of clandestine work. Every action must be calculated, every movement observed from multiple angles. They print at night. They store copies beneath floorboards. They watch the windows, listening for footsteps in the stairwell. They develop a rotation of mailboxes across the city, visiting no location too often. They choose recipients carefully: professors, doctors, clergy, intellectuals, people who might still think freely despite the tightening atmosphere. One evening, as they sort stacks of freshly printed leaflets, Alexander pauses and looks toward the door as a draft slips into the room. "We'll need more hands eventually," he says quietly. Hans nods. "I know." He hesitates, thinking not of who they should invite, but of who they must protect. Sophie's face flickers in his mind. The leaflets begin to travel beyond Munich, Augsburg, Stuttgart, Vienna, mailed in small batches, disguised as private correspondence, sent to universities, slipped into mail slots, and with each journey they leave behind a faint wake: a professor pausing in his office, reading the words twice, a student lowering her gaze after recognizing her own silent fears written out in careful type, a clerk folding the leaflet and hiding it in his coat, unsure why he is compelled to keep it. Some people destroy them immediately, terrified of being caught with them. Others bury them in drawers. A few dare to pass them on. The leaflets spread in unpredictable ways, like seeds carried by wind. What the group does not yet know is that every envelope, every sheet, every typed phrase is slowly drawing attention, not from friends, but from watchful eyes in the city. Sophie's moment comes sooner than Hans expects. One late afternoon, she walks into Hans's room without knocking. He is hunched over the typewriter, the keys still warm, the ribbon smudged with fresh ink. Stacks of folded leaflets are arranged neatly on the desk, and for a long second they stare at each other. Hans caught mid-action, Sophie breath steady, her expression soft but determined. "You should have told me," she says quietly. Hans closes his eyes, not in frustration, but in recognition. He should have known he could not keep something like this from her. Sophie has never been the kind of person to remain on the sidelines while others act on principle. She has always moved toward truth, not away from it. "I didn't want you in danger," he says. Sophie steps closer, her voice low and unwavering. "I am already in danger. We all are. I would rather be in danger for the truth than safe in a lie." The room holds a heavy silence, and then Hans nods. No ceremony, no formal invitation, no dramatic vow. Just a quiet exchange between two siblings who have always shared the same moral compass. Sophie joins the White Rose. Her presence changes everything. She brings precision to their language, restraint to their urgency, balance to their ideas. She is not simply the sister who helps. She becomes a compass, a force of clarity, a steadying influence in moments when enthusiasm threatens to outrun caution. She refines drafts, suggests new phrasing, quotes philosophy with ease, challenges their assumptions, and grounds the movement in the moral vocabulary she has cultivated since childhood. Hans sees this, and a weight lifts from him. Alexander sees it, and respects her deeply. Others, soon to join, will sense her presence as a quiet anchor. Under Sophie's influence, the tone of the leaflets softens in some places and sharpens in others. They become more coherent, more articulate, more compelling. Their voice matures, not the voice of young radicals, but of thoughtful citizens appealing to the conscience of a nation. But with Sophie's involvement comes new tension. Distribution becomes more daring, more leaflets, more locations, more risk. Hans feels urgency. Sophie feels responsibility. Alexander feels caution. Christoph Probst feels the weight of his wife and children as he helps quietly from the margins. And Munich, darkening with bombings, fear and whispers, feels like a labyrinth in which each passage carries its own peril. Still, the white rose continues to write, to print, to fold, to scatter truth into the cracks of the city. Their words slip beneath doors, drift across courtyards, land in the hands of strangers, dissolve into the silent spaces of Munich's shadowed nights. And though they do not yet know it, the leaflets will one day touch the desks of officials who will trace every keystroke back to them. The seed has been planted. The soil is trembling. The flower is beginning to rise. Chapter 4. Voices on the Wind. When the fifth leaflet is written, something shifts. The first four had been appeals, clear, urgent, moral. But the fifth is different. It is bolder, wider in scope, sharper in tone. It no longer speaks simply to individuals, but to the entire conscience of a collapsing nation. And Munich, already trembling under the pressure of bombings and rumors of defeat, feels its presence like a quiet disturbance in the air. It begins on a cold morning before sunrise. In a dim room, Hans and Alexander sit before the typewriter once again. Sophie stands beside them, arms folded gently, scanning the text with a calm, discerning gaze. Christoph arrives later, subdued but present, bringing with him the gravity of a man who has much to lose but cannot remain distant from what he knows is right. The typewriter begins its familiar rhythm. The key strikes are softer tonight, more deliberate. It is as if the machine itself senses the stakes. The leaflet criticizes the war openly for the first time, not obliquely, not through philosophical suggestion, but directly. It speaks of atrocities. It speaks of guilt. It speaks of responsibility that cannot be dissolved by obedience. It warns that history is watching. That conscience is relentless. That silence is a form of participation in what is unfolding across Europe. Sophie reads a line aloud. The German name will forever be dishonored unless the youth of Germany finally rises, at the 11th hour, to overthrow this scourge of humanity. She lowers the paper slowly. This will reach people, she says quietly. Hans nods. It has to. Alexander's eyes linger on the text, his expression thoughtful. And it will bring danger. Christoph exhales, steady but tense. Danger was there from the first leaflet. The room falls into a contemplative silence. They all know what this leaflet means, a shift from anonymous moral appeal to open political challenge. It is no longer simply a call to think. It is a call to awaken, a call to remember humanity before it is too late. And now, they must send it into the world. Distribution becomes more daring with the fifth leaflet. The group is no longer content with envelopes and hidden drops. They begin leaving piles of leaflets in public places, church entrances, university courtyards, cafes, stairwells, benches, and lecture halls. Sometimes they scatter them like seeds in the wind, letting the thin sheets drift across the ground where they might be found by chance. One evening, you accompany them as they walk through Munich's older quarters, where the narrow streets echo with wartime silence. Sophie carries a bag tucked beneath her coat. When she is sure no one is watching, she slips a few leaflets onto a windowsill, beneath a door, behind a bicycle frame leaning against a wall. She does it with the calm precision of someone performing a quiet ritual. Hans moves ahead, alert to shadows, watching for patrols. Alexander lingers behind, scanning corners, listening for footsteps that might betray their presence. Christoph remains at home most nights, his responsibilities heavy, but his contributions steady and unwavering. copying, folding, transporting small bundles when he can. The leaflets move through Munich like whispers carried on winter air. A professor finds one on his desk, pauses, reads it twice, then places it inside a locked drawer, his hand trembling slightly. A student discovers one beneath a bench, looks around fearfully, and hides it inside a notebook, not knowing why he cannot bring himself to throw it away. An elderly woman picks one up from a church pew, reads the first paragraph, and quietly slips it into her coat before leaving, her eyes shining with an expression too complex to name. The leaflets do not reach everyone, but they reach enough. Meanwhile, the war grows heavier in everyday life. Bombings become more frequent. Nights lose their peacefulness, replaced by sirens that slice sleep into fragments. Streets gather debris. Windows shatter. Buildings darken beneath soot and dust. And yet, even amid destruction, Munich pretends to hold itself together. People learn to live in half-light, in half-truths, in half-whispers. But the White Rose is not interested in halves. Their next action marks a shift that even they cannot fully predict. Hans suggests expanding distribution to other cities, not just by mail, but physically. They travel to Augsburg, to Linz, to Stuttgart, to Salzburg. They carry leaflets in suitcases beneath layers of clothes. They mail envelopes from distant post offices. They leave folded sheets in train compartments, on station benches, inside coat pockets as they pass. You watch Sophie on a train ride toward Ulm, her expression serene but focused. In her bag are dozens of leaflets. She plans her drop-offs carefully. The corridor table, the bathroom cabinet, the luggage rack. She does not linger. She does not look back. She moves with quiet purpose, knowing that any misstep could end everything. The train sways gently as it glides through snow-covered countryside. Fields pass by in muted greys. Villages stand still beneath heavy winter clouds. A soldier sleeps in the corner, his coat draped over his face. Sophie sits across from him, hands folded, heart steady, the hidden leaflets pressing lightly against her knees. A whistle blows. The train slows. A station approaches. And in that moment, she places 2 leaflets beneath the seat cushion, rising before anyone notices. Her movements are precise, soft, almost invisible, but their impact is not. Back in Munich, their actions are beginning to create ripples. Muted, cautious ripples, but ripples nonetheless. Some students whisper about the mysterious leaflets circulating through the university. Professors exchange glances. Administrators tighten surveillance. The Gestapo takes notice, but only faintly, as one notice among thousands in a city thick with suspicions. Yet danger is no longer distant. It is gathering like clouds along the horizon. Still, the group moves forward. They meet in private rooms, their conversations more animated, their sense of urgency growing. They refine arguments, discuss distribution methods, and reflect on the moral meaning of resistance in a society where conformity has become a survival tactic. They are not naive. They know the risks. They just refuse to let fear dictate their actions. For them, moral clarity is not a luxury. It is a necessity, a lifeline. And with each leaflet sent into the world, that clarity strengthens, threading through Munich's shadowed air like a quiet, persistent wind. The 5th leaflet spreads across Munich faster than any of them expect. It is as though the city, exhausted, anxious, running out of illusions, has been waiting for a voice to whisper what so many have tried not to think. And once spoken, even in secret, those thoughts cannot be unspoken again. People begin to talk. Quietly, cautiously, in fragments. A professor closes his office door before leaning toward a colleague and muttering, "Someone is saying what we all know." A young woman in the cafeteria whispers to her friend, "Have you heard about the leaflets?" before both fall silent as a uniformed student walks by. Even those who are afraid cannot help but wonder who is behind the messages. Some speculate openly, foolishly, carelessly. Others tuck their curiosity deep inside, afraid that their own interest might be interpreted as disloyalty. The white rose remains invisible, and yet it is everywhere. The group feels this shift. Hans senses it first. Walking through the university courtyard, he observes the way students gather in small clusters, glancing over their shoulders as they exchange hushed words. He notices professors moving with tighter posture, sensing the air has changed. He sees the subtle tension in the faces of administrators and building custodians, as if they have been instructed to watch more closely. Danger is rising, not suddenly, but unmistakably. Hans becomes more restless. Alexander becomes more vigilant. Sophie becomes more focused. Christoph becomes more careful. They adapt. They vary their routes. They alternate who drops what where. They change meeting locations. They destroy leftover drafts with meticulous thoroughness. Still, they cannot stop. The more truth they release into the world, the more they feel compelled to continue. The first echo of real danger arrives in the form of a small knock on Hans's door one late afternoon. A fellow student, someone he considers a friend but not quite trustworthy, steps inside, holding a folded leaflet between two fingers. "Have you seen these?" the student asks, tone deliberately neutral. Hans forces a calm expression. "I've heard rumors," he replies. The student watches him closely, as though searching for something in his eyes. "They're dangerous," he says. "Foolish. People will get themselves killed." Hans feels Sophie's presence in his mind, her clarity, her steadiness. He draws from it. "Then let's hope they know what they're doing," he answers softly. The student leaves. The door closes, and Hans feels the walls tighten. He knows the circle around them is shrinking. That night, the group meets at Alexander's apartment. The air is thick with cigarette smoke and the scent of ink. Papers lie across the table. Drafts, notes, lists of potential recipients. A single lamp illuminates the room, casting long shadows across the walls. Christoph sits quietly near the corner, hands folded, his thoughts drifting toward his family. He is the most cautious among them, not from fear, but from love. He cannot risk openly distributing leaflets, but he writes, advises, contributes in every way he safely can. His presence grounds the group, reminding them that every action has a human weight. Sophie reviews a paragraph aloud, adjusting the cadence. "It should read as an appeal," she says gently, "not a condemnation. We cannot alienate those who might still listen." Alexander nods. She's right. The tone matters. Hans paces. "But we cannot soften the truth." "We're not softening it," Sophie replies. "We're making it reachable." This balance, the sharp blade and the open hand, becomes the defining character of the white rose. Hans's conviction, Sophie's moral clarity, Alexander's deep thought, Christoph's quiet conscience. Together, they form a voice stronger than any of them could have alone. As winter presses on, the group expands slightly, just enough to increase their reach. Willy Graf joins fully, bringing discipline, focus, and an unwavering sense of moral responsibility. He has seen the Eastern Front. He knows firsthand the horrors that lie beyond the veil of propaganda. His experiences lend an added urgency to their work. With Willie's help, distribution grows broader. More leaflets, more cities, more methods. The city begins to change around them. Air raid shelters grow more crowded. Food lines lengthen. Telegram notifications of fallen soldiers multiply. People's faces carry new shadows. The war, once distant, is now at their doorstep. Amid this unraveling, the white rose leaflets strike deeper chords. Voices of conscience, a professor whispers to himself after reading one. Madness, another mutters, though he slips the leaflet into his coat. Hope, someone writes anonymously on the back of a bench where leaflets were found. The city breathes differently now, unevenly, with a mixture of fear and awakening. Sophie's role becomes increasingly vital. Because she moves through the university with such calm grace, no one suspects her. She carries leaflets tucked inside textbooks, beneath lecture notes, between the thin pages of novels. She leaves them in library stacks, in ladies' room stalls, in coat rooms, in unused classrooms. She becomes a ghost of quiet resistance, a silhouette slipping leaflets into the cracks of the institution. You walk beside her one evening as she moves through the atrium. The marble floors echo under her steps. A janitor sweeps in the distance, unaware of the small folded papers she places behind a pillar and beneath the staircase railing. She does not rush. She does not tremble. She moves as though she is simply existing in her own quiet rhythm. In that stillness, she becomes unstoppable. But the city is not blind. Officials begin to study the patterns. Some envelopes are recognizable, some locations repeated, some distribution methods too precise to be random. The Gestapo grows curious, then suspicious, then attentive. In the offices where reports gather like dust, someone begins to connect small dots. Not enough to act, but enough to watch. And though the White Rose does not yet know it, the wind that carries their voices is beginning to shift direction. Still, they continue, because the truth, once spoken, refuses to return to silence. Because conscience, once awakened, does not go back to sleep. Because they are young and courageous, and compelled by something larger than fear. The leaflets multiply, the voices spread, the wind carries them farther than they ever dreamed, and Munich, for one brief moment in history, holds within it the soft hum of awakening. Chapter 5. Escalation. By the winter of 1942-43, the White Rose has grown from a whisper into something more deliberate, still small, still vulnerable, still hidden beneath the weight of a brutal regime, but no longer fragile. Each leaflet carries more urgency. Each action becomes bolder. Each step feels more dangerous. And you can sense it as you walk through Munich's darkening streets. Something is shifting beneath the snow, like ground beginning to tremble before a distant storm. The group knows this shift intimately. They feel it every time they sit down to write. Every time they fold paper, every time they slip a leaflet into a mailbox or scatter them across a courtyard, every time the typewriter keys strike with that unmistakable, metallic rhythm in the night. The risk has grown, but so has their determination. The fifth leaflet had already stirred Munich, but the sixth will ignite something larger. The sixth leaflet is not just an appeal. It is a warning, a prophecy, a reckoning. It speaks of the military disaster at Stalingrad, one of the first major breaks in the illusion of German invincibility. It criticizes leadership openly. It calls for swift action by the German people before catastrophe consumes them all. It hints at insurrection. It suggests responsibility cannot be deferred any longer. Hans reads the draft aloud in a low, steady voice. The day of reckoning has come, the reckoning of the German youth with the most abominable tyrant our people have ever been forced to endure. The room grows still. Alexander leans back, eyes narrowing as he contemplates the weight of those words. Willi Graf, seated with his usual quiet discipline, nods slowly. He has seen war firsthand. He knows what Stalingrad means. He knows the truth of it, even if the newspapers will not say it. Sophie, sitting near the window, listens with a calm intensity. "This will reach far," she says softly. Hans exhales. "It has to. People need to know how close everything is to collapse." Christoph does not speak immediately. When he does, it is with the quiet voice of someone who carries responsibilities at home. "It will also be dangerous," he says. "Dangerous in ways we haven't yet faced." No one disagrees. No one steps back. No one suggests softening the message. The truth has become too heavy to ignore. As they work, Munich darkens around them. Bombings intensify. Families mourn sons who never return. Voices in the streets grow quieter, more brittle. The mood of the city shifts, less triumphant, more anxious. You walk with Sophie along Ludwigstrasse one late afternoon as she watches the flow of people more carefully than usual. Students clutch books with stiff fingers. Officers stride past with rigid expressions. Workers hurry home, heads down against the cold wind. The war has begun to seep into every gesture, and within that unease, the leaflets gain new power. Distributing the sixth leaflet requires precision. They cannot rely solely on the postal system anymore. Surveillance has increased. Officials have started cross-referencing handwriting, typewriter signatures, postage patterns. The group must now stay ahead of invisible lines drawn around them. Hans suggests something reckless. Alexander counters with caution. Sophie finds the middle path. "We can use the university," she says. "Its size and its crowds can protect us." Willi nods. "If we're careful." Sophie continues. "We leave bundles in different departments. Scatter them. Make it seem like a larger group. Make it seem everywhere. The strategy is risky, but good. Bold, but logical. Daring, but rooted in the belief that the message must reach the minds capable of change. And so they plan. Their work expands beyond Munich. They reach new cities. They contact other students. They aim not just to speak, but to awaken a generation that has been taught obedience as a virtue. And slowly, quietly, a network begins to shimmer beneath the surface of Germany's youth culture. Small glimmers of recognition, tiny sparks of courage. The leaflets find their way into classrooms in Hamburg, onto desks in Freiburg, onto church pews in Leipzig, into cafes in Vienna, onto trams in Frankfurt. Some people destroy them immediately. Some hide them in drawers. Some burn them. Some whisper about them to trusted friends. And a few, just a few, copy them. Those few become the first echoes of a wider movement. The White Rose does not yet know who they are. They never will. But they exist, like faint lights flickering in distant windows. With this expansion comes something new. Vandalism. One night, Hans, Alexander, and Willi slip through Munich streets with small buckets of tar-based paint. Their breath fogs in the freezing air. The city is quiet, thick with sleep. The risks are enormous. Public acts of defiance are punished severely. But they cannot stay silent forever. They move swiftly, choosing walls near government buildings, university entrances, and official offices. Hans dips the brush. The bristles glisten. He writes a single word in bold black strokes. Freiheit. Freedom. The word stands stark against the stone wall. Then another. Nieder mit Hitler. Down with Hitler. Another. Hitler mass murderer. They work fast. Switch locations often. Watch the corners. Listen for footsteps. Their hearts beat in unison with the cold night air. By dawn, the city awakens to a string of painted messages that cannot be ignored or erased quickly. Students stop in their tracks. Officers stare, jaws clenched. Custodians rush to remove the words, but the paint clings stubbornly to the stone. And the whispers begin again. Someone is resisting. A group. Young people. Students, maybe. No. No one would dare. Then who else? The white rose has begun to move from shadow into symbol. But symbols attract attention, and attention attracts danger. And danger in Munich is never theoretical. It has a name. It has methods. It has eyes everywhere. The Gestapo begins paying closer attention. Reports are filed. Patterns are analyzed. Students questioned quietly. Mail traced. Typewriters catalogued. Nothing definitive yet. But the noose is tightening. Slowly, invisibly, inevitably. The white rose doesn't see it fully. Not yet. What they see instead is possibility. Momentum. Awakening. They feel urgency rising in their blood. The sixth leaflet must be distributed on a larger scale than anything before it. And in that determination, their greatest act and their greatest risk draws near. The sixth leaflet becomes the most ambitious effort the White Rose has attempted. It is longer, sharper, and heavier than any that came before it. It reads like a verdict, and like a plea for action, for awakening, for moral courage before the final collapse. The group knows they cannot simply mail it out in quiet bursts. It must reach as many hands as possible, as fast as possible. And so, they prepare. For days the typewriter rattles until the ribbon frays. Ink runs low. Paper piles shrink. The lamp burns late into the night. The walls themselves begin to feel the tension. Walls that have learned not to listen, not to speak, not to betray the secrets whispered beside them. As the final stacks of leaflets gather on the table, Alexander counts them carefully. Hans ties bundles with thin string. Willie organizes the distribution routes. Christoph folds copies, each crease made with quiet intention. Sophie stands over the table, her fingers lightly grazing the paper. She recognizes that something irreversible is about to happen. The leaflets have evolved from arguments into warnings, and warnings into the closest thing a civilian movement can make to a political strike. And she knows they will not stop. Munich is restless in February 1943. The city's facade of order is thinning. News of the catastrophe at Stalingrad spreads faster than the official channels can suppress it. Soldiers return with vacant eyes. Families receive telegrams that reduce entire futures to a single folded sheet. Bread grows scarce. Coal scarcer. The air tastes of tension. In the midst of this growing collapse, the White Rose feels the urgency to act. The inner circle meets one more time in Alexander's apartment, a final gathering before the sixth leaflet is released into the world. The lamp glows softly. Outside, Snow falls against the windows like ash drifting from a distant fire. Inside, the group sits close together, the air heavy with thought. Willie speaks first, his tone calm but firm. If we do this, the university will react immediately. Hans nods. Good. They need to react. Students need to see that someone is willing to stand openly against all this. Alexander adds. And we must expect investigation. More surveillance. Christoph, sitting quietly in the corner, finally speaks. We've already accepted that this might end badly. His voice is soft, almost apologetic, but it carries the truth everyone already knows. Sophie looks at each of them. There is no panic, no trembling, only acceptance, only purpose, only the understanding that moral action becomes real the moment it reaches its highest risk. And so, with quiet agreement, they finalize the plan for the most daring distribution yet. It begins at night. A penetrating cold settles over Munich. The moon hides behind thick clouds. Perfect conditions for invisibility. Hans, Willie, and Alexander move through the streets like shadows. They go to residential areas, university entrances, political buildings. They slide leaflets beneath doors, leave them on steps, slip them into mailboxes, scatter them on bicycle racks. You follow Sophie through a quieter set of streets. She places leaflets on the stone steps of a library, then in the narrow entryway of a bakery, then on the empty benches of a small square. Each movement is careful, fluid, practiced. Snow crunches beneath your feet. The city exhales in long, tired sighs. Not a soul stirs. When they are done, Munich holds its breath beneath a blanket of white paper and snow. At dawn, the leaflets reveal themselves. Students find them scattered across the university courtyard. Professors encounter them on stairwells before morning lectures. A janitor discovers a pile near the main entrance and hesitates before picking them up. Civil servants stepping into their offices notice them sticking out of bulletin boards. Pedestrians stumble upon them in tramcars and alleyways. A ripple passes through the city. Another one. This one is different. This one is angrier. This one is the truth. Some read only a line before burning the paper. Some read it in full before hiding it in a drawer. Some pass it to a trusted friend. Some stare at it with trembling disbelief. A few dare to keep it. The white rose has never been louder. The escalation continues, but not without consequence. The next day, security within the university tightens. You see it in the posture of the officers patrolling the courtyard, in the way students glance nervously at their bags when approached, in the new, tense atmosphere of hallways that once hummed with youthful distraction. Informants whisper into the right ears. Reports are filed. Suspicions sharpen. No names yet. No arrests. But something has changed. The air has teeth. Hans, Sophie, Alexander, and Willie sense the danger but press forward anyway. They plan to create even more leaflets. They discuss reaching more cities. They speak of expanding the network. They speak of awakening the conscience of a generation. But somewhere, deep inside the university's administrative offices, a line has been crossed. A set of eyes belonging to the wrong person has noticed patterns. The leaflets, the handwriting, the student movements, the timing. The net begins to tighten. Slowly, quietly, precisely. And yet, the group continues, because urgency has overtaken fear. because truth has become more important than safety, because the world is unraveling, and they refuse to be silent witnesses to its collapse. The White Rose does not know it, but the next leaflet, the 7th, will be their last, and its release will lead them directly into the chapter they cannot escape. Chapter 6. The Last Day. Morning breaks over Munich with a pale, wintry light that feels almost unreal in its gentleness. February 18th, 1943. A Thursday. The kind of cold, ordinary morning in which nothing should happen, nothing should change, nothing should end. But beneath the quiet sky, the city carries a tension that only a few can feel, those standing at the edge of irreversible choices. You walk beside Sophie as she steps out of her apartment building, her eyelashes gathering small flecks of frost. She carries a suitcase, light, practical, and filled with leaflets rather than clothing. Her stride is calm, almost serene, the way someone walks when they have already decided who they are and who they must be. There is no hesitation in her movements, no tremor in her breath. She wears a light-colored coat today, her scarf tucked neatly under the collar. Her hair is pinned back with quiet care. To the world, she looks like a diligent student heading to her morning lectures. And yet, inside that suitcase is the White Rose's final act. Across the city, Hans hurries toward the university with a similar determination. His expression is taut, focused. He carries a stack of leaflets hidden beneath his coat. The 7th leaflet, their final text, feels heavier than paper. It is the culmination of everything they have written, everything they have risked, everything they have already lost. It calls for resistance openly. It predicts the collapse of the government. It urges the German people to reclaim their conscience. It is, in every sense, a point of no return. Hans meets Sophie at the university steps. Their eyes meet briefly, not with fear, but with recognition. They do not speak much. They do not need to. The morning air between them carries all the words left unsaid. "You're sure?" Hans murmurs. Sophie nods. "Yes." She smiles. Soft, steady, luminous. "Now we must show what we believe." Hans exhales, the faintest tremor in his breath. He has always been brave in ideas, bold in vision. But Sophie's courage today is something else. Quiet, unshakable, determined in a way that goes beyond boldness. Together they enter the university. Inside the main building, the halls echo with the familiar rhythms of student life. Footsteps, soft conversations, the distant murmur of a lecture beginning. Nothing feels dangerous at first glance, but the atmosphere holds a fragile tension. The janitors sweeping the floors glance more sharply than usual. Administrators walk with hurried, clipped steps. Posters on the walls flutter slightly in the draft of passing bodies, their bold slogans watching with unblinking eyes. Hans and Sophie move with purpose. First floor, second floor, upper hallway. They carry bundles of the 7th leaflet, ready to drop them discreetly, just as always. They slip pages onto windowsills, tuck them between stacks of books, leave small piles near lecture halls. Students pass without noticing. A few glance curiously at the leaflets, but keep walking. The siblings work in near silence, their motions fluid and practiced. But today, they intend something more. As they reach the top of the atrium staircase, a broad, open space where sound drifts upward like breath, they pause. Below them, the vast hall stretches out like a stone sea. Sunlight filters through the high windows, painting long, cold shafts of light across the floor. Sophie clutches a stack of leaflets to her chest. Something in her expression shifts. calm deepening into conviction. "This is the moment," she whispers. Hans looks at her. A beat. A shared understanding. He nods. And Sophie steps forward. What happens next is almost dreamlike in its simplicity. She lifts her arm and lets the first handful of leaflets drift from her hand over the balcony rail. The papers flutter gently at first, carried by a soft current of air. Then they scatter, swirling downward in a slow, weightless dance, white shapes falling like snow across the stone floor of the atrium. Time seems to slow. Students look up. A custodian freezes mid-step. Voices hush. The quiet sound of rustling paper fills the vast space like a soft, persistent whisper. Hans releases his own handful, adding to the cascade. Together they watch the leaflets land. Scattered wings, scattered truths, scattered courage. It is the most public act the White Rose has ever taken, and the most dangerous. But for a moment, there is beauty in it. A calm, fragile beauty. Paper drifting through sunlight. Truth falling like silent birds into a silent hall. Sophie stands completely still. Breath steady. Eyes bright. There is no fear in her expression, only clarity. The spell breaks with the sharp, echoing sound of a door slamming open on the lower floor. A figure steps out, a university employee, a man who watches the siblings with dawning fury and disbelief. He is not a soldier, not an officer, but he recognizes danger when he sees it, and he reacts instinctively. His voice slices through the air like a blade. "You there!" Hans grabs Sophie's arm. "We need to go." They move quickly toward the exit, hearts pounding but strides still controlled. They know the layout well. They know the timing. They know the back corridors. They know the windows they can slip through. But they have been seen, and the atrium, once a space of silence and falling paper, becomes a trap of echoing footsteps. The siblings race down a side stairwell. The employee shouts. Doors open. Students turn. Fear ripples through the hallway. Hans and Sophie reach the exit doors and find themselves blocked. A breath of hesitation. Just one. Long enough for footsteps to gather behind them. The noose tightens. Their last day has begun. Hans and Sophie turn, breath curling into the cold air of the corridor. Behind them, footsteps approach. Quick, purposeful, unmistakably closing in. The university employee, Jacob Schmid, moves toward them with the rigid authority of someone who knows the rules and has decided to follow them exactly as written. He is not a man of malice, merely a man of obedience, and in times like these, obedience is enough to end lives. "Stay where you are," he barks. For a moment, silence hangs suspended in the hallway. Students nearby freeze. Books are clutched a little tighter. Conversations dissolve mid-sentence. The atmosphere shifts, thin, brittle, like ice threatening to crack. Hans looks at Sophie. A glance. A shared breath. A silent acceptance. There is no escape now. Sophie steps slightly closer to her brother, not in fear, but in solidarity. She lifts her chin, her posture calm. Her courage does not flare like fire. It settles like stone, quiet and immovable. It is the same calm she has carried through every act of resistance, every leaflet, every night spent folding pages that held the truth. Hans keeps his expression steady. He knows what comes next. He knows he must protect the others. His mind is already moving ahead, planning words, preparing lies, crafting a shield around the friends who are not here in this hallway. Schmid reaches them, breath heavy, anger rising from the shock of what he has witnessed. He grabs Hans by the arm. Another university staff member arrives to take hold of Sophie. Neither sibling protests. Their resistance has never been physical. It has always lived in words, in thought, in moral clarity. "Contraband," Schmid says sharply, gesturing toward the scattered papers still drifting in memory through the atrium. "Subversive material. You will come with us." The hallway watches. No one speaks. No one intervenes. A few turn away. Fear teaches people to look down. Hans and Sophie are escorted through the university, their steps echoing softly across the stone floors. You follow in silence, feeling the shift in the atmosphere, the way rumors begin forming behind closed doors as they pass, the way fear coils through the building like smoke following a spark. Outside, the February air hits like a blade. Snowflakes swirl, delicate and indifferent. A small van waits near the entrance, its engine rumbling. Two officers stand beside it, their faces unreadable. Hans squeezes Sophie's hand once, gently. She returns the pressure. Then they are separated. Two doors open. Two sets of hands guide them inside. Two paths begin that will now run parallel into night. The doors shut with a soft, final thud. Munich exhales. They are taken not to a prison cell immediately, but to the administrative offices of the university where preliminary questioning begins. Not formal interrogation, yet. Just the first layer of suspicion, the first attempt to probe, to unsettle, to see what might crack beneath pressure. Sophie sits upright, hands folded in her lap, her coat still neatly buttoned. She answers sparingly, calmly. Her voice is soft, but steady. She does not reveal panic. She does not give more than required. Her gaze remains clear, even as the officials try to detect fear. Hans, in another room down the hall, tries to steer attention away from his friends. He constructs explanations. He shapes stories. He claims responsibility in ways that point only toward himself and Sophie, hoping to protect the others. Alexander, Willie, Christoph, everyone whose safety now hangs over him like a fragile veil. But the evidence is overwhelming. Leaflets, suitcases, witnesses, dust from the atrium still clinging to their coats. The officials know enough. By late afternoon, the decision is made. They are transferred to the Gestapo. The van ride is quiet. Snow taps softly against the windows. Munich slides past in muted grays. The streets, the buildings, the trams, the people rushing home before dark. Sophie watches the city through the blurred glass. She does not cry. She does not tremble. Instead, she studies the familiar landmarks with a strange sense of clarity, as though seeing them for the last time. Or perhaps, seeing them for the first time with ultimate honesty. Hans stares forward, jaw set, mind racing. Not with regret, but with purpose. He is calculating how much he can say, how much he can conceal, how long he can protect the others by taking more responsibility onto himself. But beneath his determination lies a quiet sorrow, not for himself, but for the realization that their final act has come sooner than he hoped. The van turns down a narrow street. The Gestapo building looms. The doors open again. This time, the air feels colder. Inside, the siblings are separated completely. Their belongings are taken. Their rooms are small, bare, windowless. The silence is heavy. Hours stretch. Sophie sits on a wooden chair, staring at the wall, breathing evenly. She thinks of her parents, of her younger siblings, of the snowy fields of Ulm, of the leaflets drifting down the atrium like white birds set free. She does not think of regret. Hans lies on a narrow cot in the next corridor, eyes open, listening to the faint, distant footsteps of guards. He thinks of Alexander, of Willie, of Christoph, of how he can still possibly shield them. He knows the truth will spread soon. Arrests are coming. But he will do everything he can to slow that descent. In the silence between their thoughts, something unspoken connects them, an unbroken thread across walls, corridors, fear and fate. They do not know what the next days will bring. They cannot see the path ahead. But both siblings share one quiet certainty. They have done what conscience demanded, and now they must face the cost. The last day of their free lives ends not with chaos, but with stillness. Outside, the city sleeps uneasily under winter clouds. Inside, two young people sit in the calm of their own moral clarity. The storm has finally reached them, but neither bows. Chapter 7. Under Arrest. Night in the Gestapo building is not truly night. It has no stars, no wind, no shifting clouds, only corridors that hold onto the same dull light and the same stale air, hour after hour. Time doesn't move here the way it does outside. It loops quietly around the same sounds. Footsteps, doors closing, faint murmurs behind walls that never fully sleep. You are there, in the silence between those sounds, as Sophie sits alone on a hard wooden chair in a small, bare room. The air is cool and dry. The walls are empty. There is no clock, but she can feel the passing of hours in the stiffness of her muscles, the slowing rhythm of her breath. She folds her hands in her lap, fingers intertwined, as if in prayer. She is not praying for rescue. She is not praying for miracles. If anything, she is praying for courage, for the strength to remain herself in a place designed to unmake people. Occasionally, the door opens. An officer steps in, asks a simple question, name, address, associations, then leaves again. These are not interrogations yet, only the gathering of basic facts. But even here, Sophie understands the danger of small details. A wrong name, a careless mention, a slight hesitation. Any of these can unravel a fragile web of protection around the others. So she speaks carefully, honestly, but not completely, measured, but not cowering. Her voice remains soft. Her eyes remain steady. Down another corridor, Hans waits in a similar room. He sits on a narrow bench, elbows on his knees, hands clasped loosely in front of him. The earlier adrenaline has drained from his body, leaving a quieter tension behind. He has had time now to reflect, not in regret, but in clarity. He thinks of the atrium, of leaflets falling like snow, of Sophie's face turned upward, watching them drift. He knows that moment cannot be taken back. He would not take it back even if he could. A guard passes the doorway, glances inside, then moves on. The building hums with low, distant activity. Officers walking, papers being shuffled, voices murmuring behind closed doors. Hans listens to these sounds with an odd sense of detachment. He has always been alert, responsive. Now he feels himself entering a different kind of awareness, one that accepts the inevitability of what lies ahead. He thinks of their friends, of Alexander's calm eyes, of Willie's quiet determination, of Christoph's gentle presence at the edge of the movement. He knows they will be in danger now, no matter what he says, but he can still try to shape that danger, to absorb as much of it as possible. He straightens, ready. The first Real questioning begins late in the evening. An officer enters Sophie's room, carrying a folder and a pen. He is not shouting, not yet. His manner is matter-of-fact, professional, almost polite. He introduces himself, sits down opposite her, and opens the folder as if beginning a routine meeting. He asks about her studies, her background, her family. Sophie answers calmly. Her voice does not tremble. She chooses each word with care, like stepping stones across an unseen river. Then the questions turn. The officer mentions leaflets, mentions the atrium, mentions eyewitnesses. There is no point in denial. She has been seen. The papers were in her hands. The act was public. To lie would be to insult reality, and Sophie has never been able to do that, even to save herself. "Yes," she says, with quiet clarity. "I took part." The officer studies her. Pen paused. "Why?" he asks. It is not asked rhetorically. He truly wants to know what compels a young woman, educated and seemingly sensible, to risk everything in such a way. Sophie holds his gaze. Because truth matters. Because conscience is not a luxury. Because silence, in such times, is itself a choice. These thoughts drift through her mind, but she does not elaborate them fully yet. She knows the time for explanations will come, but this is not an audience to persuade. This is a man tasked with dismantling what she has done. "I acted according to my beliefs," she says softly. It is not an argument. It is a statement of fact. The officer writes something down. A small, scratching sound on paper. The room returns to quiet. Hans's questioning begins along similar lines, but moves more quickly. His personality is more visible, his intensity harder to disguise. The officers sense that, in him, there is both conviction and a certain impulsive courage that might be exploited, or crushed. He is asked about his movements, his friends, his activities at the university, the leaflets, the paint slogans. He knows what they want. Names, networks, connections. At first, he tries to deflect. He frames the actions as primarily his own and Sophie's, minimizing the involvement of others. He takes on more weight than belongs to him, hoping the structure around them will hold. But the officers hold up evidence. Stacks of leaflets in their belongings. Witness testimony from the university employee. Traces of activity that clearly suggest more than two people. Hans realizes that full denial is impossible, but full confession is unnecessary. He begins walking a narrow line, admitting enough to appear cooperative, withholding enough to protect those who are not yet in custody. It is a dangerous balance. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the Gestapo building, news begins to ripple quietly through the university. 2 students, a brother and sister, taken away after scattering leaflets from the upper gallery. People speak about it in fragments. "Did you hear? They say it was the Scholls. No, it can't be. I saw them, I think. Don't talk about it here." Fear rises like mist. A professor closes his office door and sits down heavily, hands covering his face. He understands what this means. He has seen the leaflets. He has read them. He has recognized the courage it takes to distribute them. And now he understands the cost. Around the city, rumors grow. Are there more involved? Will there be a trial? What will happen to them? No one speaks too loudly. Walls have memories. But somewhere, people begin to remember. Courage exists. Back in the Gestapo building, night deepens. The questioning pauses, then resumes, then pauses again. The officers understand the psychological weight of repetition and fatigue. But Sophie and Hans, strengthened by conviction, do not collapse into desperation as easily as expected. Sophie, when left alone, returns to an inner stillness. She recites poetry silently, scripture, lines from philosophy, words that have nourished her for years. They become a kind of inner scaffolding that holds her upright. Hans thinks of his younger siblings, of their parents, of the conversations at the family table in Ulm. He draws strength from those memories, from the knowledge that he is not betraying his upbringing by being here, but fulfilling its deepest values. They are under arrest, but not undone. The night settles over Munich. The city sleeps. The cells do not. Somewhere, footsteps approach again. The next phase is about to begin. Morning returns slowly in the Gestapo building, not with sunlight, for the windows are too small and too high, but with a subtle change in footsteps, a sharper tone in the voices of guards, and the arrival of new faces in uniform. For Sophie and Hans, the night has been long, but their minds remain clear. Interrogation deepens. This is no longer about basic facts. This is about breaking the structure of the White Rose, about finding the network, about silencing every voice connected to them. The officers separate the siblings, not only physically but through rhythm, questioning one, then abruptly switching, leaving one waiting for hours, then returning suddenly, shifting strategies to unsettle, to disorient. These are standard tactics, designed to pry loose contradictions and crush resolve. But the siblings do not crumble easily. Sophie is taken into a new room, larger, colder, the light more stark. A senior interrogator sits across from her. He is not unkind in appearance, but his manner holds a clinical precision. He has read the leaflets. He has studied the photos. He knows what she and Hans have done. He begins gently. Fräulein Scholl, you are a bright student, intelligent, well-raised. Why risk your future for something like this? Sophie meets his gaze with calm, almost serene steadiness. She answers honestly but without flourish. Because I believe in what we wrote. The interrogator leans forward. You believe Germany should lose the war? She pauses. The question is a trap. Her response is careful, exact. I believe that what is happening must be stopped. He watches her closely. He senses no fear. This unsettles him. He shifts tactics, presses about other students, tries to elicit names. Sophie remains vague, describing the act as one done primarily by her and Hans, a small gesture, not part of a larger group. He tries a sharper angle. What of your friends? Those close to your brother? Who typed the drafts? Sophie remains calm. Her hands do not tremble. She shakes her head gently. It was me, she lies softly. The interrogator pauses. She does not fit the profile of a leader, and yet she is claiming responsibility with an unusual grace. He does not believe her entirely, but he cannot read her fully either. She has become a quiet wall. Hans's interrogation is harsher. He is questioned more aggressively, voices rising, fists striking the table, accusations thrown like sharp stones. They confront him with evidence. The leaflets found in his coat, eyewitness testimony, similarities in typewriter patterns from earlier mailings. Hans remains composed, though the strain shows in his tightened jaw and the slight tremor in his fingers. He tries to claim sole responsibility, insisting that Sophie acted only on impulse, that she is being swept along by his influence. The officers are not convinced. They begin circling around the names of his closest friends. Alexander, Willie, Christoph. How many of you are there? Who helped? Hans shakes his head. I wrote most of it myself. A lie, but a protective one. What about the slogans painted around the city? I did it, Hans says. Another lie, but a necessary one. The interrogators exchange glances. He is shielding people. They know it, but they cannot yet break him. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation rooms, the effect of the arrest spreads like a slow-moving tremor. In the university, students whisper, some with fear, some with admiration, some in disbelief that anyone dared act so openly. In the city, rumors ripple. A brother and sister arrested. Leaflets involved. A resistance. Who else? In the white rose circles, panic flickers. Should they flee? Should they destroy evidence? Should they hide? Alexander and Willie, shaken but determined, begin planning next steps. They know they are in danger. They know the Gestapo will not stop with the Scholls. They know time is collapsing around them like a closing cage. But they hesitate, torn between self-preservation and loyalty. Christoph Probst, however, is in even greater danger. A draft of one of his writings is found in Hans's coat pocket, a terrible mistake Hans made in the chaos of the moment. This alone is enough to lead the Gestapo to him. Before the day ends, he too is arrested. Back in the interrogation rooms, the tone shifts. Now the officers confront Sophie with Christoph's name, with Alexander's, with Willie's. They try to corner her, to show that they already know more than she thinks. Sophie stays composed. Her responses remain calm. Her posture does not break. She draws on her inner reservoir, faith, philosophy, dignity. She remembers her family. She remembers conversations with her father. His words return to her now, steadying her breath. What I want for you is to be human, nothing else. She holds on to that. She answers only what she must. She does not betray anyone. She does not concede more than is already known. Her courage becomes a kind of still flame, small, unwavering, quiet. Hans, meanwhile, breaks for one moment, not spiritually, but emotionally. He realizes that the paper belonging to Christoph will lead to his arrest, and he lets out a cry of despair, a sound so raw that the guard pauses in the doorway. But then Hans breathes deeply, steadies himself, and speaks again with calm purpose. No one else is responsible. It was me. They do not believe him, but they notice something in him, a protective instinct so strong it borders on defiance. More hours pass. The interrogations continue into the evening. Files grow thicker. Accusations grow clearer. Eventually, the officers conclude what they need to conclude. The Scholls are guilty. Christoph is implicated. The nature of the act is political. The punishment will be swift. But even as the machinery of justice begins to move, there is something the officers cannot break. The siblings' composure, their quiet dignity, their moral clarity. Those things radiate through the rooms like a soft, stubborn light. Late that evening, as Sophie sits alone again, exhausted but unbroken, she lifts her head and whispers a single sentence to the empty cell. Such a beautiful, sunny day, and I have to go. Her voice does not tremble. It is not despairing. It is simply true. The path ahead is narrowing. The trial is coming. The verdict already written. But she remains herself, utterly, gently, unwaveringly. Chapter 8. The Interrogation. Morning returns to the Gestapo building not with light, but with a feeling, an almost physical shift in the air that tells everyone inside that new tactics will begin today. Sophie wakes from a brief, shallow sleep, her body stiff from the wooden bench, her thoughts settled like clear water in a still pond. A guard steps into her cell. "Scholl, you will come now." She rises without hesitation. Her footsteps echo softly through the corridor as she is led into a larger room than before. Barren, lit by a single overhead lamp that hums faintly. A table stands in the center. 2 chairs. A file already waiting. This is no longer preliminary questioning. This is interrogation. But Sophie remains composed. She sits, folds her hands, breathes evenly. The door opens again. A senior interrogator enters, a man trained not simply to gather information, but to dismantle resolve. He is not a monster. He is simply a function of the system. A system that fears ideas more than armies. A system that knows leaflets can travel faster than bullets. He sits across from Sophie, studies her, opens the file slowly. For a moment, silence fills the room like water rising. Finally, he speaks. "Fräulein Scholl, we know you distributed the leaflets, but we also know you were not working alone." Sophie remains still. "We already have evidence implicating others," he continues, leaning forward. "If you cooperate, you can avoid the worst. You could be treated with leniency. You are young. You have a future." Sophie lifts her gaze. "My future depends on my conscience," she says softly. The interrogator's expression tightens, not in anger, but in frustration. She is not like the others he has questioned. She is not frightened into compliance. She is not confused. She understands exactly what is happening and refuses to let it unmake her. He tries a different angle. "Your brother has already admitted to involvement." She nods gently. "He is honest. But he also implicated you," the interrogator says. Sophie smiles, not defiantly, but as someone hearing something obvious. "I was there. I acted." Her calm disarms him, confuses him, humanizes the room in a way he did not expect. Interrogations are designed to wear down the spirit, to create tension between truth and confession. They depend on anxiety, on fear, on desperation. But Sophie does not behave like someone trying to escape her fate. She answers with clarity, pauses with patience, watches with soft, unwavering eyes. She is unervingly peaceful. Down the hall, Hans is being questioned again. His interrogator is louder, more aggressive, his fists occasionally striking the table for effect. But Hans has always lived with a kind of moral intensity, and now it becomes his shield. He tries to claim more responsibility than is his. He takes on blame that belongs to others. He attempts to drag all attention toward himself, so the noose tightens only around his neck. But the interrogators have Christoph's draft. They have testimonies. They have clues tying in Alexander and Willie. Hans knows the web is coming apart. For one moment, just one, his composure fractures. A cry escapes. A soft, human sound of despair. But he steadies himself quickly, breathing deeply. He remembers Sophie. He remembers the leaflets drifting from the balcony. He remembers why they did all this. The interrogator watches him closely. "You can still save your sister," he says, voice low. Hans closes his eyes. A pause. A long breath. "She stands with me," he whispers. The interrogator frowns. This was not the response he hoped for. By midday, Sophie is moved to a second room. The door shuts behind her with a soft click that sounds louder than any shout. Her interrogator places a thick stack of papers on the table. The leaflets. "All of these," he says, tapping the stack. "Did you write them?" Sophie knows this is a crucial question. If she claims to be the author, she risks a heavier sentence. If she denies involvement, she weakens her credibility. If she names others, she betrays those she loves. She chooses the narrow path. "I participated," she says. "I helped type them. I helped distribute them. I approved of their content." "But did you write them?" he insists. Sophie's expression stays calm. "I share responsibility." The interrogator studies her. She is impossible to corner. She neither lies nor confesses fully. She neither collapses nor provokes. She walks the line with a grace that confounds him. He shifts tactics again. "Why did you do it? What compelled you to take such risks?" Her answer is quiet, almost gentle. "Because I am convinced that many others believe as we do, but dare not speak." A stillness fills the room. The interrogator stares at her, seeing not just a prisoner, but a mind he cannot break. He changes tone, trying to intimidate her with the prospect of severe punishment. Words like treason, trial, sentence are spoken with calibrated weight. Sophie listens, absorbs the implications, and then says, in the calmest voice he has heard from any prisoner, "Someone had to begin." The interrogator leans back in his chair. This is not a young woman losing her way. This is a young woman who has found it. By late afternoon, Hans and Sophie cross paths for a moment in the hallway, just a brief instant as guards lead them in opposite directions. They cannot speak. They cannot touch. But they look into each other's eyes. A look filled with, "I am here. Do not fear. We did what we had to. We stand together." That single silent exchange holds the strength of 1,000 words. Then they are separated again. Evening approaches. The light fades. The building grows colder. Interrogations continue. Sophie is questioned late into the night. Her answers remain calm. Her resolve does not falter. Hans is questioned with increasing intensity. He protects the others as best he can. He prepares himself for the trial he knows is coming. Christoph, arrested earlier that day, begins his own cycle of questioning. Gentle, thoughtful Christoph, who only ever contributed out of quiet conviction. His fear is palpable, but his dignity remains intact. The Gestapo wants complete confession, complete collapse, complete surrender. They do not get it. What they get instead is something they cannot understand. Courage without rage, dignity without defiance, conviction without violence. 3 young people sitting in cold rooms, quietly refusing to abandon their humanity. Chapter 9. The Trial. The morning of the trial breaks clear and cold over Munich, as if the sky has been scrubbed of every cloud. It is February 22nd, just 4 days after the leaflets fell through the university atrium. The speed of it all is startling, almost unreal. But in a system that fears ideas, speed is part of the punishment. There must be no time for sympathy, no time for doubt, no time for the truth to settle in. You move beside the prison van as it rattles through the streets. Inside, Sophie sits in a corner, hands folded loosely in her lap. She is wearing a simple dress, her hair smoothed back with quiet care. There is a strange lightness in her expression today. Not happiness, but a kind of calm that comes when a person fully accepts the path before them. Hans sits opposite her, wrists bound, shoulders squared. His face is pale but steady. There is tension in his jaw, yes, but also something gentler in his eyes when he looks at his sister. Pride, love, and a shared understanding that what comes next is not simply a legal proceeding, but a final stage in the story they chose to live. Between them, in that cramped space, sits Christoph Probst, gentle, tired, and deeply aware of the weight on his shoulders. He thinks of his wife, of his children, of the life he had planned that has been abruptly cut sideways. Yet even in this moment, there is no bitterness in his gaze, only sorrow, and a quiet acceptance that he, too, has been part of something true. No one speaks much. Words feel unnecessary now. Everything has already been said. Everything that mattered has already been written on thin sheets of paper and cast into the air. The van arrives at the courthouse. The building looms, its stone facade hard and impersonal. Inside, justice has been reshaped into something rigid and predetermined. The trial they are about to face is not about truth. It is about affirmation. Affirmation of power, affirmation of control, affirmation that no dissent will be tolerated. But still, they will speak. Inside the courtroom, the air smells of dust, paper, and something sharper. Fear, perhaps, or the metallic tang of anticipation. The benches are sparsely filled. A few officials, a handful of observers, uniformed guards. No crowd, no family. This is not meant to be a spectacle for the public. It is meant to be a message to those who might be listening more quietly. At the front, the bench waits. The presiding judge is already known across the country, a man whose reputation has traveled farther than any defendant's. He is known for his outbursts, his cruelty, his theater. But today you, standing in the back of the room, watch him not as a symbol, but as a human being who has chosen to embody the harshest edge of the state. Sophie, Hans, and Christoph are led in. They walk with small, careful steps, chains clinking softly. Sophie's posture is straight. Hans's gaze is level. Christoph's hands tremble slightly, but he lifts his head. They look impossibly young against the severity of the room. The proceedings begin quickly. Names are read. Charges listed. High treason. Aiding the enemy. Undermining the war effort. The words fall like stones into still water. But the three of them stand in that water and do not sink. The judge turns his attention to Hans first. His voice is sharp, laced with contempt. He accuses him of betrayal, of cowardice hidden behind pamphlets, of daring to speak against the state in a time of war. Hans listens, then answers with calm force. He does not retract his beliefs. He does not plead for mercy. He speaks of conscience, of responsibility, of the duty of citizens to oppose injustice. His sentences are measured, his tone clear. He refuses the narrative that obedience is the highest virtue. The judge interrupts, shouts, mocks, attempts to belittle. But Hans continues to speak in the same steady voice, as if he is no longer addressing the man in front of him, but someone beyond the room. History, perhaps, or those who will one day ask how anyone dared to act. You can feel the tension in the courtroom. Some in the room avert their eyes. Others stare, startled by such composure. Even the judge, for all his bluster, seems momentarily unsettled by the unshakable calm of this young man who refuses to crawl. Then it is Sophie's turn. She is called to the front, her chains clinking softly against the floor. She stands before the bench, small and self-contained, eyes clear and unflinching. The judge attempts to humiliate her. He mocks her youth, her gender, her naive idealism. He calls her actions stupid, reckless, un-German. Sophie listens quietly. The room holds its breath. Then, in an even, gentle tone, she responds. She speaks of responsibility, not only to the state, but to humanity. She speaks of a Germany that could be better than this, of a people who must one day answer for what is happening now. She insists that they acted out of love for their country, not hatred, that their leaflets were an attempt to call Germans back to their own dignity. She does not shout. She does not plead. She does not apologize for her convictions. At one point, she says softly that where wrong is done, silence makes one complicit, that to see clearly and remain still is a betrayal of the very idea of being human. The judge interrupts her, voice rising. He does not want these words in the room, but they are already there. They linger, quiet and stubborn, in the air between them. Christoph is questioned last. He is the most vulnerable, married, with children, drawn into the core group later than the others, his involvement smaller yet still punishable. His voice trembles at first, but then steadies as he, too, speaks about conscience. He admits his part, does not deny his writing, does not try to shift blame. He asks for consideration not for himself, but for his family. The judge shows no sympathy. To the machinery of this court, personal ties do not soften judgment. They simply add another layer of cruelty to the outcome. The questioning continues, circling through the same points. Why the leaflets? Who else was involved? Do they understand what they have done? And each time, in different ways, the three of them answer with variations of the same core truth. Yes, we acted knowingly. We accept responsibility. We will not retract what we believe. By midday, everything that needs to be said has been said. There has been no real deliberation, no genuine weighing of evidence. The verdict is already written in the logic of the regime. The trial is less about deciding guilt and more about staging submission. But submission does not occur. Not in their voices, not in their posture, not in the way they stand side by side, unbroken. The judge calls for recess. The guards lead the three of them out, their chains lightly scraping against the stone. Outside the courtroom, a narrow corridor awaits. For a brief moment, removed from the formal theater of accusation, silence wraps around them like a gentle cloak. Hans looks at Christoph, then at Sophie. "We will be remembered," he says quietly. Sophie's reply is soft, almost like a breath. If not today, then someday. Christoph manages a small, tired smile. The moment passes. The guards return. The verdict is ready. When they are brought back into the courtroom, the air has changed. Not dramatically. There is no crowd pressing forward, no eruption of noise, but subtly, like a room in which the temperature has dropped by a few degrees. Everyone present can sense what is coming. The judge resumes his place at the bench, robes settling around him like a dark curtain. He does not draw out the moment. There is no need. The state's judgment has never been uncertain. He reads the verdict quickly, almost impatiently, as though irritated that such formalities must be observed. Guilty. All three. High treason. Aiding the enemy. Attempting to undermine the war effort. The punishment is announced with the sharp clarity of a blade. Death. Immediate. By guillotine. The words strike the room with a quiet violence. No shouting. No gasps. Only a ripple. Felt rather than heard. Hans straightens. Christoph lowers his gaze. Sophie closes her eyes briefly, not in fear, but in acceptance. The judge continues speaking about loyalty, obedience, the necessity of severe punishment in wartime, but his voice recedes into the background. The verdict has already eclipsed everything else. The rest is theater. When the session concludes, the guards move forward. Hans catches Sophie's hand for just a moment. A small gesture, barely visible, but filled with more meaning than any sentence spoken in the room. Then they are separated again. They are taken back to their holding cells, but something has changed in the atmosphere. The tension of uncertainty has lifted. The path ahead is painfully, brutally clear. Yet, curiously, this clarity brings a kind of peace. For the first time since their arrest, Sophie feels still inside, as though the storm she has carried within her chest has quieted. She does not feel relief, but she feels truth. And truth brings its own calm. In her cell, she sits on the bench and lets her gaze rest on the rough wall opposite her. It is an unremarkable wall, cracked, stained, silent, and yet she looks at it as though she can see beyond it, through it, into something greater than the room itself. A guard passes by and pauses at the door. He looks at her quietly, then says, almost under his breath, "I am ashamed. Such a fine girl." Sophie's expression softens. She does not reply, but something in her eyes conveys a gentle forgiveness, not for the system, but for the individual standing before her, who is caught within its machinery. The guard moves on, shaken by the calm radiating from this young woman condemned to die. In another cell, Christoph sits with his hands clasped tightly. This is the hardest moment for him, not death itself, but the thought of leaving his 3 small children behind. His mind drifts to their faces, their laughter, the ordinary joys of family life. He thinks of the life he had planned, now cut short with cruel speed. But even in his sorrow, there is no bitterness, only a profound tenderness, a longing for a gentler world his children might someday inherit. Hans, in his own cell, stares up at the ceiling. His thoughts move from his friends to his parents, to the snow falling outside, to the leaflets drifting in the atrium. That moment, that act, that simple cascade of paper, that is what he clings to. That light, that truth set free. He feels no regret, only urgency that their message will continue after they are gone. When guards come to escort him to a final meeting with the prison chaplain, he rises calmly, nodding once as though acknowledging a companion, not an executioner. Later, Hans and Sophie are allowed a final moment together. Not long, heavily monitored, but real. They sit facing each other, hands clasped through the bars that separate them. Sophie speaks first. "It was worth it," she says softly. Hans nods, eyes shining with unshed tears. "I know. Do not mourn," she whispers. "We did what we believed." Hans swallows hard. "Forgive me for pulling you into this." Sophie smiles, a small, radiant smile that chases shadows from the dim corridor. "You did not pull me," she says. "I walked with you." They hold on to those words. Hold on to each other's hands. Hold on to the knowledge that they acted not for themselves, but for something larger, deeper, more human. A guard clears his throat. Their moment is over. They release their hands. The light between them does not fade. As the afternoon wanes, the mechanical hum of the building grows quieter. Even the guards seem subdued, compelled into a softer rhythm by something they cannot name. Sophie is led down a corridor. Her steps are light, her face serene. She passes a window where sunlight slants across the floor in a thin golden line. She pauses, just for a second, and closes her eyes, letting the warmth touch her cheek. "It is such a beautiful day," she murmurs, "and I must go. Not a complaint, not a lament, just an observation, offered gently to the world." The final preparations are carried out swiftly. There is no ceremony, no delay, no dramatic moment. But in the quietness, the stillness before the end, there is a profound sense of dignity. Sophie walks forward with soft, steady steps. Hans, moments later, with a final cry of conviction. Long live freedom! Christoph with a quiet prayer on his lips. And then, silence. A silence that does not erase them. A silence that carries them forward. A silence that becomes a beginning rather than an end. For the white rose has already scattered its seeds. And those seeds will root far beyond the walls of this room, far beyond this day, far beyond the war itself. Aftermath. The white rose. Night settles over Munich again, though the city does not realize what it has lost. The prison yard has already been swept clean. The corridors stand quiet. The echo of footsteps has faded, and somewhere beyond the stone walls, the last warmth of the afternoon sun dissolves into a cold, indifferent twilight. You walk slowly through the lingering silence, as if tracing the soft outline of what remains behind. There are no crowds mourning on the streets, no public memorials rising overnight, no speeches carved into history in the moment. The world moves on with the numb momentum of wartime, unaware that 3 young voices have just fallen into stillness. But here, in the quiet you inhabit, something lingers. A feeling, a tremor, a faint thread of light woven into the air. The white rose has been cut down, yet the petals continue drifting. In Munich, leaflets begin circulating quietly once more. Not new ones, but copies of the originals, passed hand to hand, palm to palm, folded into pockets and drawers by people who cannot bear to let them disappear. A professor places a leaflet inside a book in the university library. A student memorizes a passage before burning the paper to ash. A nurse tucks one into her coat. A soldier hides one in his pack as he leaves for the front. No one speaks loudly of the Scholls. Not yet. Not while fear still holds the city by the throat. But their names whisper through doorways and across tram lines like a drifting wind. Sophie, Hans, Christoph. You can almost hear those names being carried gently along the streets, soft as a prayer, fragile as breath. Days pass. Weeks. Winter begins to loosen its grip, and the war continues its descent. Cities far from Munich begin receiving copies of the final leaflet, the 7th. But it is no longer the White Rose distributing them. It is the airmen of the Royal Air Force, who drop hundreds of thousands of copies across Germany like a quiet rain of paper and conscience. The words written by a few young students now fall over rooftops, farm fields, riverbanks, and town squares. For a moment, brief, delicate, impossible to measure, the truth glimmers across the country in thin white sheets. Truth falling from the sky. Truth carried on wind. Truth that could not be silenced. You watch those leaflets drift through memory, as if they were still falling now, suspended in slow air, weightless and luminous. Back in Ulm, the Scholl home receives the news with a kind of grief that does not shout. Their father sits at the table and folds his hands together, head bowed. Their mother moves through the rooms with a heaviness in her breath, as though carrying a fragile lantern through a storm she can hardly see through. But beneath that grief lies something steady, the knowledge that their children remained themselves until the final moment, that they chose conscience over silence, that nothing, not fear, not interrogation, not the machinery of the state, managed to bend them. There is pride there, and pain, and a quiet, unbroken strength. In time, it will be seen more clearly, but for now, it rests inside their home like a slow-burning ember. Years pass. The war ends. The world inhales again. And slowly, very slowly, Germany begins to understand. The names that once traveled only in whispers begin to appear in books, in classrooms, in ceremonies, in the hearts of people who did not yet exist when those leaflets first fell from the atrium. Streets are renamed. Schools, squares, statues are carved. Memorials rise like soft markers in the quiet places of the city. The white rose becomes something more than a moment, more than a gesture, more than a defiant scattering of paper on a winter morning. It becomes a symbol of what conscience looks like in a time of darkness, a reminder that courage does not require noise, that resistance can bloom like a whisper, that the human spirit, when anchored in truth, can hold its ground even when the world narrows around it. You feel that truth now, settling into you like a warm breath in a cold room. Hans's calm defiance, Christoph's gentle sorrow, Sophie's radiant stillness. They linger, quiet as drifting petals. And as you stand in the soft quiet of this aftermath, you feel something else rising within you, a sense that history does not end with endings, that every act of conscience echoes forward in ways the actors can never see, that these stories, once lived, refuse to lie down. In a world that often forgets, you remember. In a world that numbs itself, you listen. In a world that grows louder every year, you carry their silence like a small, steady flame. And as the last lines of this story settle around you, you understand that the white rose did not fall on February 22nd, 1943. It was planted, and somewhere, even now, it continues to bloom. The voices of the white rose fade into the distance, carried away like slips of paper on a changing wind. Their words linger, even after the rooms they once gathered in have gone still. Courage like theirs does not disappear. It settles quietly into the corners of history, waiting for others to find it when the world grows dark again. Time moves forward. Across Europe, cities continue to reshape themselves around loss, hope, and the quiet search for direction. Some resist with leaflets, some resist with silence, and some resist by rising as one, even when the cost is known long before the first step is taken. In another city, far from the classrooms and corridors where the white rose once walked, the air grows heavier with expectation. Streets watch their own shadows. Walls carry whispers of preparation. A sense of gathering resolve settles like dusk over rooftops that have seen too much, yet still hold onto the shape of something unbroken. This is Warsaw, a city where bravery no longer arrives in small, fleeting gestures, but gathers into a rising tide, one that will carry an entire population into a stand that echoes through generations. Let the quiet resistance of Munich drift gently behind you now. Follow the stillness as it deepens, becoming the breath before an uprising, the moment when a city decides to stand together beneath a burning sky. Part 3. The Warsaw Uprising. A city in flames. The city holds its breath. You're standing at a window that used to be a life, lace-browned by years of smoke, a sill carved by elbows and time. Outside, Warsaw waits the way a held note waits for the next finger to move. August heat clinging to stone, tram lines shining like veins in the road. A red dusk stains the glass. The air tastes of brick dust and cabbage soup, of tin and the tired sweetness of ripe pears. Far off, a church bell practices silence, then gives up and rings once. Before we drift deeper, if these quiet corridors of history are where your mind likes to walk at night, you might subscribe, not out of habit, but to keep the lamp lit in this small room we share. And if you have a moment, Tell us where you're listening from, or which image lingers for you. The match, the tram, the armbands red. Set the cup down. Let the city speak. You're listening to echoes of war. A single match flares. Not yours. Someone's across the courtyard. The light draws a face out of the evening, then lets it go. In the rooms below, spoons rest in bowls and are not lifted. In the stairwell, a bicycle leans against the wall, its chain whispering metal against paint. Breath gathers in pockets along the landings. Somewhere in this building, someone weeps without sound. Somewhere else, a woman threads a needle because hands must do something, and a man checks a watch that was his father's. They have waited so long that waiting has a smell, a rhythm. Today it breaks. The first word is not a word at all. It is a hiss in the radio wire, a shiver in the air that runs down to fingertips and makes them steady. Zrat. Turn. The next world will be constructed out of bodies and alleys, and the old city that refuses to die cleanly. You feel it before you know it. Air condensing, decisions hardening into their true names. A city is not a place. It is a promise crowded into streets. Warsaw is ready to collect on what it is owed. You step into the corridor. Footfalls multiply. A door opens, then another, like pages being turned in a room full of people who have read ahead. A boy, not a face, only the blur of a cap and the sinew of a wrist, rushes past carrying something wrapped in cloth. No one stops him. A kettle clicks off by itself. A cat slicks around an ankle and vanishes into a dust-smelling storeroom where potatoes used to be counted as if numbers could hold back winter. Outside, posters peel from walls, showing different histories underneath. A concert never played. A ration notice measured in hunger. A cartoon that has not been funny for years. The sky over the Vistula holds a suggestion of thunder that will not be weather. Pigeons lift and circle, then settle in the same place, as if the day must be arranged properly before it can end. Listen. The old city breathes. Listen again. The breath catches. At the corner of Świętokrzyska and Marszałkowska, a tram sits empty, doors open like a mouth surprised by its own quiet. One seat is cracked where a button once pressed too hard, nervous in a crowded noon, before noons were numbered by fear. An advertisement for soap greys into the metal. That small domestic lie, wash and be clean, feels almost kind compared to what is coming. You taste metal at the back of your throat. Iron. The idea of blood before blood arrives. The smell of oil from the stairwell where a hidden cache waits. Someone knocks once, twice, once again. The pattern everyone knows because everyone has met in cellars and kitchens, teaching each other the choreography of survival. In a courtyard, a wardrobe is dragged across cobbles to become a barricade. In an attic, a hole is cut through plaster so messages can run through walls like water finding its level. Then a shot. Then 2. Then 10. And suddenly it is August 1st, 1944, 1700 hours. W hour. The clock inside the city agrees with no other clock. Time becomes local, specific to streets, measured in runs between doorways and the distance between a thrown bottle and a German truck. Time becomes what people can carry in their hands. A boy ties a white and red armband with fingers that will never forget the knot. A girl wraps bandages, eyes learning how to stay open. A priest lifts bread and believes that if mercy exists anywhere, it must be smuggled like everything else. The match is still burning in the room across the courtyard. It is only a match. It is also the sun that Warsaw sets for itself. You breathe in. Brick dust, hot rope, gasoline. You breathe out. A prayer without words. Chapter 1. W hour. Fragments of a beginning. 5 o'clock. Local to the heart. The city chooses its hour. You are on a stair that knows your step. The banister is worn where generations made their turns without looking. Today, hands slide quickly, not to fall, but to become fast. A house is a machine for remembering, where the squeak is on the third step, which neighbor coughs through winters, how light pools on the landing at exactly this time. Those facts become coordinates now. The stairwell becomes a map. A woman with flour on her wrist presses a parcel into your palm. Not bread. Metal wrapped in a kitchen towel that still smells of yeast. Her eyes make you promise something you cannot promise, and you promise anyway. In the courtyard, laundry strings become signals. A shirt pinned in the left corner meaning wait, two shirts meaning go. These are rules made of fabric and hope, and they will do. The air holds heat like a grudge. The sky is a pale lid over streets that suddenly look too narrow for what they must contain. Church bells are not supposed to ring now, but one does because time insists on being itself for a moment. A dog's bark breaks into bits against the walls. Then a burst of gunfire braids the sound together again, and the city realizes it has been speaking prose when the moment demands verse. A boy, again only movement, not a face, sprints by with a bottle clinking under his coat. Petrol. A rag. A recipe learned in the alphabet of necessity. At the gate, someone drags a desk across the cobbles and tips it onto its side. Barricade is a French word meaning build a wall out of what you have to keep what you love. In Polish today, it means use wardrobes, bed frames, doors kicked off hinges, stones loosened with crowbars, sand from a playground no one used this year because joy was rationed. Over on Walla, the first flags appear, white and red trembling like lungs at the throat of a building. Down Krokowski Przedmieście, a sheet becomes a sign. A window opens and a hand raises a pistol, and then the pistol is part of the street's grammar. The shouting is not words you can separate. It is one large word that means, at last. And within that, a smaller word that means, careful. The Germans are caught standing. Not all of them. They are a machine, and machines do not sleep properly. But enough. A courier in boots too big runs past a surprised clerk who is reaching for a phone. A grey car idles where it was left by a driver who suddenly finds himself without a map that matches the ground. You feel the city tilt an inch as an empire loses its footing on a curb. Radio, paper, breath. The radio speaks in shavings and lint. You lean close, hearing the scuff of music under the static, then a voice that has learned to be thin so it can slip through walls. Orders repeat, not because people forget, but because repetition is faith. A small press in a basement breathes out sheets that will find hands in 20 minutes, and pockets in an hour, and truths in a day. Ink smears along the side of a man's hand. He reaches for a rag and leaves fingerprints on a crate that was once destined for butter. You read a line aloud without sound, the way people read on trams to prove to themselves that they can still be alone. The line promises more than it can keep, and exactly enough. We will hold. You fold the paper and slide it under your shirt as if it were a sacrament. Your body becomes archive. On the wall, a child's drawing. No faces, just a square with a roof and a rectangle that is probably a door. And beside it, a mark in pencil where someone measured a height last spring. The city records itself in centimeters and in ash. You run your hand across plaster that will soon be dust, and then will be mixed with water to patch a wound in a wall so words can keep running through. The city is good at recycling its own hurt. Outside, a German truck grinds a gear and is suddenly a target. The bottle flies. Time slows, thickening like syrup around the arc. The rag ignites before it lands. For a heartbeat, you see an image that will be a story. Fire wearing the shape of glass. A man's hand still in the release. A street holding itself together out of pride. Then time becomes speed again, and metal howls, and you are moving without remembering the moment between thinking and motion because there was no moment between those things. Your breath is loud. Your breath is louder than the truck. Your breath is louder than the history that will later make neat sentences out of this. Crosscut. A German signalman, a Warsaw nurse, the river. Somewhere closer to Alage Jerozolimsky, a German signalman whose name you'll never know hears the clatter in his line and cleans his fingernails with a knife his father gave him. He looks up at the ceiling and imagines it as sky. He thinks, storms. He thinks, soon. He is not cruel in this second. He is tired in the way men get tired when the day insists on inventing a new kind of work for their hands. He writes down the wrong time by mistake, and the mistake becomes part of the city's survival. A nurse in a makeshift post at a school that smells of chalk, and iodine ties a strip of linen around an arm that will keep its hand. She counts to 3 under her breath, not because that helps, but because numbers are a railing on a stair when the lights go out. She has learned to listen to pain the way a musician listens to a key change. The man on the table stares at the ceiling and names its cracks in his head as if they were streets. This one is Nowy Swiat. This one is Tamka. This one is the alley where I kissed someone and was not afraid. The nurse nods to herself when the bleeding slows. She is 22 years old and a century old and exactly today old. Down at the Vistula, water goes on doing the only thing it knows how to do. Carry. The river holds the sky and sends it away, holds the city's face and refuses to keep it. Boats bump the banks softly, as if trying to remember a lullaby. On the Praga side, someone sculls with a shirt wrapped around an oar to hide the shape. A heron lifts one leg, then the other. The river keeps its secrets badly and well. Barricade grammar. By late evening, Warsaw learns a new architecture. Streets become sentences made of nouns dragged out of apartments. Mattresses, armoires, sacks, bricks. Every object that once said home now says stop. Men and women work with the rhythm of people who finally have a use for their fear. They breathe in time with their hands. A door that once admitted guests lies on its side and declines empires. You help push a piano. Its keys clap like teeth as it bumps, and angle it into place behind a mound of sand. Someone laughs once, a real bright sound that breaks an hour too heavy to carry whole. A woman tucks a photograph into her pocket, then tucks the pocket deeper into herself. A man marks an arrow on a wall with chalk. Not art, but a map for a friend he does not know yet. Night licks at the edges of the streets, soft at first, then sure. Lanterns bloom in courtyards and hang like small moons with jobs to do. Shadows learn their assignments. A whistle means down. A double whistle means through. The city's language simplifies under fire. You are grateful for this. Complexity can wait for peacetime. Tonight, meaning must be quick enough to outrun bullets. Gunfire comes like weather now, arriving in bands. You can smell the difference between a burst aimed to frighten and a burst aimed to erase. Your stomach knows the difference before your mind does. You press your shoulder into the barricade and feel its truth, its roughness, its kindness. With splinters under your palm, and the splinter holds on, as if it knows you will need it to remember this exact square of world later, when words feel too clean. At midnight, someone pours tea. You cannot drink. The cup is hot against your fingers anyway, an ember you hold to believe in heat that is not destructive. A woman hums under her breath. The tune is not a tune you can name. It is the human act of remembering that songs exist even when no one can sing them whole. The match, somewhere across the courtyard, is long gone to ash. Yet the room inside you where it burned stays lit. You close your eyes. Brick dust. Metal. Breath. Silence. 4 anchors for a city about to learn how to float in fire. And when you open them, the horizon is already red. Chapter 2. Barricades become streets. The weight of wood. Morning has a burnt edge. You wake to hammering that has forgotten it's a sound and become a heartbeat. Somewhere a rooster crows because no one told it the rules have changed. You step outside into a courtyard already half-walled by furniture. Mattresses lean like weary giants, wardrobes belly down, cobblestones dark from last night's rain. Every object has been conscripted. Even silence works shifts now. A man measures angles with a carpenter's eye. The same hands once built staircases for wedding photos. He drives a nail through a door that used to keep cold out. Now it keeps everything else out. Children, unseen, but heard as the scrape of buckets, the shuffle of small boots, carry sand in pillowcases. A grandmother folds her shawl tighter and prays with the rhythm of the hammer. Faith is just repetition in another language. The air smells of sap and soot. Every blow releases the ghosts of the trees that once shaded picnics. You feel it in your bones. Warsaw is building not walls, but lungs. The rhythm of tasks. Someone counts. Not bodies, not bullets, just time. 2 strokes for each nail. 1 pause, 2 again. It's almost music. Across the street, a group of women squat around a washtub filled with gasoline and rags. They move with the precision of cooks. Fold, tie, soak, twist. A young man passes glass bottles down the line. He could be bottling cider if you close your eyes. When one slips and breaks, no one flinches. The shards are swept aside with the calm of experience none of them should have. A priest kneels beside a boy who scraped his knee on cobble. The blood a bright, private color in all this gray. The priest tears a strip from his sleeve and binds it, then marks the child's forehead with his thumb. Not a blessing, just recognition. The boy nods solemnly and disappears into the noise. Overhead, sunlight fractures in broken window panes. Each shard catches a different part of the day. One shows the past, one the next 5 minutes, one nothing at all. Enemy distance. At the intersection by the tram line, you glimpse them. German helmets glinting like insects in far sunlight. They move deliberately, armor that believes in itself. Machine guns are set up with the care of altars. Between you and them lies a single street that has changed its mind about what it is. It used to be commerce. Now it's argument. The first exchange begins. Not words, but metal syllables. You press yourself against the barricade and taste stone dust. The sound doesn't travel. It arrives all at once, as if the air itself chooses sides. Your ears ring until the ringing becomes the only steady thing in the world. Someone yells, "Reload," and it's a prayer. Someone else laughs, short and unbelieving, and it's a hymn. Above the racket, pigeons burst upward, white confetti in a dark parade. The Germans fall back a little. You don't chase. The city exhales one measured breath. Bread and bullets. By afternoon, the air is starch and cordite. Women bake in cellars lit by candle stubs, the dough rising slower than fear. A boy, face never shown, only his thin arms, passes loaves through a gap in the barricade. One loaf disappears toward the fighters, another to the wounded house next door. There is an understanding. If you have yeast, you share. If you have bullets, you share. If you have neither, you carry news. A courier arrives with a note folded small as a fingernail. The message, "Hold until night." You smile without humor. There is no other choice. When darkness comes, It does not fall. It seeps. Lanterns bloom again, yellow lungs in smoky throats. The barricades settle into their new role. Not obstacles, but geography. They are the city now. You run your hand across splintered wood, and it's warm from the day's sun, from the work, from the pulse that has migrated into things. You whisper to yourself, not for courage, but to keep the voice alive. The street will remember me. And for a moment, it does. Chapter 3. Old Town, New Grammar. Stone that learns names. The old town still smells faintly of baked bread and old paint, though most ovens are cold. You walk through its narrow veins where every wall has overheard something worth dying for. Cobblestones, rounded, patient, become punctuation marks between stories. Someone chalks words on a corner. Jesks Polska Renais Janila. The chalk breaks midway. The meaning doesn't. A sculptor drags his chisels into the street. For barricades, he mutters, but his fingers trace each tool as though apologizing. His apprentice carries a block of limestone like a child. They build their defense from art and debris alike. The bells of St. John's Cathedral ring once. The note lingers, trembling against gunfire, deciding which will last longer. Voices under the roofs. Roofs here are close enough to shake hands. You climb an attic ladder into air that smells of tar and linen. Men and women crawl from roof to roof with buckets, rifles, and messages sewn into hems. Below them, the streets burn in controlled paragraphs, each sentence a burst, each pause a reload. From this height you see how the city breathes. Fires inhale, prayers exhale, signals flash in mirrors, reflections of sun briefly tamed into language. Someone knocks 3 times from below. You answer twice. The rhythm means alive. A girl in a nurse's band bends over a skylight, dropping a note to a courtyard post. Her braid catches a spark. She pats it out and keeps moving. You marvel at the ordinary gesture, the continuation of small tasks amid collapse. That's courage, doing laundry in a falling world. German lines tighten. At dusk, the Luftwaffe returns. Engines drape the sky in a cloth of iron. The sound flattens everything. Thoughts, hope, even grammar. You dive into a stairwell as bombs cut diagonal arguments through the air. Each blast is an unanswerable question. Each echo, a comma where a life should continue. When dust clears, the statue of Serenka, the mermaid guardian of Warsaw, lies in fragments. Her sword arm gone, her face serene. You brush ash from her cheek. Your fingers leave lighter streaks like unfinished sentences. The Germans advance building by building, but the maze confuses them. They call it chaos. The city calls it syntax. The language of smoke. Night writes its own script. In basements, people whisper updates through walls like passing notes in class. Names move faster than bodies. Some streets are already myths by the time you reach them. Smoke curls through cracks, tracing invisible letters. It smells of paper, pine, and the unclaimed future. Someone coughs and apologizes for the noise. Someone else murmurs the Lord's Prayer, skipping lines, inserting names instead of saints. Outside, moonlight bends around drifting ash. It's beautiful, if you forget what it means. You stand there longer than you should, letting the sight etch itself into memory's negatives. The city is inventing a new language, half prayer, half code. Its alphabet is composed of barricades and lanterns, footsteps and silences. You realize you're fluent now. You wish you weren't. When dawn edges over the rooftops, The air tastes of lime, dust, and courage. You think of the Serenka again, her broken face calm in ruin, and whisper a promise that isn't quite words. The promise stays. The air listens. Chapter 4. The Siege of Walla is almost equal 1,600 to 1,800 words. Morning with iron in it. The morning over Walla arrives heavy, as if the sun has been asked to lift more than light. You step into a street that remembers factories, time clocks, lunch whistles. Today, all clocks are wrong. Only breath counts correctly. Metal is everywhere. Rails, barrels, grates, hinges torn from doors. A line of carts stands like a paused sentence. Oxen gone, shafts leaning in the dust. The air tastes of boiler soot and singed rope. You listen, and the distance answers with engines that don't hurry. They have learned patience. You answer with patience of your own, with stacked hire, sand tugged from gardens and playgrounds, buckets forming into a quiet drumbeat. Men who used to shape steel now shape streets. The measured blows of hammers are the only metronome that makes sense. A woman ties a white scarf at her throat, slips a note inside the knot, and nods to herself. A boy passes with buckets. You mark his small steadiness without looking at his face. There is a code in all of this. The city speaks by doing. The first pressure. It begins as a change in air. Birds fold into silence. Dogs flatten themselves in corners. The sky lowers until it seems to rest on chimney pots. The German line thickens at the edge of vision, dark stitching drawing itself through the fabric of morning. Armored vehicles nose forward like cautious animals. Infantry arranges itself the way rain arranges along a roofline. You take your place behind the barricade, palm against a plank that feels like a rib. When the first rounds come, they do not come alone. They travel with their meanings. Erasure, decree, the unsigning of a city's name. The barricade answers in its own tongue. Cracked rifles, homemade arcs of flame, the choreography of duck and rise that becomes instinct in 1 hour. You count without numbers. Bursts, pauses, the way smoke curls from a window and then doesn't. A bucket brigade moves as if one creature, passing dark water that smells of tin and ash. A figure in grey steps into the open. The street corrects the mistake. You are not brave. You are busy. These are different verbs that make the same shape. Crosscut. Factory. Field post. Far window. In a machine hall with windows shot into stars, workers turn their last stock of bolts into teeth for the street, scattering them where tires will hurry to their own undoing. The floor remembers oil and songs. Today it gains a new music. Tin, glass, the scrape of resolve. In a makeshift post where a field used to grow potatoes, a nurse pours iodine into a chipped saucer and uses cotton that was meant for cradle pillows. She hums just loud enough to steady hands that need no steadier. The man on the table stares at the timber grain, following its lines to keep away from the moment. The wood offers a geography he can travel without moving. On the 5th floor of a building that has forgotten its address, a woman peers through a gap in a curtain that once had lace. She holds a rosary, not to ask but to count. Shots, whistles, running steps. She has learned the city's new arithmetic. Pressure becomes weather. By noon, the offensive feels like climate. It arrives in waves that overlap, each one carrying debris of the last. A car burns, throwing a small, steady flag of smoke into a sky that does not know how to read anymore. Your throat tastes like a nail. Every breath carries filings and the memory of nettle tea. You drink from a canteen, and the water is warm, metallic. It still saves you. The barricade is a living creature now. Hands replace boards that splinter. Buckets chase sparks. A prayer moves along the line and becomes a rhythm, then a lull, then simply breath. From an alley, a cry starts and quickly becomes silence again, a decision, not an absence. The advance presses and then falters against a geometry improvised out of wardrobes, cobbles, and stubbornness. You know it's temporary. Everything is. But temporary is still a kind of victory when you need an hour to be long enough for a messenger to arrive. Walla after image. Morning in Walla arrives with a colour the sky never learned in school. Grey with an argument of red in it, thin as smoke seen through gauze. The streets are strangely polite. They step aside for you, let you pass, then close again as if ashamed of what they showed. You move through the absence of sound that follows an orchestra's last note. No wreckage speaks, not yet. Dust hasn't remembered how to fall. A row of shoes waits neatly by a doorway whose walls forgot to stay upright. Someone's handprint darkens a beam, smaller than yours, older than dawn. A kettle stands where a stove used to be, spout lifted like a question that won't be answered this shift. In a workshop, blueprints lie open under glass that has melted itself into transparency. Lines for staircases, cupolas, balconies. Plans for beauty drawn in pencil softer than bone. You trace one curve, and the graphite comes away on your fingertip like soot. The city's last architecture lesson. Nothing straight stays straight for long, but curves remember. You cross the yard and feel eyes that aren't there. Shutters hang like half-closed lids. A bicycle leans against a wall that refuses to forget the weight of it. The air is full of metal's old perfume. Filings, bolts, rails, all cooling from yesterday's fever. At the corner, a dog stands beside a cap on the ground. You say hello without moving your lips. It watches you until the wind changes direction, then walks away carefully, as if the street might wake if stepped on too hard. You keep walking. The smoke thickens, then thins, and behind it the city begins to speak again, very softly, in a language built entirely out of memory. Interlude, City Ledger. The city keeps a ledger no office could file. Not victories, not losses, only the things exchanged to make one more hour possible. Page 1. Nails. Bent straight again, used twice. Page 2. Buckets, some with names scratched underneath like signatures. Page 3. Chairs disassembled for warmth, their screws pocketed for after. Someone writes by candlelight, pen made from the barrel of a cartridge. Ink the color of smoke. Columns neat as ribs. Under assets, the accountant lists. One matchbox with 2 matches. 13 words that still mean something. Faith, scuffed but functional. Liabilities. Time. Silence that has begun to echo. A margin note in smaller hand. Lantern, repaired with wire. Light steady enough. Farther down, a child's, small, drawing of a loaf. Next to it, a figure 8 of graphite smudge where someone tested the pencil. Every mark accounted for. Wind slips through a window broken too neatly to be accident. The page flutters once, twice. Someone presses it flat again, not wanting even air to rearrange the math. Outside, rain begins its own arithmetic on the tin roof. Ones, zeros, code for continue. When the candle gutters, the clerk closes the book, lays a hand on its cover, and in that gesture balances the column no number could hold. The weight of what it costs to stay human. The flame steadies. The ledger adds one more entry. Light. Maintained. Then the page turns itself to rest. The long red edge of day. Evening drags a bruise across the western sky. The engines loosen their grip, and for a moment the city hears itself. Somewhere, a harmonica tests 3 notes, stops, and keeps the last note alive in memory. The courtyard finds its jobs. Someone slices bread with a bayonet. Someone else boils a pot of water only to watch it steam into nothing. The watching is what matters. A photograph is passed hand to hand, then put away. You realize that looking at it makes the past heavy and useful, like a blanket pulled to the chin. A lantern is hung on a nail, driven into a door set sideways. The light is small and decisive. Above it, the night clears its throat. At the edge of Walla, a factory whistle, long stilled, rises once in the wind. A phantom sound. You let it pass through you. The day ends on a quiet image, a single nail head shining in lamplight, holding. Chapter 5. Messages Through Fire. Paper that refuses to burn. Dawn is thin as onion skin. You unfold a leaflet printed in a basement that smells of ink and potatoes. The letters are slightly blurred where the roller hesitated. They still carry their meaning like water carries light. You tuck the paper against your chest, feeling its cool insistence on being read by someone else soon. The press runs on courage and hand-cranked rhythm. Pages come off damp, curled like sleeping leaves. A woman stacks them with the expertise of a librarian and the speed of a midwife. In the corner, a child's drawing faces the wall. A square and a triangle and a chimney. No faces. No dates. Outside, smoke drifts across the street like handwriting. You walk through it, careful not to smudge the letters you carry. Wire, mirror, footstep. Communication is a body with many limbs now. Wire, a line spliced 3 times, threaded through cellars and stairwells to a radio that weighs as much as a promise. The operator listens with his entire posture, head cocked as if the voice comes from behind the heart. Music ghosts under the static, and then a thin instruction chisels through. He writes on the back of a label torn from a jar, ink skipping where the paper resists. Mirror. On rooftops, small circles of tin catch and flicker. A short flash for hold, a longer one for move. A hesitation that means wait. I hear engines. Sunlight becomes code. Code becomes survival. A girl shields the mirror with her hand when the bomber's shadow passes, then resumes with a calm older than the hour. Footstep. Couriers run the grammar of alleys, cutting through walls where holes have been dug, slipping from kitchen to stair to washhouse, and back out at a different number than the one on the door. They carry bread, a roll of bandage, a single line folded into something that looks like nothing. You hear them before you see them. The soft scuff, the polite request to space, the apology the city makes to let them pass. The voice in the wire. You sit at the radio in a room gone dusk at noon. The set hums like a patient animal. In the metal scent, your hands learn to be instruments. Slow on the dial, quick on the notepad, steady on the will not to hope too hard. A call sign comes through. Trembling, sure enough. Coordinates, then a pause, then a sentence you want to hear again simply because a human voice said it. Hold. We see you. You do not believe in rescue. Belief is different from proof. Still, the sentence lands where it needs to, between breath and breath, a plank across a gap. You transmit back, each push of the key a footstep in a house that shakes. The reply is not quick. Waiting teaches you another kind of grammar, one where silence is a part of the sentence and means with. Crosscut. The sewers, the choir, the far listener. Beneath your soles, the sewers become a second city. A guide traces the route with a gloved hand, knowing every junction by smell and the feel of damp brick. Lights are covered. Steps are counted. Notes are passed along in whispers that don't need words. 2 taps for left, 1 for right, a pause for ladder. The air tastes like copper and old rain. A sheet of plywood floats by, then a coat hanger, then a truth. Everything finds a way to travel. In a church with windows knocked to flower, a handful of voices tries a hymn. The melody limps, stumbles, then discovers its balance like a person standing after too long sitting. The hymn is not for God, though God may listen. It is for muscle memory, for breath shared in the same room, for the idea that harmony still exists as a physics problem even now. Far away, at a clandestine set across the river, a listener curves over his headphones. He hears you. He writes the words down in a careful hand because the act of writing is a shelter. He says your city's name once under his breath, and the room becomes a promise to remember. Messages that walk themselves. By afternoon, the heat pushes everything into edges. People sleep in cracks of shade, lips open, dreams dry. You keep moving because movement is a message. We are here. A chalk arrow appears on a scorched lintel, pointing toward a courtyard where medicine waits. Another points away from a street that has become a mouth. These arrows do the work of speeches. You hand off the folded note to a woman who smells of smoke and dill. She tucks it into her apron and turns without ceremony. The ceremony is the turning. At dusk, you return to the radio and find a strip of paper pinned to the table. The letters are smudged but legible. The river knows your name. No signature. No frequency. You keep the paper not because it changes your plan, but because it changes your posture. Night settles. On a rooftop, 2 mirrors blink at each other until stars take over the duty. Under the city, a file of steps moves through water toward another address, another dawn. You lie down on a floor that remembers being scrubbed for holidays. Your last waking sight is a rectangle of window where ash drifts like slow snow. In the drifting, a shape, almost a letter, almost a word. You sleep inside the sentence it nearly says. Chapter 6. Old Town Encircled. A map drawn by footsteps. By morning the old town is a bowl cupped in 2 hands, stone and fire. You walk streets that narrow into thought, then into breath, then into the distance between 2 doorways. Encirclement isn't a line on a map, it's a feeling in the ribs. Barricades have hardened into furniture of the earth. Doors lie like sleeping animals. A church facade lists slightly, its saints powdered to a veil. Smoke draws a soft pencil over edges, erasing the distinction between wall and sky. Movement has a grammar. You learn it with your feet. Left around rubble, right through a hallway that grew a hole big enough for news. Down the stairs where someone chalked a single word, Sitcho, and everyone obeys. Up into an attic where the dust remembers dancing, and where now it remembers signals. You carry water in a dented pot whose handle bites the palm. Its weight is more honest than any speech. At the corner, a woman steadies your wrist without looking. Her hand is dry as paper. The gesture is wet with everything it means. Mosaic of rooms. A schoolroom, maps rolled tight against a blackboard that lists long-gone dates, fields sown and harvested, snowfalls counted like a litany, desks turned into beds, names carved in would becoming guardians of sleep. A nurse trims gauze into petals. She makes a flower out of necessity and does not smile. A tailor's shop, the mirror cracked into a starfish of futures. Needles sip at cloth. Armbands pile like quiet flags. Someone repairs a sleeve that is no one's priority. The act is a refusal to forget shapes. A cellar bakery. The mixers dumb and silent, but the table alive with hands. Dough rises alertly, as if aware of service. Steam makes halos that crown no one and everyone. A stairwell, a bicycle turned upside down, back wheel elevated, pedals spinning under a child's. No, a small pair of hands. The chain gleams in a single line of light. No faces. Just the idea of motion rehearsed and stored for later. The Sewer Guide. Under the city, the air tastes of copper and old rain. A hand touches your shoulder once, not to comfort but to calibrate, and you descend. The ladder counts out the measure. 12 rungs to the shelf, 5 to the turn, 7 to the waterline. Boot soles learn the slick grammar of algae. Breath learns to stay narrow. Light is disciplined here. A covered lamp, its halo no bigger than a prayer coin. The guide moves like a sentence that never wastes a word. Tap code replaces speech. 2 taps. Left. 1 tap. Right. A knuckle brushed against brick means duck. A forearm across the chest means stop and listen for engines you can't see. Even the water speaks. A faster lick against the wall means junction ahead. A quiet stretch means silt and patience. At a bend, the guide lifts a gloved hand and points without pointing. Palm in air, fingers low, the way one would indicate a star to a child without making the sky self-conscious. Someone behind you passes forward a bundle the size of a loaf, and for a second the tunnel smells like linen and bread and whatever people name home when they're underground. The map here lives in bodies. Scars on knuckles that remember which valves bite. A bruise in the shin that knows exactly where the pipe elbows out. The shoulder that skips a brick where mortar failed last winter. Above, the city shudders and exhales. Down here, the river's cousin drags its slow syllables past your knees. 2 lefts become 1 right if the current pulls. The guide mouths it, not to teach, but to keep the rule awake. You step where he stepped, count where he counted. 3, 8, 12. And at 12 the ladder rises like a patient argument. A palm to wood. A pause long enough to hear what the upper world intends. A hatch lifts a finger width. New air arrives, tasting of soap, ash and soup. You climb into another room of the city's sentence. Inked with dust, still legible. Rooms as islands. You surface into a kitchen where a pot simmers on a stove that works the way loyalty does. Quietly, without applause. On the wall, a calendar page has been turned to no month at all, just a blank square waiting for handwriting. A woman salts water with the authority of someone who has learned what each grain costs. She nods once at your wet boots and makes room for them to drip. Islands always know how to welcome ships. A tailor's parlor across the hall has reinvented itself as a post office. Thread spools become pigeonholes. Messages lie curled like shells from a beach that hasn't existed for weeks. Names are folded into addresses. To the attic at number 14, to the cellar with a green door, to the left of the stove, to the right of the saint. Delivery is a person's footsteps and a promise to return if stopped. In a child's small bedroom, a lantern turns wallpaper flowers into fossils. A doll without eyes sits upright, patient as furniture. On the sill, 2 potatoes endure the attention usually given to jewels. Someone has pressed a coin into the wood and left it there. Value is a story told by surfaces, not numbers. A stair landing holds a priest and a mechanic making a treaty with a broken pump. Between them, a gasket cut from a boot heel, a prayer said under breath and not asked to do more than hold steady. The pump shudders, then commits to its job. The priest laughs once, the mechanic crosses himself once. No one keeps score. Room to room, the city assembles itself like a raft. Planks of task and rope of breath. You carry a parcel through 3 doorways and feel each one learn your weight. When you pass the final threshold, the house lets you go the way water lets go of the hull. Reluctant, then relieved. Crosscut, the enemy's perimeter, the watchers on the roofs, the letter that never reaches. Beyond the square, German observation posts blink through optics. A lieutenant notes the angles with the precision of a surveyor measuring a new park. He does not know what the park will be for. He only knows triangles and arcs. The human content of the lines is a burden deferred. On rooftops, watchers lie belly down, cupping mirrors whose light has learned to whisper. The city talks to itself along the ridges. A flash, a pause, a flash that lasts. Someone coughs into a sleeve and apologizes to no one. In the pocket of a coat folded beneath a head, a letter begins. My dearest. The ink dots where a tear fell, then dried. The letter will never leave the city. The words still do. Fire learns the streets. Artillery teaches a coarse lesson. It recites coordinates until buildings answer with dust. An impact finds St. John's again, and the nave inhales. Pews tilt as if surprised. A statue shivers itself into the alcove's arms. Candles collapse into small suns sweating. You move because moving is what the city does when the sky speaks like this. Through a wall hole, across a landing, past a door with the number fallen off. Your shoulder brushes a child's chalk drawing of a house. No faces, just a door too big, a roof too sure. It steadies you more than any saint. In a courtyard, someone's laundry. 3 shirts, 2 rags. Ignites without ceremony. Flame climbs cloth like a ladder and vanishes into the absence where a roof was. You gather buckets into a chain, pass them with the tenderness of hospital work, and return to breath that scratches the throat. The hour with no edges. Toward evening encirclement deepens into condition. You measure distance not in meters, but in sips of air between shocks. A harmonica tries a scale, stops at the minor third, and stays there. Soup grows thin and important. A man produces a chess set with 3 pawns missing. He replaces them with stones. Each move is a vote for a next move. On a threshold, a woman rubs ash from a saint's brass foot until it glows like a coin from the pocket of another century. She nods once, satisfied, and covers it again with cloth. Not hope. Duty to memory. Night gathers. The old town is a lantern placed on the floor of a room with no walls. You lie down in a corridor where plaster sifts onto hair. Your last sight is a slice of sky written over by drifting embers. Punctuation without a sentence. You sleep between the marks. Chapter 7. The river that wouldn't answer. Water with a memory problem. You reach the Vistula the way a thought reaches a name and can't quite take hold. The river moves with the same motions it used before history thickened. Light rings on its surface, gentle as the lids of a resting eye. Boats bump wood to wood in slow conversation. From this bank, you can see roofs like torn pages and the long breath of smoke describing each pause. From the other bank, someone can likely see you. You imagine their vantage, a strip of sky, the thread of a bridge, your city's silhouette copying itself in water and getting the details almost right. The current says, carry. You ask, whom? Wires, whispers, and weather. A radio set in a room that smells of damp rope and river grass ticks to itself. You listen for messages that have learned to walk on water. Signals swim poorly. Static has teeth. A sentence comes broken into fish bones of consonant and wish. Hold. You have become so good at hearing that word you almost don't hear it. On the embankment, mirrors blink toward a far place that blinks back slowly. Sun finds tin, tin finds eyes. Between blinks the river continues its work, indifferent to grammar. Wind off water carries a change of temperature that feels like a thought 1 degree truer than the one before. Clouds build uphill and then fold themselves away. Waiting becomes a craft practiced by the wrist and jaw. Crosscut, a far observer, a bridge, a bargain. Across the river, a watcher notes the coordinates of smoke with a pen that scratches like a soft argument. He drinks tea and lets the cup warm the knuckles that remember winter. On his paper, lines are straight. In his ear, the city is a throat that never clears. He writes the name Warsaw slower than necessary. It seems important to keep the letters company. At the bridge, iron rehearses its obstinacy. Span and truss speak in the old language of force. Underneath, drift collects. Boards, a coil of rope, a child's. No, a small boot, a branch. Your eyes follow the branch until it becomes water. A man at your side offers a bargain to the river without words. Our signal, your current, a ferry that is not a boat. The water replies by doing what water does. Sometimes that is an answer. River Night, Cherniaco attempt, is only 400 words. Night flattens the city into breath and reflection. At Cherniaco, the river gleams like an unrolled strip of film, each ripple holding a frame of what's left to cross. Boats wait under the bridge arches, ribs visible through their thin skins. Men tighten ropes that know the current better than any map. A woman hands out pieces of chalk, one mark on each or to find direction by feel. Engines sleep. Whispers take their place. Orders are given in gestures. Palm down means wait. Fist means pray later. Someone draws a cross in soot on the hull and blows it away. Because superstition is just physics in softer clothes. You wade to the gunwale. Feel the chill climb your knees. The water's grip is polite, professional. Oars dip once, twice. The current nods. Halfway across, a flare blooms upstream. A flower opened too fast. All petals and warning. Searchlights sweep. The river's back becomes a page erased and rewritten in white. You press low. The craft hums with held breath. Bullets find the water and hiss. But the sound is more steam than terror. As if the river were telling you, I'm busy, come back later. When darkness reclaims its rights, the far bank stands waiting, mud polite beneath boot soles. Hands lift, pull, fold, no words. Someone murmurs a name that's not their own, as if lending it for luck. Behind you, the Vistula smooths her dress, pretends she saw nothing. Above, stars resume their quiet accounting. You rest a palm on the wet hull. Thank it like a friend who won't understand the language but deserves to hear it. The next current takes the boat downstream. Empty now, shining a little. It will carry the shape of courage until morning, then forget, exactly as rivers must. The attempt. Night takes the edges off sound. Under a sky that has found stars despite smoke, a small group carries a length of timber as if it were a sentence requiring 4 hands to finish. Down to the landing, into the soft slap of water against stone. A craft that barely deserves the name receives bodies one by careful one. No faces, only shoulders, knees, the transfer of weight. You stand with a coil of rope, the strand rough as old questions. When the boat pushes off, the river accepts it with professional courtesy. A current flicks the bow. The oars answer in a minor key. Halfway out, a searchlight finds a reason to swing. It drags a pale finger across the surface, misses, and swings back. The oars feather. Someone holds a breath for too long. The night takes it and keeps it. On the far bank, a hush the size of a continent. On this bank, a whisper that is only the word go diced into syllables by teeth. The boat kisses the dark like a seal set on wax. Hands reach, lift, fold. The river rolls its shoulder and pretends not to have helped. The long refusal. Days repeat their river lesson. You go to the water's lip and listen to the same sentence told with small variations. Sometimes there is a rumor of fairies that are not fairies. Sometimes there is a rumor of guns that are not ready. Always there is the sound of water being perfectly itself. You begin to speak to the Vistula under your breath. Not prayers, not curses. Observations, as if to teach the river what it already knows. Today the light is copper. Today the smoke goes flat at midday. Today the city says its own name in a voice I recognize. At dusk, a heron lifts. One leg, then the other. You realize you have been watching its patience as if it were advice. You walk back from the bank through streets that have learned to hold their own echo. The barricades exhale when you pass, recognizing your weight. In a doorway, someone pours a measure of vodka from a bottle that has looked empty for days and wasn't. You touch the glass to your lip and set it down for the next hand. The ritual means nothing. The ritual means everything. Night again. The river goes on writing its long refusal. You sleep knowing that water keeps time differently, not against a clock, but against the stones it touches and wears down into listening. Chapter 8. Starvation Arithmetic. Hospital breath. Morning arrives like thin broth. You step into a school-turned-hospital where chalk dust and iodine have learned to rhyme. Beds are desks. Desks are islands. Sheets are flags that never wave. A woman counts pulses with 2 fingers and a memory of music. Numbers change their loyalties here. They stop meaning answers and begin meaning intervals, between one breath and the next, between morphine and none, between a name murmured and silence closing the door. You carry a bucket the color of tin. It rings once as it touches the floor. A nurse carves gauze into strips, petals for a flower that can only be imagined. On the wall, a timetable of lessons still shows arithmetic, 9 o'clock. Arithmetic continues, but the problems have become different. How many bandages per bottle of iodine? How many sips per canteen? How many minutes can a life purchase with 1 spoon of sugar? There is a boy, no face, just a collarbone like a fragile bridge, a sleeve tied off, a whisper of air leaving him like a bird startled from reeds. You steady the enamel mug. You say the names of colors softly, white, red, gray. He rests. The room does too. Clinic triage math. On the slate, someone has written arithmetic 9 o'clock. The lesson continues, but the numbers answer to different laws. Rule 1. Breath buys time. Count to 4 in, 4 out. Hold the space between as if it were a cup you could pass along. If breath is ragged, make the room gentler. Loosen a scarf, fold a jacket, turn the lantern so it warms without blinding. Don't promise sleep. Offer now. Rule 2. Warmth is medicine. A cup in a hand changes the hand. The hand changes the face. The face changes the room. Measure heat in spoons. 1 spoon of tea equals 10 steady heartbeats. 1 spoon of soup equals a decision postponed for an hour. 1 spoon of sugar equals a story someone is strong enough to tell. Rule 3. Pain is a map. Follow it with 2 fingers. Read its border out loud so it knows it has been seen. Mark the crossing points with linen. Do not worship it. Do not deny it. Treat it like weather that can be prepared for, not fate that must be obeyed. The nurse hums scales, so quiet the air has to lean in to listen. She chooses the minor key because it behaves. On the wall, a tally grows. Morphine/iodine/clean cloth/names. The chalk breaks. She writes with its blunt end and the line grows thicker. Not elegant, but readable from the corridor by someone who needs to know whether hope is to the left or the right today. At the window, ash drifts like disobedient snow. A boy, no face shown, lifts a cup and drinks without spilling. A hand steadies the cup, then the hand is steadied by another hand, and so on, until the whole room holds itself level on an ocean the color of tin. Arithmetic proves what the heart suspected. Small numbers, added carefully, balance the page. When the lamps are trimmed, the room dims to the brightness of a remembered birthday. You check the slate again and add a final column no teacher taught you to write. Mercy, carried forward. Bread lines and ledgers. Outside, a line grows along a wall that still remembers posters. Bread is an event measured in shadows. How far your shadow travels while you wait, how much smaller it gets by noon, how it disappears when a cloud covers the sun and the world briefly forgets you. A woman with flour on her forearms ladles soup with the calm of a judge. The pot steams like a small miracle that refuses to learn new tricks. A ledger sits open on a crate. Names. Tallies. A simple mercy of columns. You see your own name spelled correctly, and it feels like a hand on your shoulder from a life before forms. Someone divides a loaf along lines cut with a piece of wire. Each slice is a vote for tomorrow, carried carefully in a pocket where a photograph used to live. Someone else hands you a spoonful of jam saved for children. No faces. A small hand takes the spoon and vanishes down the stair, the sweetness a rumor you choose to believe. Crosscut. Pharmacist. Pastor. Cellar choir. In a storeroom that once displayed perfumes, a pharmacist weighs powder on a scale that trembles. He scribbles labels in a hand that wants to be elegant and cannot afford it. Bottles become sentences. He finishes them with corks. People will read them with their mouths. A pastor sits on a step in a stairwell, jacket folded under him like a final good suit. He says nothing. People sit beside him and say nothing too. Later, they call it prayer. In the moment, it is companionship the size of a step. Under a collapsed bakery, a choir forms from 5 voices and a need for thirds. No words, not tonight. Only syllables held until they grow warm and shareable. A flame shivers in a niche and does not go out. The cost of heat. Evening makes decisions about light. Someone breaks a chair calmly, apologizing to the memory of its legs. A stove inhales. A kettle answers. You think about wood as currency and flame as a bank that doesn't keep receipts. You know exactly how many minutes a handful of coal will buy. How many pages of a newspaper must be twisted to become a rope of fire. In another room, a woman tears an old dress into kindling. The sound of fabric ripping is surprisingly gentle. She folds the buttons into her pocket. Keepsakes of structure. Upstairs, a window has forgotten its glass and remembers being a hole for light to pass. You sit there and count smoke columns as if they were church towers you used to name on Sundays. They rise. They waver. They learn the wind and report back. The ledger of breath. By night, the hospital sleeps like a ship in bad weather. Nurses walk with the balance of sailors who know which boards complain. A list grows on a scrap. Morphine, none. Bandage, scarce. Bread, tomorrow. Names, blessed. You add your own task. Carry water, carry news. Carry the weight of the cup to a lip. Carry yourself back to a corner where sleep has been arranged as a favor. You lie down. The corridor is cold, specific. Your last image is a spoon resting on a folded map, both shining in the same small way. The arithmetic holds you. Not fear, not hope. Just the next sum and the next. You close your eyes inside a quiet proof. Chapter 9. The Last Streets. Diminishing. Dawn doesn't arrive so much as admit it has nowhere else to go. The city is down to essential sentences. Barricades speak softly. Roofs make no promises. You walk streets that have become thinner than their names. A flag still hangs at one corner, more memory than cloth. Someone raises a cup of water to it and drinks in the flag's direction. Ritual is a final grammar you refuse to forget. The Germans advance by paragraphs. Buildings withdraw by lines. Between them, people move by syllables. Door, step, breath. Terms. In a cellar bright with candle smoke, the word circulates. Capitulation. It feels like a stone passed from palm to palm, warm from the last hand, heavy in the next. Leaders meet at a table that used to know chess. Maps are flattened and held down by cups. Pencils travel their borders like small, worried trains. You stand outside the door and learn to listen to the silence that follows sentences. That is where decisions live. The conditions are the conditions. Evacuation. Civilians first. Wounded next. Fighters later. You repeat the order like a prayer you do not like, but must memorize. Crosscut. A white cloth. A register. A key. From a window framed by soot, a white cloth appears. Tentative, then sure. It is not surrender. It is an intermission of bullets long enough to count. A German officer removes his cap indoors. The room understands the courtesy and pretends it helps. At a doorway, a woman opens a ledger and writes the names of those who pass with the same care she once reserved for letters to a far cousin. She underlines certain names. She doesn't know why, only that the hand asked for the line. A key turns in a lock, and the sound is precise. The door does not open. The key is placed on a nail above the frame, a small promise to whoever comes later that there was once an inside and an outside and a way between them. The long walk out. The exodus is quieter than a holiday and slower than grief. You line up with others in a street that once smelled of pears and saddle soap. Bundles are small. Steps are deliberate. No children's faces, only small shapes inside coats guided by larger hands. A soldier, young enough to be a rumor of someone's son, keeps his eyes where the street directs them. You keep yours where the sky refuses to change. A cart rolls. A wheel protests. A woman lifts a corner of a blanket and checks the breathing beneath, then lowers it carefully, as if tucking in the night itself. At the square, someone counts 1, 2, 5, 10, then stops counting and begins naming. House, door, window, tree. The litany is geography enough. After quiet. By evening, the city has handed over its last occupied rooms and kept only echo. You stand where a street used to turn and listen to the turn anyway. It still makes the sound. A man kneels and brushes dust from a stone carved like a leaf. He pockets the leaf. You take nothing. You have taken the shape of these weeks into your bones, and they will not loosen their grip. Night comes without preface. You lie down under a sky that refuses to be anything other than sky. In the distance, The river practices its soft refusal, its patient syllables. You do not hate it. You understand what it means to continue. On the last street, a lantern swings and settles. The flame leans toward the glass and remembers the first match. You breathe. You are counted. The city sleeps the sleep that comes after being awake too long. Somewhere, a clock discovers its hour again and decides to keep it. The last image is simple. A door key on a nail above an empty frame, catching a thread of starlight. A promise noticed by no one and kept anyway. Epilogue. What the river kept. Morning in Warsaw arrives with the modest certainty of a shopkeeper turning a key. Not the old key on a nail above an empty frame, but a modern key, brass and busy, slipping home with practiced ease. Trams hum their measured sentences. Windows collect the day without negotiation. You cross a street that once forgot its own name and find the letters returned, repainted, steady. The city wears its scars the way a tree wears weather, rings you can read if you pause and touch. Some bricks lean a fraction toward memory. Some courtyards echo a half-second longer than physics requires. A new cafe sets tables where a barricade once breathed. Cups meet saucers with that small porcelain kiss, and the sound is both ordinary and ceremonial. People carry loaves under their arms again, not rations but choices. You breathe and taste pastry, rain, and the faintest spice of iron that lives at the bottom of every river town's morning. Old town stones remember feet. Yours join the tally. You follow an alley that seems to drift a little, as if reluctant to commit to only one present tense. A wall bears a plaque, another bears ivy. Both are forms of text. Here and there, chalk clings to mortar in pale freckles, the ghost of arrows and words that once meant left, right, quiet, alive. The wind tries them on as if to see whether they still fit. Some do. At St. John's, light slides down an aisle that was rebuilt with the patience of prayer. It finds brass and sets it burning without heat. A hush sits in the nave, friendly and exact, not the hush of waiting but the hush of arrival. You stand in it and listen for what isn't there. The training of your ears has not entirely faded. Instead of engines, you hear footsteps, pages, the breath of people who no longer count pulses for permission to stay. The Syrenka stands again by the river, sword raised, face calm as before. Pigeons gossip at her feet. Tourists angle phones. A child points, no faces you hold, just the arrow of an arm, and asks a question you can't hear. The statue answers by not moving, the practiced eloquence of stone. You brush a fleck of leaf from the railing and look east, where clouds pile and separate with the tidy industry of a laundry line on a breezy day. The Vistula keeps its long refusal in a different key. She carries and carries, no longer asked to do more than that. Sun writes on her surface, wind edits. Bridges leave their shadows like signatures that have learned restraint. You think of the nights when a boat became a sentence that needed many hands to finish. You think of mirrors and signals and the way silence learned to mean with. Water passes under the span and does not remember, and yet somehow it does, because you do, and standing here is one of the ways a river is taught to keep a story. In a museum not far away, glass holds objects at the distance that respect requires. A cup blackened at the rim, a kettle's soft bruise of smoke, a strip of linen. A door laid sideways in a photograph becomes a line of poetry you can't stop repeating. A leaflet printed in a basement curls slightly at the edges, still committed to being read. You find your face in the reflection, and it looks like a visitor's face, and also like the shadow of someone who left a key where a stranger might find it. You wonder who that stranger became. Outside again, the air carries a start of rain taste that belongs to cities which have learned to absorb what falls. On Krakowski Przedmieście, a tram bell rings once, pure, workmanlike, sure of its place, and schoolchildren cross the street in a swarm of color that refuses to be catalogued. Their teachers speak in declarative sentences. The day obeys. From an open window, a scale spills, a piano practicing forgiveness. Nearby, a dog chooses sunlight over everything else. You stand in the stream of ordinary life until your shoulders remember their natural height. Memory changes nothing, you think, and then you adjust the thought. Memory changes the weight of things. A loaf, a cup, a word like home. It alters how the hand holds them, how the mouth speaks them, how the breath arrives and leaves. That is not nothing. You walk to a courtyard you have not seen before and yet recognize. The shape of it, the way the sky perches on its rim like a bird considering. Laundry climbs a line and descends as shirts and sheets and a red dress that knows its brightness. For a moment you see, double exposed, the wardrobe dragged across cobbles, the lantern learning its job. Then the present returns because someone opens a window and waters a plant that survived a move, and the water's fall is generous, precise, enough. There is a key above a door here, too, an ornament only, welded in place, polished by weather into a sign. You smile at the exactness of the choice. Not a relic, not a claim, just a gentle notation in the margin. Someone once promised passage. Passage was kept. Evening slides in the way it always meant to. Blue layered over gold, shadows with soft edges, the instinct for lamps. In cafes and kitchens, cups meet tables, cutlery ticks, small laughter finds its pitch. On the bridges, people pause without knowing why, the way people do in every city with a river and a past. You join them and watch light move from water to face to air, an old relay, endlessly rehearsed, never finished. The lesson is quiet and not new. Endurance is a choreography of small tasks and the refusal to make a god of noise. A city is not its victories or defeats alone. It is the inventory of hands and the lungs that outlast orders. Some match always finds a way to be struck. Some lantern always learns how to hold its circle. Some barricade breathes long enough to remember how breathing works. Metal cools. Bread rises again. Names are spoken in the right order, not as summons or roll call, but as greetings. Night settles. You listen for the old grammar, the stutter of engines, the scraped bowl of sky, and hear instead a different language. Tires on wet stone, sandal slap, a bicycle's friendly click. The city speaks it fluently now, with an accent shaped by everything it survived. You stand a little longer, then turn toward the tram, the key, the cup you will lift and set down. The tram sighs before it moves, a sound equal parts electricity and memory. You step aboard with others, students wrapped in headphones, an old man counting coins by touch, a woman in a red scarf staring at a paperback whose corners are soft with use. Doors fold in with a click that feels like punctuation, not closure. The city glides past in layers of reflection. Shop fronts, rain streaks, your own face, the ghost of another. Neon signs perform for the fog. Somewhere above them, pigeons rehearse the same sentence they've said since chimneys were first rebuilt. The air inside smells faintly of metal and bread. Iron rails meeting bakeries, yesterday meeting today. You hold the handrail, its brass worn smooth by generations who've steadied themselves in motion. Each stop chimes with the gentleness of an apology, for the delay, for the noise, for the fact that history has no breaks, only pauses. Outside, a child, no face shown, presses a handprint of steam onto the window and traces it into the outline of a key. The tram bell rings once, clean and exact, and you remember the other key, the one left hanging above an empty frame. When the tram slows for your stop, the city's reflection shifts again. For a moment, the window shows not buildings but the texture of time itself. Brick, glass, breath, and the quiet handwriting of light. You step down onto wet cobblestones that shine like open pages. Behind you, The tram door closes with the same small sound as a promise kept. In that sound, every key still turns. Every door still remembers what it means to open. And the city keeps breathing. One stop, one match, one word at a time. Aftermath. The city that refused to disappear. Morning arrives without permission. It creeps between the bricks, quiet and grey, touching what's left of windows, bones and dreams. The smoke that once climbed like a flag now lies flat across the rooftops, too tired to rise. And beneath it, Warsaw breathes again, shallowly but still. The uprising has ended. The guns have gone silent, but not from peace. The streets are a geography of loss, staircases leading nowhere, walls that remember voices. In the shell of a building, a kettle sits blackened on its stove, handle warped into a question mark. Outside, a tram lies on its side, its rails vanishing under ash. A city that once measured time in the sound of its bells now counts only echoes. You walk through what remains. Every step feels like trespass. The air tastes of lime and soot, the sweet metallic ghost of fire. What was once the old town has become a landscape of paper and shadow. Somewhere, a piano key clinks under falling plaster, one stubborn note that refuses to die. They said the city would be erased, and perhaps it nearly was. But cities, like people, are not made of stone alone. They are made of memory, and memory burns slower than buildings. Even as the flames took roofs and walls, they could not take the stubborn grammar of belonging. People still whispered the names of their streets, even when the streets were gone. They still folded bread into handkerchiefs, still lit candles against the dark, still believed that if the heart beats once more, the world must follow. You stop beside a broken statue, a child cast in bronze, one arm missing, eyes turned toward something invisible. The inscription is charred, unreadable. It doesn't matter. You know what it says. It says, "We were here." History will write that Warsaw fell. But that is not the truth. Warsaw endured, stubborn and luminous in its ruin, reminding the world that courage is not measured by survival, but by defiance. The men and women who fought here did not expect victory, only the dignity of resistance. They became the city's last architecture, living walls of will, holding up what stone could not. Years later, when the rubble was cleared, people began again, brick by scavenged brick, prayer by whispered prayer. Children played in streets that had no names yet. Elders sat on doorsteps that led only to sky. And out of the silence, a rhythm returned. Hammers, footsteps, laughter. The sound of a city teaching itself to live again. You can still see it today, if you know where to look. In a wall that leans a little to one side, but stands anyway. In a patch of cobblestone kept unpaved, as if the past must always have a window. In the faint trace of an armband's red painted on a memorial, faded but not gone. And in that persistence lies something holy, because Warsaw was not rebuilt for tourists or monuments. It was rebuilt for the simple, stubborn reason that people need to go on, to wake, to work, to plant flowers in the shadow of catastrophe. It was rebuilt so that those who had died could return in spirit and find their city still standing, even if only in outline. You stand at the river now. The Vistula moves slowly, carrying with it fragments, a tile, a button, a piece of mirror that once reflected someone's face. The water folds them into itself, as if keeping the city's memory safe beneath its skin. And when the light shifts, you see it. Warsaw reflected upside down, trembling but whole. The match that once burned across the courtyard is long gone. But its glow remains, somewhere deep in the air, the faint ember of refusal, the memory of a people who decided that dying on their feet was better than kneeling in the dark. That ember has no nationality, no century. It belongs to anyone who has ever said no when the world demanded silence. You turn to leave, and for a moment, the city seems to breathe beside you, not as it was, not as it will be, but as it endures, wounded, unyielding, alive. Before you go, if quiet corridors of history belong in your evenings, you might keep walking with us, gently, at the speed of breath. Tell us, maybe, where you're listening from, or which image lingers. The key above the door, the lantern's patient circle, the river refusing and refusing until refusal became a kind of carrying. Let the noise of today fold itself away. The match, the lantern, the barricade's slow lung, the river, all of them keep watch. All of them go on. You're listening to echoes of war.